Good morning. Good Monday morning of a holiday week, 9 a.m. Nice to see all y'all here. We figured we'd get started on time-ish. Oh, 9 o'clock on this, 9:02 on that one. So do we believe the analog or the digital? At any rate, I'm Karen Mogus. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality here at the State Board, and I was asked by Greg and Nick to kick off this Data Science Symposium, and it's my great pleasure to do so. So welcome to the 4th Annual Data Science Symposium, co-hosted by the State Board's Office of Information Management and Analysis and the Water Quality Monitoring Council. Just by way of a little bit of housekeeping before we start off the day, if there is a fire alarm, please walk calmly and collect all of your things and go out the exits, and we gather at the 10th and J corner of Cesar Chavez Park. You can go over there, or you can go to get coffee at Starbucks or something else, but don't return until we get the all clear. There are restrooms down to the left in the hallway over here, and a cafeteria downstairs if you want some coffee or refreshments. Also note that as of just a couple minutes ago, the webcast was turned on, so this event is being recorded and will be made available to you all or anyone else that was unable to attend today in the next few days online. So again, I'm Karen Mogus. I'm Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality. I've been the Deputy Director for about 3.5 years. Today, I celebrate my 10th anniversary here at the State Water Board. I spent 10 years prior to that at the Regional Water Quality Control Board in Rancho Cordova, the Central Valley region. And most of my career I have spent either designing, implementing, managing water quality monitoring and assessment programs throughout the state. Both at my regional board experience as well as here at State Board. When I came over to State Board, I managed the surface water ambient monitoring program for several years, and I cannot express how important it is for us as a community of water quality scientists and practitioners and regulators, how important monitoring and assessment is, but then also turning that data into information and making it available for answering the key questions that we have about water quality in the state. So that's what this day is all about. I encourage you to embrace the day and talk to people that you don't know and build some partnerships and collaboration around the data science that obviously we're all interested in. My role also is as the California Water Quality Monitoring Council Chair, and the council was formed by legislation back in 2006, I want to say. I'm totally going off script, by the way. I'm just like blathering, you know, I made all these notes, not even looking at them. So the way that the council has functioned, it was formed to coordinate and collaborate and make more efficient water quality monitoring in the state across state agencies. And the way that they did that was formed a number of theme-based working groups that worked around themes like safe to swim and is it safe to eat fish and shellfish from our waters. There's a number of working groups that were formed. The wetlands monitoring work group is another. And they came together as multi-state agency working groups to, and as well as stakeholders and other regulated community to pull together data around a theme and turn it into information and make it available to the public through portals. And I'll just say that they did that sort of in a stone soup way. I've got a little bit of resources here, a little bit of resources there, pull it together, and really with very minimal amount of dedicated resources, pulled together some pretty impressive portals of data. And the way that they did that is through the collaboration and partnerships that were formed in the working groups and with the support of the Monitoring Council. And again, this is a day where we can continue to foster that collaboration and coordination around monitoring data and science. So this is the first of hopefully many events that the Monitoring Council is co-sponsoring with OWEMA and others to increase awareness of our working groups and hopefully participation in them. We have a poster out on the mezzanine. I encourage you to take a look at that, look at the work groups, see how they might connect with the work that you do, and if you're interested, get some more information and start participating. I also encourage you to look around and look for other board council members that are in attendance. And in fact, I'm going to make anyone, I don't see anyone off the top of my head at the moment, but if you're a council member, can you stand up? Council members, no council members are on time today. They're going to get in trouble for this at our next council meeting. They will be around at some point, but what I will do, and I know he's here, is our director, Nick Martirano, is here, and so please pull him off to the side, find out what's going on at the council and how you can get involved, and please do get involved. The value of these events and the ongoing efforts of the council's work groups lead to development of tools and guidance that help us all do our work more efficiently and answer questions that are important not only to us, but to legislators and to the public and to anyone interested in the quality of the water in California. Let's see, I already told you to look at the poster. So I'll just wrap up and reiterate that I encourage you to talk to some people that you don't know. Check out the posters that are out in the mezzanine, talk to each other, collaborate, talk about what kind of work you do, and figure out how you can maybe build a partnership or maybe the glimmer of a partnership sometime today. And so with that, it is my very great pleasure to introduce two of my board members, the board chair, Joaquin Esquivel, and board member Laurel Firestone, who will hopefully give some inspiring comments to all of you. They're always, Joaquin has been interested in data and data science ever since long before he joined the board, but has been pushing us to do more in respect to our data and our data systems and getting information out to the public. And Laurel has been a user of our data for many years and knows both the value of it and the challenges associated with data and water quality data. So with that, I will hand it over to Joaquin and Laurel.
Come down, take a seat. Yeah, please everyone come down and take a seat. No need to be uncomfortable and standing in the back. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, my name's Joaquin Esquivel. I am the chair of the State Water Board. I've actually been a board member for 2 years, and prior to that was in the governor's DC office doing federal water policy, and then prior to that was with Senator Boxer for about 8.5 years. And when I left her office, my legislative portfolio was water, agriculture, Native American issues, ocean, nutrition, and I was the IT director. And just a few too many hats. And so that's why when I went over to the governor's DC office and just focused on federal water policy, I thought, just federal water policy, as if there is just anything water, and quickly found myself drowning in that whole space there as well. And here I am, semi above water at this point. But really impressed that here, as Karen pointed out, 9 o'clock on a Monday, we have an incredible turnout for what is, and a holiday week at that, what is an incredibly passionate item for myself. You know, what led me to being the IT director in Senator Boxer's office was, as an intern in the office, I showed a penchant for just kind of doing small tech projects insofar as, you know, we were really reliant on fax machines then. This is 2007, about January of 2007. The amount of paper that was being printed out on a daily basis, because all of our regional offices would fax in their clips every morning, which would hit us at about noon, and we'd have a fax machine just going nonstop. And then we'd collate those and send them back out as printed copies to multiple staff. And so one of the first projects was just kind of trying to digitize a lot of that. But then they thought somehow I was a tech person, which I wasn't, because I was an English major from UC Santa Barbara, which meant I was more of a generalist at that point. I think it speaks to this moment in time that we're at, certainly, where we have an entire generation that has grown up and been a bit more comfortable with technology, that incorporates its usage in their daily lives a lot more. You have this desire to quantify one's life now, whether your Fitbit telling you how long you've slept or how much movement you've made. But I think it speaks to the way I think many of our generation really kind of approach their lives or their work or the problems that they see around them. And data being so foundational to so much of the work that we do is this space that is really exciting because we haven't yet really scratched the surface. You look at other sectors, energy, you look at the way we've now discussed the way we distribute, the way we produce, the way we consume energy, the way it factors into our economy. And it's been incredible. It's been incredible to see the jobs and the innovation that's happened. And the foundation of all that is data, is better just understanding what our systems are doing and how we're managing them or not, as the case may be. And so it is a fantastic time to be able to at least try my hand here as now chair of the board. But speaking again to those years in Senator Boxer's office, for us, we were a staff of 70, which is a little dangerous, running my own, Active Directory and my Exchange server and my BlackBerry Exchange server at the time. Oh, Blackberries. But having a staff of 70 is not having a staff of 2,000 here, and I think that's the bane of sometimes our IT department insofar as, there are lessons that scale up and there are some that simply don't. But in Senator Boxer's office, only having 70 people and having a state of 40 million when maybe Rhode Island had a few less people, for us, technology became a really critical part about how we were able to represent the state and how we were able to better synthesize and respond to and do with less. And it's very familiar territory here at the State Board. We're a fee-based organization, as I'm sure many of you know. So we have the enviable position of going hat in hand to our regulated entities and saying, pay us to regulate you. And sometimes we may be a little under-resourced because of that. So we talk about this work, when we talk about today, the staff time that's gone in to pull this together, it is not well accounted for in all the work that we do, but it is some of the most critical and foundational work that we do. So thank you for being here today. I want to hand it over to Laurel so she can give her gloss a bit. But we want to, I'm not speaking for very long here because I do want to reserve the bulk of the time for any questions that you may have and maybe some back and forth between Laurel and I as we kind of explore some of the themes that we'll be talking today. So Laurel, would you like to?
Hi, welcome everybody. I'm really excited to talk about data and monitoring, and especially community-driven and community-collected monitoring. I am the newest member of the Water Board and spent the last about 15 years and really most of my career working with community groups as part of a community group based in the San Joaquin Valley, working to try and ensure everyone has access to safe, clean, affordable drinking water. And when I first started, I had graduated law school, and I'd been working abroad, seen a lot of challenges internationally, and realized my degree was in the US, and there were also challenges here. I should probably look in my own backyard. So I got a fellowship and moved down to, I'm originally from Los Angeles. I'd lived on the East Coast and traveled a lot, but I'd really never been to the San Joaquin Valley other than driving through on the way to Sequoia National Park when I was a little kid. And I moved down to a little town called Lindsay. I was working in Delano, and I started talking to folks that were saying that their water wasn't safe to drink, that they were getting notices they didn't really understand. they were concerned. There was a lot of sickness in their community, and there was a lot of different thoughts about what was going on. And in the first year that I started working there, a lot of what I was doing was just trying to get basic public information. I will say the State Water Board's databases have come a long way. When I was first starting, I had to do Public Records Act requests just to get information about which systems weren't in compliance. Now we have this wonderful portal, which we will continue to improve and build on, that actually has interactive maps where you can see which communities don't have safe drinking water and which ones have been brought back into compliance. But when I first asked for this information, I remember this was before the Division of Drinking Water was at the Water Board, but I remember being told that that information is well information is confidential, that we can't share source water protection maps because because well locations are confidential, and that they couldn't give me data that I needed because actually somebody said because they worked for the utilities, not for organizations. And I remember thinking, no, you work for the public, and actually you regulate the entities. But since then, there's been a huge shift. We now have publicly accessible well locations. We can go on GeoTracker Gamma and get a whole bunch of groundwater data from lots of different sources and be able to interact and compile that. We can start to see patterns. And so what took, a lot of digging, and you guys in the back can just come down and sit. You don't need to wait. But what took a lot of digging just to get basic information on publicly available data now is much more accessible. I think there's still ways to go about making it even more user-friendly and learning more. But I think what it showed me is how powerful data and information is. And when we finally got information, what we saw was, by far the most drinking water, that there were drinking water violations all over the state, but the majority were in the San Joaquin Valley, that many of these systems had been out of compliance and had nitrate challenges for, in some instances, up to a decade or more. And we started seeing patterns. We connected with some researchers. A researcher who's now working with OEHA, Carolina Balas, did her dissertation on this and found that nitrate contamination in drinking water is disproportionately found in Latino communities, and arsenic was disproportionately found in high renter communities. So we started to see patterns about where occurrences were happening and where solutions were not happening. And so, and then over time we started working with well owners. We convinced them, we realized we had these big gaps. We only had information about the public water systems, but we didn't have information about individual wells because they're not required to test. And most of them didn't know that they should be testing. And so we helped connect them actually at the time with a Gamma voluntary well testing program that was going on in Tulare County. And in that, this was not in that case, it was really just it wasn't trying to do a representative sampling across the county. It was just asking for volunteers. So we went into areas that we thought were high risk. So it's not representative of the full county, but what we found was in those areas, 40% had nitrate over the MCL, and 75% of those wells had some kind of contaminant over an MCL, especially if you include bacteria. And so we found this population was really at risk, and so folks that were concerned had reason to be concerned, and we wanted to make sure that they could get information that was appropriate for them about what they could do. Having information about which contaminants in the water are vital to making sure that you have the right filter or that you figure out what to do. For example, nitrate, if you boil it, concentrates Whereas I think a lot of people, and with bacteria contamination, you have a boil water notice where you're supposed to boil the water. Well, if you do that for arsenic or nitrate, it actually concentrates it. So I think one thing that's vital about data is just how important it is to our everyday lives, to our everyday safety, and to water that we interact with in such intimate ways throughout our lives, whether it's literally nourishing our body or swimming or bathing. It just impacts us in so many profound ways. And so as I started working, I think one of the things that we really, and I continue to see and believe in, is just how important data and monitoring is to making the invisible visible, like showing things that maybe people didn't see. For example, all of these communities that were on private wells where there wasn't monitoring data about what the water quality was. And so both for themselves and for regulators to see that actually there is a huge nitrate contamination problem, for example, or there's certain pesticides. And understanding, secondly, is just showing the patterns and connections to help understand and target solutions. So see where those are happening, where they're not, understand what's working and what isn't. And ultimately, just how vital information and data and monitoring is to drive actions. We, as regulators and also funders, the interesting thing to me at the Water Board is we have a huge amount of funding that we do in loans and grants through Division of Financial Assistance that is also really powerful as, the balance to our regulatory authorities, but giving us the data we need and helping us see the patterns, see where there's problems, see what's working and what isn't, is vital to enabling us to do our jobs, to making sure that we're able to meet our mission as an organization. So I think, just to, along those lines, when we started documenting and showing maps, for example, of nitrate contamination and bringing folks that now realize that they had nitrate in their wells to the regulatory body that is responsible for ensuring water quality, which is us and the regional boards. That was really helpful for basically driving action to start regulating the source of nitrate, to start making sure that we're testing more. We now have regulatory programs for the major sources of nitrate, including irrigated lands, fertilizer, dairies, and septic systems. We have a much more broad monitoring program, and GAMA is doing work to characterize the upper aquifer and make that all accessible. So it's really vital to help us document and understand where are people impacted, where are ecosystems impacted, what is the exposure, and start to learn how are people adapting. The other thing we see, I think, is really helpful about community surveys and community collected data is you can understand what people are doing in response to the problems that are happening. So we learned more about, how are people using water? Are they buying bottled water? Are they cooking with it? Are they boiling it? And learned a lot about how most people are buying alternative sources of water, but they also are still using it to make beans, make soups, make coffee, ice, and things where they're still exposed to it in addition to showering and bathing. So they're spending a lot of money and doing and still being exposed. So I think, at the core, information is power. And so all of the work that you all are doing, whether collecting information or helping us synthesize and understand and recognize patterns, is vital for really shaping how we understand the world, how we take action in this world. It's really vital that we have communities that are most impacted or closest to where the impacts are happening be part of that. I think people say democracy is not a spectator sport. I think that's true also about water. All of our water work here in California it's not only one person's job, it's not our job entirely at the Water Board, but to accomplish our mission, we really need each of you and many other people that are based in the communities, that are near the streams that we're trying to protect, that are near the beaches that we're trying to be able to enable people to use, that are in communities with private wells or in aquifers that are trying to be restored to help us be able to collect the data that we need and ultimately that allow us to accomplish our mission and create the kind of place in California where we have thriving ecosystems, thriving communities, and are protecting and restoring our water quality for our generation and future generations. So with that, would love to take questions and chat.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the great sort of fortunes of being at the board currently is the fact that the Division of Drinking Water came over in 2014. So we're 5 years into now the State Water Resources Control Board, in my mind, being really the first modern regulatory water agency insofar as having regulatory purview over water quality in our headwaters and streams as it makes its way down those streams, onto farmland, into cities, through people's taps, out their toilets, and then back out to wastewater treatment plants and into those same rivers which someone downstream may be using, which is a simple fact that I think many people forget. But this system that we have, that we've created for ourselves, we're fortunate to be able to sort of have a regulatory purview that allows us to think, how do we better incorporate protections of source drinking water into our framework? How do we start thinking about our resources far more comprehensively? Jonathan Bishop, one of our chief deputies here at the State Water Board, says he apologizes to all the new staff coming into the Division of Water Quality because all the easy things have been taken care of over the last 30, 40 years of our regulatory programs. And we talk about the Clean Water Act and Porter Cologne. Our command and control regulatory structures of, measure, put a limit, and enforce to that limit have allowed us to clean up our waterways more than since we've destroyed them. But what's going to get us these next miles aren't necessarily the command and control regulatory structures, although those are foundational. It is the more collaborative work. It is these thornier, more wicked challenges that we face in non-point source pollution, in these small collective actions that add up to huge impacts in our watersheds. And how do we start to really, again, not unlike in the analogy in the energy sector and in climate change with reductions to greenhouse gas, how do we start to think about these systems differently? It's not just this thing external to us that we're protecting, but our water systems are fully integrated in who we are and what we do on this landscape. So anyway, with that, we'd love to entertain some questions from you guys.
Or we
Laurel
can keep
and I
talking,
can just,
but you guys can
be long-winded and talk. So, yes. Oh, I think there'll be a roving microphone.
Hi, I'm Wynn Cowger. I'm a PhD student at the University of California, Riverside, and I'm curious about the upcoming plans for collaborating with academics to make data more available to the academic groups and more academically rigorous.
Yeah, we collect a tremendous amount of data, whether it's our national pollutant discharge and elimination system and the monitoring data that may be required in those permits, if it's on the Division of Drinking Water side, whether it's on water rights, which I'll just take a moment to add really quickly. This is the first year California has had a full accounting from their water rights holders, all their water rights holders, from the previous year's water usage diversions. That is, it's taken a while. This is the first year, because of water rights law, some of you may or may not be aware, we have what are known as pre-1914 water rights holders. They basically have water rights that extend prior to when we even had a water rights system in the state of California. So they were on a far gentler reporting timeline and requirement, same with riparian right holders, those next to rivers. they were reporting maybe once every 5 years in some case, which one wonders what the use of data 5 years after the fact is, particularly in the water rights context. But I think it speaks to, again, my real point was that we do collect a lot of data, even though that point kind of went against that point. But there are certainly gaps in those fields. But so we do and are in the middle of, we take that responsibility very, very deeply insofar as taking that data and pushing it back out and allow it, because we only have so much capacity. You know, Laura was talking within our regulatory role, there's obviously certain data that we need to make our calls. But that is far more useful in the academic context, because as you begin to layer considerations, as you layer data, you turn that into information. And that is what is always missing in this equation, is that data for data's sake, you know, the numbers, they don't tell you much. And it's not until you provide that moment where you take that data and turn it into information that it really means something. So we have an open data strategy that we're currently pursuing, that is part of a resolution we passed last year that is inventorying that entire universe. What are we collecting? Where is it going? What databases is it residing in? What is it being used for? Is it being turned around publicly? Can it? Should it? Getting a better sense of our entire data ecosystem, and because of, for that very reason, that we know that it's really critical to the academic field. Right now, we're publishing most of our flat file data sets on the open data.gov, data.ca.gov web portal, and so, yeah.
And I'll just add to that. You know, I think the two ways that we can best help and support academics and just our mission is, one, by making sure that our data is accessible, and this open data effort is huge. We absolutely, I think we haven't always done that in the past, and there's been fear that people will misuse data to mischaracterize things, but I think, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. There's always, that's a real challenge, but I don't think that's a reason to not make data available to help us do a better job and understand our world better. I think just, you know, you always have to weigh things, and I think that there's a real challenge around people misconstruing, you know, people can construe data and statistics in all kinds of ways. Yes, that's true. And I think if we make data accessible, then we enable people to help correct those sorts of mischaracterizations when they do happen. And so we need academics to help with that. So definitely data transparency and accessibility is key. I think the Water Board's been doing a good job of balancing that and being able to make that over the past few years slowly more and more accessible. But and also funding. You know, we actually do have a lot of contracts with academics to help us do our job and understand our data. We have in the example I was giving around nitrate, there was a big study funded for UC Davis to understand all different patterns around nitrate contamination of groundwater and drinking water. There's currently a whole effort going on with UCLA and understanding water, safe and affordable drinking water and water affordability. So we do fund and rely on academic partners to help us do our jobs, but that's really a sliver of what we hope the academic community is doing with the data and helping us understand. And so, you know, I do think as somebody that's worked with nonprofits and community-based organizations for most of my career before this, I also think what's vital is that partnership between academics and community organizations, because every time, you know, as a more of a community-based organization, every time we wanted to understand things, we really did reach out to academics to help us do that. I mean, you know, I think that kind of public partnership with the folks that understand, you know, all of the QA/QC and different analytics that can be done to pull out patterns is really important. And it also is important to complement that with the very real expertise of people that are living with these challenges and seeing where things are going on. And and helping each other understand that. So really having that be that kind of partnership, I think, is really vital.
At a digital sort of notification system about polluted waterways, because even really well-informed communities in Southern California, a lot of them don't know they face trihalylmethanes even, and they're well-educated communities that are very affluent. And a lot of people, if it is brought to their attention, it is advertised, will make better choices. But to have to dig through those different data sets, even if they're in beautiful GIS displays, it's not given to them. So in our day-to-day, as we move through it, we are faced with all these other things that are advertised to us. So advertising and giving consumers an easier way to make good choices a habit, such as what Tosca did in transforming the nation by making things apparent to people. And now it's more difficult to make things apparent. And so something like that might help.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think it's a matter of different levels of education and information sharing. And at its most basic, you need people who don't have time to be experts in water quality or dig through reams of data or go through a GIS system and say, what does this mean? To be able to quickly indicate. And I think that's something that the Water Quality Monitoring Council has done very well around is what is something we're trying to convey, you know, the ability to eat fish in your waterway or the water quality in your beach, and how do you get it to folks? The problem is the work can be buried. And to your point, I think when you talk about what people are exposed to information-wise, otherwise, it isn't those tools that kind of rise up. And so it is about how do we work better with communities to let them know, here's a definitive place you can go to know X if you're interested in X. And I think it's really critical. And then, but it's still part of, and a continuum, if you will, of the discussions in the more, you know, complicated spaces as well in the academic space. And so it really is, I think, to Laurel's point, about better connecting those academics and communities and saying, okay, well, how do we best convey information? How do we also all settle on one way to convey it? Because it can be very conflicting sometimes.
And I'll just add, I mean, so Joaquin has been very passionate and really a leader in our information and sort of systems work internally. And as you may know, California, which, you know, you'd think, obviously our state is the center of so much innovation around technology, but our state databases aren't really in that same pace. I don't know.
Just ask the DMV.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, so I'm new to government, and it's really amazing how it's not easier to make these sorts of kind of innovative and actually like not that even high tech, but being able to like really reach people and learn from the kind of tools that the private sector has. But I think there are real limitations in that. And I'm still learning all of the reasons why. But I also think that that's really where having you know, both the partnership and feedback and dialogue with government and the private sector, including nonprofits and academics, is just, you know, how. So for example, you know, I know there's now the algal bloom notifications and there's beach. Right. Yeah, so Greg, I mean, I think we've started to do a few of these safety notifications. In drinking water, they've always had an emergency notification requirement. But the technology about how it gets to people isn't always up to date because usually it's like mail. And so, and that also may not always go to the tenant if you're a renter. So I think that's where getting feedback about what is working and isn't working and trying to build things that get to the people that need to see it and are more visible is, I mean, honestly, I think government needs help from others to help us see how things are working and give us feedback and show, help us do things even better. But I will say there is a lot more energy and excitement and resources that are going towards that slowly but surely. I think both of us would many of us, both staff and board members, would love to see that go faster. And sorry, the last thing is we have this, at the Water Board, we have this Office of Public Participation, and I think one thing that is really important to us at the Water Boards is public engagement. And so really making sure that we're helping to utilize, the learning around how do people get information? And, that's changed, right? So it used to be that maybe it was over TV or something. And now it's, maybe social media or text. And so I think figuring out how to help that feedback loop between seeing what innovations are happening and learnings happening around information and visibility from in the private sector, and then helping government sort of integrate that and keep up. We're still, we still have a lot of learning to do. But I don't want to say only that. We are doing a lot of exciting new things, and I think Greg in particular has been a real passionate leader in trying to free data up and allow people to get good information about what's going on in more accessible ways.
Thank you. I'm John Hunt from UC Davis. In the news lately, Governor Newsom is establishing a statewide IT agency, $40 million a year budget. And I'm wondering, it sounds like a lot of that is going to go to retail applications like using your credit card at the DMV. But is some of that going to filter into the type of data management we're talking about today? And if so, is that going to be an extra layer of bureaucracy that's not helpful? Or is it going to be some funding for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council? Or do you have any idea how that is going to affect the work of the State Water Board?
I have so many ideas, and I want to use it all just for us. We are thinking how best to mirror and match up and take advantage of what is a tremendous amount of attention certainly Governor Newsom has when it comes to better delivering government as digital services. And to the extent that we take in payments, there are ways that we can benefit, and I know this is a lot of the discussion amongst us agencies. How can we benefit and common pool applications or needs in there? And so to the extent that, yes, being able to better process payment, and that is actually something that we do and can help. And then there are the other things that may be a little more specific to us in the water sector. Was it Prop 5 bond that didn't make it last fall had $10 million in it actually for a water rights system for the State Water Board. And so $10 million doesn't come easy to us anywhere in our funds. And so I'm going to be looking for increased opportunities. Certainly when it comes to the dollars, we'll see how the office ends up being structured. And I know right now they're looking for someone to actually head it. Anyone here in this room is interested, there's actually a website that you can go to. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we're all savvy, so you can find it. But it is, for me as well, how do we just better account for the needs, the dollar needs on the system side? How do we at the State Board maybe better incorporating into our fee structure? How do we better resource ourselves? But very fortunate to have an administration that gets it, that we're at our heart nothing but service delivery. And we need to start taking advantage of those tools out there that allow us to do more with less, because again, to my fee point, we'll always be under-resourced in that space. So we have to start taking and utilizing these sort of tools. So, other question?
So I would say that monitoring and data transparency is kind of the more traditional aspect of data usage and data management. A lot of the promise for data science, what we're really seeing with the tech industry, is prediction and automated control. Do you have a sense for where that future lies for Cal EPA, or what the big what-if questions we can ask with data science are?
Yeah, it's exciting because we're starting to scratch that surface. I think you look at projects like OpenET, Open Evapotranspiration, where you have Google, you have in the Environmental Defense Fund, you have NASA, You have the state water boards coming together and saying, how do you create a tool that allows you to better manage using remote sensing? So use remote sensing data, better be able to know what your consumptive use of water is, use that for water budgets and water availability and water basins, and provide that to everybody, and have it be a synthesis of various models that be out there. So it's trusted, it's not ours, it's a common pool resource, it's a what I like to think of as a decision support tool. And to your point, the sky's the limit there. You can think of, and I think there are already some intelligent applications. I know Freshwater Trust has, they're working with folks in Solano County with their groundwater sustainability agency and their groundwater sustainability plan using blockchain technology to have a immutable ledger, to have a back end that all the well monitoring sensors, both for quantity and the amount being pumped out, are put into a back end and create a market and an exchange for the resource to be used amongst them. So there are examples where you're starting to see the scratching of the surface, and I think that there's nothing but tremendous potential. And the problem, and we have to be careful about, and this goes to the state of our current data, the blindness the blind spots we may have, the darkness in our sort of watersheds, where we start to, and this is a conversation writ large, but it's start to build in biases or start to build in things that kind of perpetuate maybe ways of characterizing or thinking of our communities or the resources. So I think that there's nothing but potential. There's also, I wouldn't say peril, but there are considerations that when we develop these systems that we need to have. But I think that they're going to be critical because of the complexity of our watersheds. So, 21st century smart watershed that has a back end that knows what are the accretions and depletions, and signaling to diverters in the watershed when best to or not be diverting to protect sensitive species, perhaps, or to protect public resources. I think there's, again, a lot of potential.
Yeah, just to add on to that, so we are doing some risk analysis and sort of predictions around things already. I know for a while now, the GAMMA program has helped identify areas where, based on a number of factors and analysis in the existing data, we can predict where private wells may be at risk for nitrate, for example, or other contaminants. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of pushback by many different sectors on anything that the State Water Board does in terms of saying something is at risk or predicting what will happen. And I think one challenge with our regulatory system is that there's a lot of interests that are all have legitimate concerns about different outcomes and impacts that you may not foresee. And so any kind of modeling or algorithm used to predict things is and really should be, and I think helps improve the more that it is scrutinized and looked at. But as you can imagine, with the water quality control plans for the Delta, for example, there's a lot of back and forth between looking at the models that different agencies are using. When it impacts your water rights or your property values, people become really concerned. And so then, I think from my standpoint, that concern helps increase the amount of rigor that goes into these systems. And I think that's a good thing to help improve systems. But also, I think one challenge is it is harder for us to use those sorts of things because there is a lot of scrutiny and pushback, and we do have to be careful about the impacts of things that we put out there and what we predict. Predictions are never, they're predictions. They're not, on the ground measurements. And so there's always going to be error and changes from what's predicted. And there are consequences to that with an agency like ours. So I think, what Joaquin said is absolutely right. I think this is an area where really having robust back and forth and learning from the academic and private sector and nonprofit sector helps us all get to a better outcome than just us alone.
Sometimes it seems that there's a general discomfort with maybe more than one model in an area of a watershed or whatever it is. And often these models have a purpose, and so they're going to disagree. And so how do we start looking at more probabilities, like more probabilistic analyses, and not only that, but making people comfortable with it, whether it's the general public or the law, the lawyers, the managers. People say, you have a model, you have an answer, is that the right answer? But how do we get to this idea of like, well, there's error and there's a range of possibilities, and actually having 2 or 3 or 5 models is a good thing and not a detriment. Do you have any ideas on that?
Yeah, well, I think, to your point, there can be this sense where, no, we just have to find the right model. And there's this one model out there that's going to account for the big everything. And it's a nice feeling to have that it's out there, but it's not. And to your point, it is about introducing a little more sophistication into maybe the discussion, getting people to realize their model isn't them, although they may have put many, many hours into it. And I think that you see that. I think you see it in sort of climate science and atmospheric science, where spaghetti, a synthesis of different models, spaghetti models, is how you get to then a better model. And it is difficult though in water, because it isn't just that one thing. It's what constituent are you trying to aim for? What are you trying to manage to? What is it that you're trying to answer? And it can get very specific, and then you can have competing models. And how you solve that, I don't know. People will be people, but I think that it helps to have these forums, to have these sort of understandings, and it is about I think the maturing of the water sector, if you will, around these tools, around their usefulness, what they can or can't tell you, and particularly in water, where people are always grabbing for that certainty. Just tell me, what is it that I need to do? What is it that we need to do, or what are we seeing? And again, when you, particularly in water, it can become so personal and passionate. Yet people that confuse themselves with their models, or with their worldviews, or get dogma, I guess. But yeah, just continued education, I think is key to it. I think.
Yeah, I think one, this is true in many sectors, not just water, but really humans don't understand risk very well and probabilities. And so I think there's a whole area of expertise around how do you communicate risk and probabilities, and somewhat sort of social science and human psychology or sociology of how people process the information that they're getting. And I think that's something that, another big passion of Joaquin's and mine, but that he's really led on, is around workforce diversification. And I think, in addition to the really rigorous scientific and sort of modeling technical piece, there also needs to be folks with the rigorous understanding of sort of human psychology and communication and risk communication, to allow us to make sure that people are able to understand the kind of models and predictions and what they mean. So I think one is just making sure that we're lifting up that really important vital expertise, which in some ways is arguably just as important, to be able to communicate well what we're learning. And then I don't know. I think there is just an inherent tension. I'm an attorney. There's attorneys and our regulatory system. We need rules, right? So you need to say, if it gets to this threshold, there's this consequence, or if you're over this objective, you have to do, the regulatory requirements require you to change something, or usually spend more money or pay a fine, or things that the regulated community doesn't want to do. And so that doesn't lend itself well to probabilities, right? Or those sort of risks. And so it's hard, especially if you want to build in some buffer, which we do, to try and prevent prevent pollution, or prevent things that will be much more costly and impactful in terms of cleanup or human health or ecosystem health. You're trying to prevent that. But when you're doing it based on predictions and it's going to cost people money or it's going to drastically change their water rights or, how, I think arguably get people scared about things that maybe aren't yet a problem, but could be in the future. All of those things are real concerns. I think we do, that our regulatory and legal systems aren't just inherently don't deal well with that. And then we also, the other challenge with the different models is that we also, because of our regulatory and legal system, and our sort of bureaucratic structures, we look at things as, this is focused on water quality, and this other thing's focused on water supply, and this other thing's focused on drinking water for these contaminants. And so we've sort of segmented these things, and models are built to just focus on that. But we know that water supply and water quality are linked. We know groundwater and surface water are linked, that you can't really fully separate those. And so when models are just focused on trying to predict one, they're inherently going to have errors or things that they're not incorporating. And so, I think that just goes to the more diversity and sort of different perspectives that whether it's models or people are bringing to a problem, I think the better off we get. One more?
Maybe one quick question. Sorry, last one.
I just want to say thank you for starting off this symposium very kindly, inclusively, because I know these issues are incredibly important and complex, and you've sort of started the next few days off in a great way, because obviously what happens in California impacts the rest of the country, and this is, so thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. And again, thank you all for your participation over these next 2 days, and just really appreciate it. And we'll keep doing our part, and reach out anytime. We look forward to further discussion and certainly involvement. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So that was an amazing keynote panel question and answer interactive session that you probably won't see anything like that again for a long time. And it was really driven by the passion and the knowledge that those two board members and special people presented here. So I hope you enjoyed that. It was a bit of an experiment and it worked wonderfully. So we're actually going to go on a break. We have, how many minutes?
Actually, just going to transition.
Oh, no.
Anybody in the datathon should go over Klamath.
Sorry, no break. There is a break, though, because those of you that are participating in the datathon, you're going to go over to the Klamath room. So exit, turn right, walk across that little walk bridge, and you go to the Klamath room. Those of you that aren't sure what you want to do, the datathon is also meant to be something that people can kind of interact with in brief periods of time. There's going to be some dedicated all-day people, and then some folks are going to be able to just walk by and contribute or learn from it. So we encourage people to go over there and have fun and interact. And really, the datathon gets to a lot of the things that you just heard about. So we are literally trying to provide a data infrastructure today that's better than it was yesterday by hacking out some of that infrastructure issues so that you can solve the problems of where does my water come from, how safe is it, what's actually in it, not what was in it last year, but what's in it now. So all those things are potentially going to get better because of that work in the other room. So that's my pitch for the datathon.
Thanks, Greg. So a little about format. If you can, please take a seat. It's instead of blocking the doors, that'd help us a lot. Just kind of the way the format's going to work, we're going to have the speakers come up, give about a 15-minute presentation, then there'll be Q&A for about 5 minutes. If you need to use the restroom, it's just around the corner, but there are some breaks set up every hour and a half or so to kind of help with that. So just everybody be respectful, and with that, I could introduce our first speaker. This is Justin Harrington from the Desert Research Center. He's going to give us a presentation on OpenET.
Great, thanks. Well, it's great to be here, and thanks, Joaquin and Laurel, for that plug on OpenET. That they gave a great perspective on a lot of the things that we're faced with in this project, and hopefully things that we'll be able to provide. First, I'd like to thank Forrest Melton, my colleague from Cal State Monterey Bay and NASA Ames. Full disclosure, I'm the backup speaker. He was actually invited for this talk. I'm from the Desert Research Institute. I'm a research professor of hydrology there from Reno, Nevada. So it's a pleasure to be here in California talking about some of our work. First off, I'd like to give acknowledgement to our partners, the Environmental Defense Fund, Google Earth Engine, and a whole host of academic and federal partners. Just kind of going to the point of one of the questions, including the academics, I think is really important, as well as the federal and also nonprofits. So evapotranspiration, why are we talking about that at a water quality symposium, or at least focused on water quality? Well, it really does impact water quality in many ways, and thinking about how to kind of frame this. Evapotranspiration, or latent heat flux, it's the hidden energy. It's Latin for hidden, latent. It's really this hidden component in the water budget. And if we want to, for example, calculate nitrogen loadings from irrigation, we have to have that flux of infiltrated water, recharge. And oftentimes we can't calculate that directly. We calculate it as a residual of the water balance application rates minus this evapotranspiration. So this is really critical, not only for water resources, but also water quality. Agriculture is by far the biggest consumer of water in the Western US. Why is evapotranspiration useful? We use it in a lot of ways to kind of provide that maximum amount of plant water use. That's the potential evapotranspiration, but also to establish water budgets. And we want to do that using the best available science to derive the actual evapotranspiration, not the potential. A lot of our models, water quality models, water budget models, are using the potential, assuming a well-watered crop. And in a lot of places that happens in California, but of course, in a lot of other places in the West, it does not. There's a lot of deficit irrigation, there's shortage. And really the only way we can estimate evapotranspiration over large areas and time periods is with remote sensing. We can use eddy flux stations or in situ stations or ground measurements, water budget measurements of evapotranspiration at the field scale, but really we got to scale this up. We're going to use it for supporting conservation and innovation, giving proper credit for reduced use, that's a big deal, and also reducing the monitoring costs and support water trading and reduction programs, and to improve on-farm efficiencies. So where we were in 1988-ish, tapes, very expensive Landsat imagery, thousands of dollars per image, and we have imagery going back to 1985 with Landsat 5 every 16 days, now with Landsat 8 and 7 every 8 days. And nowadays, it's free, it's open. We've opened up the Landsat archive, and now we have supercomputers. We have a whole constellation of satellites where we're fusing together European satellites with American satellites, and it's really an exciting time. But there are now tons and tons of petabytes of data that we have to process to, for example, calculate evapotranspiration since 1985 for every field over the planet. Well, how are we going to do this? Many of you have probably heard of Google Earth Engine. We are relying on Google Earth Engine to help us. It's a change, it's really a paradigm shift where before I remember spending hours and hours, I'm a hydrologist, and downloading terabytes of data to my hard drive to run my MATLAB codes or Python codes locally. And nowadays it's the opposite. We're bringing our algorithms to the data, to the cloud, and processing all this stuff in the cloud. So it's really changing the way we're approaching remote sensing and also integrating the climate into all this. And how do we do it? Well, Google has essentially built this API called Google Earth Engine. And because every pixel is independent of its neighbor, their API integrates this massive parallelization procedure where they break up the images into 256 by 256 blocks, and say if you want a max normalized difference vegetation index over a time period, it sends out that calculation to thousands of computers simultaneously to to figure that out, and then it stitches the images back together again in real time. So there's a whole host of intrinsic functions within the API which we're utilizing, and it's really, again, changed the paradigm of how we approach this big data problem. So now that we have the calculations and the scaling available to us, the problem and the challenges is really what to do with all that data and to organize it all. And to Joaquin's point, make it useful at the end of the day. And so it's great we have evapotranspiration rasters, but really what we need to spatially average all this data to the fields. Then we got to make histograms of what the water use rates are, and then turn those results into something that is meaningful, where a user can just click on a polygon, a field, and be able to get the data through a web interface. So that's really where OpenET comes from. Is one of the goals is to provide easily accessible data to everyone, rather than the way it is currently, where you have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for data through a consultant. They're kind of one-off studies. They aren't scalable, and they don't go back far in time. Trust, as was mentioned before, is a really big deal. We have to have trust. And from a regulatory perspective, the regulators love something like this. It's super useful, but really for this stuff to stick, it's got to be used by both the growers, the end-use partners, as well as the regulators. And ultimately, we want them to use this stuff just as much as the regulatory community. Sustainable resource management and practices are enabled. So without this data, it's hard to, for example, monitor all water use in the whole Central Valley. But with something like this, I feel like a whole host of opportunities will start to arise, including the water quality perspective, which we really haven't even thought about to a large extent. So why is it needed? Well, right now the cost is high for something like this that's scalable. And with OpenET, we hope, well, it will be low. Compatibility and trust. So right now, as we talked about earlier, there's a lot of different models out there. How are we going to deal with uncertainty? And so we've surrounded ourselves by the best of the best in the field, and the best. Well, I say the best models, but to the most widely accepted models that have been used in a lot of litigation and worldwide studies. The scope is broad, the accessibility is high, and currently it's not. So the project design and execution, we developed the platform around the water community and the end-use partners. They are telling us what they need. We aren't coming at this from a top-down approach, as often happens with academics. We are building this from the bottom up based on what the needs are. And so we're working with a diverse set of end-use case partners. You can see there are many in California, but also across the whole entire Western US. We are partnering with experts, as I mentioned. Many in California are really guiding the development, including the water board. Brent Vandenberg has been a big help, as well as some academics from UC Davis, Josue Azura from UC Davis, as well as consulting firms, Byron Clark from David's Engineering, for example. We are holding a lot of different workshops and building on our existing state and federal partnerships, where this is our computer lab at the Desert Research Institute, where we're working with the state agency personnel, GIS technicians, water rights surveyors, and showing them how to make these maps and enabling them to be able to run these codes in-house and really be able to understand this stuff, because they're going to be using it for decision making. So it's been a really great exercise on just how to do the stakeholder involvement and outreach and training with our current partners. Some of the comments that we got back: open lines of communication with technical staff via GitHub and Slack. So, we're trying to get hip and bringing that new culture of collaborative coding with GitHub and Slack and it's full version control, and we're submitting GitHub issues all the time. We have a whole technical staff that just handles that stuff day in to day out. And really, without the open and free Landsat data, agencies would not be able to track water use at large scales. So there was some rumor that USGS was going to start charging again for Landsat data. And as far as I know, at the Landsat science team meeting that we just had 2 weeks ago, that's not going to happen. Again, bringing communities together and building trust. So when we make our ET maps, we go out to the growers and say, hey, what do you guys think about this? You think 3 feet per year is about right? 2.5? What do you guys think of these results? And getting their feedback and input is really critical for this. So we aren't just in the office cranking stuff out. We're out in the field working with the growers. I'm going to shift to the platform development. That's really where I focus on. And essentially the architecture is we have the satellites, the ground stations, we have these big data centers, and then Google's scraping all the data so we can use their massive cloud computing platform. And then we have the application programming interface, the API. That's central to the whole architecture. Then we have this massive geodatabase of spatially averaged field ET rates, and then the user interface. The specific architecture, we're using the UTM military grid reference system tiling scheme for all this. And we're going to have both raster data and field boundaries available. The rasters are 30-meter resolution. We're going to have evapotranspiration, the fraction of reference evapotranspiration, so scaled from essentially 0 to 1. And then the reference evapotranspiration, or the potential, and then, of course, the NDVI, or the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, which is a measure of the vegetation vigor. We're going to have a command line as well as a HTML API interface. So if you wanted to just say, hey, I want to download monthly ET rates for this big box as a geotiff since 1990, you'll be able to get a stack of geotiffs for your study area. The model runs and the zonal stats and the raster API are powered by Google Earth Engine, whereas the field polygon and post-processing and visualization in the Data Explorer page is powered by GeoServer and PostGIS GIS database. So the models that we're running on Google Earth Engine and we'll be summarizing the results for are listed here. Again, these are some of the most, well, probably the most commonly used ET models out there. And metric in particular has been used in a lot of litigation across the West, and many of these others have been to some degree as well. So, and CBOP, the USGS model here on the right, upper right, that's being currently used for the National Water Census. So, we're bringing in both the academic and federal partners here. So we've done some implementations of these models on Earth Engine. This is really the first CONUS-wide test here shown on the left with CBOP. And then SIMS, the Satellite Irrigation Management System, that's from NASA and CSUMB and being applied commonly in the Central Valley. So as I mentioned, OpenDT leverages multiple models as well as a constellation of satellites, Landsat, MODIS, the Terra Aqua, and these other ones down here on the bottom, including the ESA Sentinel-2A and 2B, 10-meter resolution, 5-day return times, so we can calculate NDVI and really be able to track that crop phenology in time and space. Here's a first glance at the user interface where we're going to have a field view, both field view and raster view. You'll be able to zoom into your field and pull out the ET. And here is a image of South Dakota, the Missouri River. These are fields, field polygons, millions and millions of fields. So we've gone through this field level database that were originally drawn by a human, by the Farm Services Agency, and they were made available online, but taken down in 2008. The government was getting quite a bit of flack for that, but we got this stuff long ago. And we've been cleaning these field boundaries up and blending them with other field boundaries that we've been able to download from state agencies that are also manually derived. So there's a lot of overlaps, there's a lot of slivers, there's a lot of duplicates, so we've written a process to clean all this stuff up. Just this data set alone is super valuable to have a really clean polygon level data set of all fields in the whole country. And we'll have hover over and on-click spatially averaged variables mentioned there. So there's over 45 million vector tiles at zoom level 15. So we're using GeoServer to serve up these vector tiles. And the data gets passed to your browser. And you'll be able to hover over fields and be able to see the monthly ET rates on hover over and be able to click to get more details. It's a very big effort. And then you'll be able to do reporting. So you'll be able to set your requirements, whether you want a one-time reporting or reoccurring reporting, be able to draw a box and be able to get reports of your ET rates for your areas of interest. Upload your own shape files, use your own Earth Engine feature collection if you have that. And then be able to scroll through your saved reports. So once you submit the request, it'll crunch. If it's a big request, it'll give you a notification, hopefully not too many days later, and then be able to scroll through your reports and your summaries at your leisure. A big part of the process is the accuracy assessment. You know, we can crank out data all day long now that we have the compute power, but we really need to do the accuracy assessment. So we're doing this by validating against all the Ameriflux, EddyFlux station data across the country, as well as FluxNet 2015, and also using groundwater pumpage. So linking the pumpage to the fields is really challenging. We have all this pumpage data, that's great. We have the field polygons. Good luck trying to tag the field attributes with the pumpage and sorting through all those permits to do that. That's been a real challenge. They've done it in Southeast Oregon. We're using some of that data to validate. And the fits aren't too bad between the ET and the groundwater pumpage for a lot of these center pivots in Southeast Oregon. And then also the model intercomparison. That is a very important piece, and we're learning a ton of how our models are responding to different areas. This is a difference map between CBOP and SIMS. SIMS is a vegetation index-based model, so there are a lot of these red areas. This is where SIMS was lower than CBOP. And these are rice fields in the Colusa area. And because the vegetation index goes down when you have flooded fields, it doesn't see that evaporation occurring because a vegetation index just does not, whereas CBOP is based on thermal data, surface temperature, and it does see that evaporative cooling effect. So since this comparison, there's been some modifications made to SIMS for situations like this where the NDWI, the water index, is high, the vegetation index is low. We can start to modify the model to make it evaporate water as it should. So we're learning a ton from just comparing these models together and other models at scale that really has never been done before like this. And also we're building on research and investment from California water agencies. So this intercomparison study in the Delta is super, super helpful for us and building on that. And then also the CIMIS network, big investment by the state. We use that data day in and day out, so really good there. Just an example of this intercomparison study in the Delta where they compared models head-to-head for different crop types and summarizing the volumes of ET by crop type and just, reassuring that a lot of the models were at least similar to one another. There are some big differences in some cases, but this goes to the question earlier about what do you do with multiple answers, and the idea for us is we're going to have an ensemble and then we're going to have a range. And there will be certain cases where certain models outperform others, and we'll note that. And so we're going to have some guidelines and recommendations on when and where to use certain models over others. So opportunities for California water use reporting, SB 88, obviously is going to be a natural fit. Sigma implementation, again, a natural fit. Even if we are measuring all groundwater use, which will be a long ways out, really what we want is how much leaves to the atmosphere, because some of that groundwater use goes back. And so ET is going to be central to this, no matter if we are metering all water use or not. Improving efficiencies, and then, of course, water transactions, I think it'll really be helpful for. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Will each individual model output be available? And also, will there be some estimate of uncertainty associated with the data?
Yes, we'll have every model available. And as far as uncertainty, we will have some QA flags and a level of confidence. For example, if you only have one observation in a month, that uncertainty will be higher than if you have two. So there will be some QA flags, but in terms of a really rigorous quantification of uncertainty using Monte Carlo analysis or something like that, that's beyond the scope. But we will have a QA and level of confidence depending on how many observations primarily we have each month.
Thanks. Great talk. Can you share a little bit about how the conversations with the growers and farmers went? Were there any surprising reactions from them that you guys weren't expecting? Was it generally positive? Were your results?
Yeah, that's a great question. Initially, we were expecting negative reactions. We're the eye in the sky, monitoring their use. And turns out they've been really supportive. And I think it's because there's regulations coming down, and specifically in Nevada, where this particular basin, Diamond Valley, is being ordered to, well, the growers are being ordered to reduce their consumptive use or their pumpage by 40% in the next 20 years. And it's a self-reporting system on their pumpage, and they want to make sure that if one person is doing it, everybody's got to do it. So even with the self-reporting system, they may type an extra 0 or not enough digits in the reporting system. So they want transparency, and they want a backup system that just gives them some reassurance that everybody's participating in the plan. So they are very supportive, that at least the feedback that we've gotten so far.
Do you envision the possibility of incorporating irrigation data based on the resolution of the aerial imagery we're getting, and also the methods that you guys have incorporated in this ET data sharing?
We don't have any plans on including the applied water or the irrigation data. This is really focused on just evapotranspiration. That said, I feel like if we did have a database of applied water or diversion data, that would be really useful for us to validate some of our models, just like with this pumpage data that I showed. But that data is few and far between in terms of getting it organized and readily accessible. It would be really useful for us, for sure.
Hey, Justin, it's Peter Callahan from the Internet of Water. Just curious about, and the last question was actually, sparks my own question. So it's Google Earth Engine that's taking care of the data management, the synthesis, cataloging, and production of these large, is there a data lake at Google Earth, or is it a federated system? And then if we were to create a federated catalog of all these other data sources, that's sort of our intent, which I'll talk about later today. Could it then be integrated through Google Earth, or could we think of other technologies that we might use for that?
Right now, Earth Engine is being used primarily for the compute and the fact that they have all the gridded climate data in addition to the remote sensing data that we need to do the integration and apply our algorithms. And then once we create those assets, those image assets of ET, we can use those assets anywhere else we want. So I feel like, perhaps a collaboration opportunity to where we not only post access to those image assets on Earth Engine, which we will certainly do. Like, here's your collection ID. Anybody can go use that stuff. They can also go download it. Anybody can. So I feel like there's a great opportunity there for many agencies to be able to leverage and use these data. I'm not sure if I totally answered your question, but maybe we can talk offline.
Before I introduce the next speaker, I wanted to ask about lighting. Does these need to be dimmed more? Yeah. All right, hold on. Next up is Dr. Marcus Beck from the Southern California Coastal Research Project. He'll be presenting on the Southern Stormwater Monitoring Coalition Stream Quality Index.
All right, good morning. So my name is Marcus Beck. I'm with SWRCB. Just a little background, if you don't know anything about SWRCB, we basically, we sit at that nexus between the research community and the stakeholders, the managers that actually need the science to do their jobs better. So a lot of what we do is actually create sort of communication tools to actually translate the science, moving the data to information. And so that's really what this Stream Quality Index is all about. So I'm going to describe a little bit about the motivation behind it, how we think it could be used. It's a very brand new tool, so I'd love to hear from you guys maybe during the break about how you think you might use it. But again, yeah, this is a communication tool for data visualization to make information from data. So SWRCB, we work with a lot of regulated parties, regulatory groups, to help them do their jobs better. And this particular tool, this index, was funded by the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition. This is a group that SWRCB has been working with for several years now, and this was actually a group that was formed almost 20 years ago that was basically a cooperative agreement between regulated regulatory groups with interest in stormwater management. And it's strictly a SoCal-oriented group. For the last 10 years, this group has actually been collecting data as part of their routine monitoring program, of which SWAMP is a part of, hence why I'm here today. But this is a great source of data. This is actually one of the most comprehensive sources of data for wadable streams in Southern California. And like most monitoring programs, this program is focused around some pretty general questions of understanding what the condition of the resources are, what sort of stressors are affecting those conditions, and how are things changing over time now that they've got about 10 years of data to look at trends and status. So yes, a great source of data, but it is data, not necessarily information based on the different questions you might want to ask. So they have challenges, really. I mean, they have lots of information about the physical, chemical, biological conditions, and they need to really evaluate those different lines of evidence in a lot of different ways to communicate the condition to different parties that they're working with. In the past, these different lines of evidence are really kind of evaluated individually, and a lot of times they might provide conflicting different pieces of information. So the biology might be good, but the stressors might be high and vice versa. So how do you sort of deal with that when you're looking at all these different things at once? And they've also kind of, not pointing any fingers here, but because there hasn't really been a comprehensive synthesis of these data, has kind of led to sort of subjective, irreproducible, and inadequate ways to sort of look at all these different lines of evidence to think about what's going on. And that's really the motivation of this particular index, is to sort of do this in an objective, reproducible, and adequate way. So this session is actually, focusing more on open science and data visualization. So I want to take a step back and think about how we can use open science in this broader context. So the SMC, given that they have all this data, they need to take this data and make actionable communication tools from it. And as scientists, I think our tendency is to say, I'm going to write a report, give it to you, wash my hands, and you do with it what you want. That's not really the most effective way to bring tools to the people that need it. In the research community, I think we have a tendency to think about research in this, this siloed process, this linear process where we're just following the scientific method as established and sort of making the report and walking away. Now, in the open science paradigm, there's this sort of realignment of how you think about research and how it's used by the people that need it, how you actually do applied research. So the research process is now open, hence the dotted line, and we're actually engaged in this two-way exchange of information with the folks that need the science to do their jobs better. In addition to that, we're doing things like putting data on open repositories, we're creating reproducible dynamic documents, we're making tools more accessible, we're creating interactive applications to put the data in the hands of the people that need it, put it at their fingertips, and we're bringing that back to the people full circle in this sort of two-way exchange of information. So making data into information with open science, that's this sort of broad concept that SWRCB is trying to adopt, but I think the SMC itself is also starting to think about in terms of how they're using their data. So that is the goal of this index, the Stream Quality Index. So it's an open communication tool that's meant to leverage multiple indicators, chemical, physical, and biological indicators, of which the SMC has a lot of. So a couple hallmark features of it. It is sort of linking quantitative, continuously measured indicators to categorical management options. So I'll explain a little bit what that means in a second. We're using biological response. We have biological indicators as our main response endpoint, and we're linking those different indicators to likely or unlikely stressors that we're seeing in the data sets. And we also wanted to preserve the underlying data. So we have these sort of high-level categorical outcomes that we're getting from the SQI, but we wanted to preserve the underlying information if someone wanted to do a deep dive to really think about or look at the actual underlying components of the index to sort of figure out what's driving the scores. So I'm going to go a little bit into the conceptual basis of this index, what you get from it as a user of this information. So the first thing you think about, or the first thing you see, is for any given site where you have biological data and stressor data, the SQI is going to put that into one of four categories based on the intersection of what the biology is telling you and how likely that biology is responding to stressors. So where you want to be basically, if we're interested in preserving the condition, is a healthy and unstressed community. So the biology is good, the stressors are low. In Southern California, we have a lot of these, impacted biological communities where the stressors are high. But going back to this concept of, what if you have conflicting lines of evidence? So what if the biology is impacted, but the stressors are low? Well, we have the category for that. We have an impacted by unknown stress site. And we have the converse where the biology is good, but the stresses are also high. So this is a resilient community. So we wanted to sort of keep those as endpoints where, we're not sort of averaging different lines of evidence. We're sort of preserving the underlying data to interpret what's going on. So this is the overall category you get from the SQI when you feed it the data. Now on the back end, we have this biological condition category as well. We're here, we're using two different biological indicators here to assess the condition. So we have the CSCI, which is a benthic macroinvertebrate index. And then we have the ASCII, which is an algae-based index. And so we can use those two quantitative indices to look at the agreement between those two things, the disagreement between them, and sort of the converses as well. So we have both indices are good, it's a healthy condition, both are impacted or impacted for either the CSCI or the ASCII. So again, this is a second level category you can get from the SQI to tell you what's going on with the biology. And then the last piece of the puzzle is the stressor condition. So just like the overall SQI and the biological condition, we've broken the stressors down into different categories of low stress, stressed by both things, and then stressed by one of them at a time. And so we have as our stressor indicators, chemistry stress, water quality indicators related to eutrophication primarily, and then physical habitat stressors looking at the in-stream habitat as well as the riparian condition. This one's kind of interesting. We have this fifth category of stressed by low levels of both chemistry and physical habitat. So we've actually designed this in a way to where the stresses are additive. So if you have low levels of both, sometimes the additive combination of those two can push you into that stressed category. So this is a high-level look at the SQI. Just to sort of look at that a little bit deeper, this is sort of the same setup I just showed you on the last slide, where you have your overall SQI condition in the 4 categories there, your biological condition here based on the CSCI and ASCII, the 4 categories for that, and then the stressor condition, which takes a little bit more explaining, but basically we have, again, our chemistry, water chemistry stressors related to nitrogen, phosphorus, and conductivity as sort of primary biostimulatory eutrophication-related factors, and then our habitat-related stressors related to CRAM, which is that sort of index of riparian condition, and then PHAB, which is a measure of the in-stream habitat. And so I'll talk about this in a second, but basically we related these stressors to biology as our endpoint. And we have these separate indices, our chemistry index and our habitat index, which basically is a quantitative measure of the likelihood of a site being impacted for biology relative to the chemistry or physical habitat stressors. So these are the categories we get from our stressors, and then bring it all together. This is the framework for the SQI. So again, you get these categories on the back end that really are easily interpretable. They preserve all of the bits of information describing the biology and the stressors. That's great. But this is a quantitative index. So I'm going to explain a little bit about what that means. This is based on an empirical model. We're using continuously based indices and scores and measures of habitat. How do we combine that in a way to get those categories that are easily digestible? So again, we're using biology as our endpoint, and we're modeling the likelihood of observing altered biology as a function of the stressors. Well, the first thing we had to do was take our biological indicators, our CSCI and ASCII, take those continuous scores and convert them into categories that we were then going to model the likelihood of falling into individual categories. So this is kind of a matrix that we came up with, and this looks familiar. This is actually our biological condition categories that you get at the back end, but we actually used these categories and modeled them as a function of the stressors that we saw in the stream related to chemistry and physical habitat. So in the columns, we have our CSCI scores broken up into categories, basically binning the continuous scores into different levels of alteration. Same thing for the algae here, and then sort of the combination of the two indices. So a site could fall into any one of these quadrants. And so to develop these empirical models, we said, of all the sites that we're looking at, how likely is something to be in this impacted for both category versus impacted, or I'm sorry, healthy for both versus impacted for either or both of those indices. And so we did that, again, looking at how chemistry and physical habitat and the additive combination of those things affected the biology. So we had some pretty simple logistic regression models that said, well, based on these categories, how likely is biology going to be altered by nitrogen, phosphorus conductivity for the chemistry, CRAM and IPI for the physical habitat, and then for both, which is just the multiplicative combination of the two. Okay? And so then these models gave us continuous probabilities of how likely a site was going to be altered by either of those things or both of those things. And we get a plot like this, which basically shows this is our likelihood of chemistry alteration, likelihood of physical habitat alteration, and then each one of these points is an individual site, and where it lies in this two-dimensional plane is the overall likelihood of being affected by both. And so we essentially just cut this up into quadrants to define our stressor categories of impacted for both, impacted for neither, impacted for chemistry, habitat, and then impacted by low levels of both. So that's how we got there, right? So that's our quantitative approach, and I'm just going through this to sort of make you believe me that this is an empirical model. These categories aren't just pulled out of thin air. So that's what you get. There's a model underneath the hood, but at the end you get these categories that people can see and they understand, and that's great. So we applied this to Southern California. The SMC, as I said earlier, has a great data set to use for developing this index. And if you're familiar with Southern California, you know that there are some pretty severe development gradients down there. So high elevation areas are undeveloped mostly, but these low elevation areas down by the coast, basically Los Angeles happens, San Diego's there, but they collect data in all of these locations. So we wanted to calibrate the index with this data from the SMC and see what it looked like. So basically, I know it's a little hard to see, but on the top here, this is our overall SQI results. These are our biological condition results, and these are our stressor condition results in the different categories that I explained. And essentially, you know, the story is pretty what we expected. So we have a large majority of sites in this kind of impacted and stressed condition, less sites in this unstressed and healthy condition, and then a handful of sites in these sort of oddball categories of stressed but the biology was good, or the biology is impacted but the stresses were not really there. So that was sort of an academic exercise looking what the data distribution was like. But the really cool part about this, and I think this is where this is really most important for you guys, is that we developed an online application to sort of showcase how we can bring this data, bring this model to the users that need it to help them make decisions. And so we developed an R Shiny app to do this, where basically you go to this landing page, you see this overall map, the condition categories that I talked about, you can get an idea of what's going on large scale in the landscape. You can click on an individual point and sort of see what the scores are for that particular location. So you get a GIS map of the land use around it, you get the condition categories, so the overall SQI impacted and stressed, the biological condition, ASCII impacted, and then which stressors are affecting it. And then going back to preserving the underlying data on the back end, we have these dials that show the actual raw data inputs that are used or that are available for a particular site. So we have these dials for the different indicators, the biology, chemistry, and stressors. So we also have some context for this too. If you were here last year, I talked about the SCAPE tool that was basically a model that lets you really understand a range of expectations for a biological index as a function of land use. And so we actually embedded this tool into the SQI to provide that context, because a huge complaint we got was, well, all of my sites are red, what do I do with that? Well, you can actually look at this context from SCAPE and say, well, this is the expected range of scores you can get from the land use, but your score is actually right up here. So in this case, you're actually doing quite good. You're over scoring based on what the land use should be constraining the channel for. So that's in there. If you click on a site, you see those range of expectations. Now, this is a brand new tool, so we're still sort of figuring out how we want folks to use it, or how folks should be using it or could be using it. But by and large, we think it's really something that is best used as a high-level screening tool for communication. Any sort of major management decisions coming out of it will, of course, require more careful analysis of the data, maybe site visits, that sort of thing. Because it does rely on 3 different lines of evidence, physical, chemical, and biological, if you're missing one of those things, you don't get the whole picture. So there are there's a high bar for the data going into it, but I think that, you know, over time, as the SMC collects more data, as we get better at compiling that information, a lot of those challenges will be resolved. And this is, by its nature, a Southern California tool. We are thinking about ways to expand it to the rest of the state. It's not a difficult challenge, but it just requires different calibration sets for the model to sort of tailor it for different regions where different stressors are present. Now, in terms of using it, again, we see this as a communication tool. And I'm just sort of putting out some ideas out there to sort of get people thinking about how they might use it, but some ideas that we had was, well, because this is a pretty high-level communication tool, this could be something that can maybe help engage the public through, say, watershed report cards, that sort of thing. We've also seen within the SMC, it's also enhancing dialogue among the folks within the SMC because they can, actually see the data and how they're actually sort of matched up and get a better understanding of it that way. So we think this can really go a long way to actually enhancing dialogue among stakeholders. And ultimately, we're hoping that this actually could be a tool that could be used for prioritization. So you have all those red sites, you have all those green sites, but what about those oddball categories? Maybe those are scenarios where you want to think about restoration or protection or other priorities. So we're thinking about that as we move into the future for how this could be used. And I pose this question to you guys: how would you use the SQI? We have a break coming up, so feel free to come and chat with me if you have some ideas about how you might use it. We're just now rolling this out, so we're sort of thinking about how people might be using it in an actual applied setting. So with that, I think I'm out of time, but I'm glad to take some questions. We have some other products. We have, in addition to the website, we have a fact sheet that's out now. We're working on a report and a manuscript for this as well, so we're going live with it as we speak. So thank you.
Hi, thank you. Carolyn Geno, City of San Diego. Seems like a really great tool, but obviously, like you said, there's a lot of data getting fed into something that then is useful and has applications. That data is expensive to collect, so I was just curious, especially if you were going to expand statewide, where does the funding come from to collect the data you need in all of these different areas to make the tool work, right?
So the SMC is basically a collaboration of a lot of different regional institutions, as you probably know. And so SWRCB's involvement with the SMC is we sort of coordinate the monitoring. We don't actually do the monitoring. So we're actually leveraging a lot of the resources that sort of are collectively pooled from all of the member agencies within the SMC. Now, thinking about, because they do spend a lot of money collecting the data, they were like, well, we want to, show some value in this. And so that's why they came to SWRCB and said, well, how do we actually make sense of all these data? And so we're actually more in the role of kind of converting the data to information, whereas we weren't actually the ones that funded the monitoring. Now, in terms of applying it elsewhere, this is sort of my opinion where I think, we're more and more moving into the realm of we're just more data rich rather than data poor. So I see sort of, data, the right type of data is always going to be a challenge, but at least with broad tools like this that speak to sort of high level, Port of Cologne, Clean Water Act requirements, biological, physical, chemical stuff, this type of tool will become, I think, more and more valuable as, we just have the right type of information to help answer these broad level questions.
What components of CRAM did you use in your PHAB model?
So we actually used all four. There's the biological structure, physiological structure, hydrological structure, and buffer landscape structure, I believe. And the empirical model itself was actually built on a model selection procedure to create the most parsimonious model. And we actually fed it everything in CRAM, and then when it was done, it sort of spit out some things that was most important. So there's the actual pieces that are used to develop the empirical model, but on the dashboard itself, you can actually look at the available data that actually is provided for a site. So you can pull up the overall CRAM score as well as the individual components to maybe do a deeper dive and look at which pieces of information are maybe related to or potentially driving that condition.
Hi, John Hunt. So the EPA and others are advancing a financing scheme for large water quality improvement projects where the initial funding would come from private capital or a green bond or an environmental impact bond. And the investors who put up the money get paid back by a municipality, say, based on performance. And so they're looking for third-party evaluators and performance indicators that can be used in a pay-for-performance model. If you achieve these indicators, you get paid back for your bond investment. Can you see this index being used as a pay-for-performance measure that could be used in that sort of a contract?
Potentially. We are trying to be really careful in saying that this is not really something that's going to be used in a regulatory setting, but it could support types of activities like you're talking about. One way we're actually thinking about rolling this out is this index is going to be part of the next 5-year report for the SMC, and so we're hoping by doing that we can get some more coverage, as well as sort of thinking about how it could support other sort of actions or activities like you're talking about. So it can go a long way in that regard. We're certainly open to ideas about how it could be applied. And again, going back to what I was saying, I don't think it's necessarily detailed enough to be used in a regulatory setting, but could certainly support those types of activities or be served as a dialogue enhancing tool to sort of think about different context for those things. Okay, thank you.
With that, we're on our first break. I encourage you all to use the facilities to the left. If you need refreshments, they're downstairs in the cafe. Take a look at the great posters. We have a great group of vendors as well. But if you could be back in the room by 11:10, we get back started again. Thanks. Oh wait, do I have 15? We got a little bit of time. All right, to get started in a couple minutes, just everybody take their seats, that'd be great. Okay, as people filter in, let me introduce Alex Etheridge from the USGS, United States Geological Survey. She'll be presenting on open science then and now. What?
Thank you, Nick, and thanks for having me here. It's good to be here. So I'm just going to give a kind of a high-level view of USGS open science practices in the past, and then what we're transitioning to now as we modernize some of our databases and go through an example of data science. So that's the quick outline. I'm going to keep moving. So back in the day, USGS collected stream gauge data. I'm in the water mission area, so I'm focused in on water data. We were established about over 100 years ago, and this example on this slide is from Alameda Creek at Niles, which has been around more than 100 years. And we've always published our methods for measuring or collecting whatever data it is that we're publishing. So up here is the publication that governs how we compute discharge at our stream gauging stations. There are more since then as we've added modernized technologies to measure stream flow, but this is the grandfather, if you will. And then these pictures are showing, these graphs are showing over 100 years of stream flow data. The top one shows the daily mean stream flow over more than 100 years, and the bottom one shows the annual peak stream flow. So it's just an example of what we used to publish all the way back to the 1920s. We would annually produce approved time series data, essentially, of mostly stream flow, at least from the water mission area perspective. And here's in the lower left an example of one of those older reports. And again, this is Alameda Creek at Niles. So USGS was established as a whole back in 1879. And I've highlighted in yellow the key pieces of our mission statements, both for the overall USGS, the top one where it says we want to make our data sets accessible by federal, state, and local agencies, and the private sector and the public. So that has governed our data collection and dissemination since inception. And then the lower mission statement is just for the Water Resources Division, and we are still focusing on delivering unbiased information to the public and our stakeholders. So that's the historical context for our open science initiative in general. And then skipping forward, I've only been with the USGS for 13 years, so that's back in 2006 that I started. So before I even got there, we moved to disseminating our data online because the internet was invented. So we also moved away from this annual cycle of data approval before we disseminated it, and we started releasing provisional data. And here's just a snapshot of our network. And we call this the National Water Information System, or NWIS. We have 10,300 and some odd real-time stream gauges. That's the lower image there, and the color coding is showing some statistical reference with the percentiles of flow. You can see that was from last Friday, and a lot of the Midwest is flooding with the blue and black colors of the stream gauges. We have about 1,700 real-time groundwater sites. That's in the upper right, that image. And so we have some long-term gauges there where we can also look at the statistical reference of the percentile of the water level. And then we also have 2,100 real-time water quality sites. That's the lower left image. Oh no, that's the stream gauge. That's the upper left image, and that's just showing temperature. And it is also showing a reference of whether or not it's high or low temperature on that image. We also have about over 400,000 sites where we've collected at least one discrete water quality sample. And that is a huge beast. Just in California, our NWIS water quality discrete database has over 4 million results in it. So let's move forward. So this is what NWIS looks like kind of under the hood. So we've got the groundwater and site information database, which is, if you're going to start collecting data at any site, you have to start with this piece of NWIS. This is a federated database, so all these pieces feed into the main NWIS. And then once you establish that site, you can start collecting more data there. You can do a time series, which is what all of our discharge network sites are, or you can do discrete sampling, which is what QW data is. That's our internal reference to it. And then all of those feed in to our federated NWIS platform, which you see as a user online. We store metadata in each of those chunks of NWIS. Whether or not the user can get at the metadata is another question. I would argue that the time series database needs some enhancements there. We don't share all the metadata that we collect, like our field visit readings that go into the uncertainty analysis that we're kind of trying to work on building into that database. That's not available to the public, but I believe that it should be made public. You can get some uncertainty information and some data collection methodology information out of QW data. I'll go through an example with that. But another great thing about NWIS is that it's interoperable with just about any stats package or code that you want to use to extract data. I skipped over the piece where people are collecting data, and we have quality assurance and workflow tools that are built and supported institutionally, which is essential to have a routine method that you can name, code, and enter into the database, and then quality assure accordingly. And the quality assurance methodology is also public information. So now that's just a kind of a brief overview of where we are. I skipped over a piece where NWIS time series is yellow because we've modernized that database. We are thinking about and working on modernizing QW data as well. And that's a big project that's going to probably finish in the next 5 years. And then moving on to our current priorities, so the now piece of this talk, we are thinking about organizationally continuing that effort of modernizing all the pieces of NWIS, which is a huge job. And then a part of it that I'm going to demonstrate with a kind of a data use story today is thinking about this water prediction work program, or we're calling it 2WP, where the vision is to take our national network scale of data, and in cases of sediment or mercury, nutrients, those are priority constituents that we're interested in putting together regression models that can estimate those concentrations in near real time as a first step, and then move toward eventually forecasting those constituent concentrations into the future. So thinking about that as my data science question with our current status of NWIS modernization is what the rest of this talk goes through. So starting again with Alameda Creek at Niles, this is a site map. The blue is the creek. We're in the Bay Area. That gauge has been around since 1891. It's operated by our Santa Cruz field office. We are in partnership with the San Francisco Public Utility Commission to collect the stream flow, and we're in partnership with Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District to collect sediment data, discrete samples. And we've been collecting those data since late 1950s for suspended sediment concentration and bed load since in 1999. This is an important steelhead fishery. There is interest in restoration in this watershed, and it's a flashy urban stream, and I emphasize that point because the next piece of my talk emphasizes fitting models to flashy urban systems and or headwater systems. So this is a picture of Alameda Creek at Niles during the 2017 large flow events that we all experienced. Lou Canarosi operates this site out of Santa Cruz, so he took this picture, and that is showing 1,300 CFS, cubic feet per second, 4,100 milligrams per liter of suspended sediment, and about 89,000 tons per day on that particular day, sediment loading. So my question is, can I use some hydrologic index terms that I can derive from approved streamflow data and apply it to this national network scale emphasis that we're thinking about, at least starting with near real-time estimates of priority constituents, including sediment. So this is a workflow I just created in my head, because if we're going to do this on a national scale, it's a large beast, and if we can emphasize a workflow that everybody's going to use, it makes things more routine, more defensible, more reproducible. So my question was, can I put these terms that I've found to fit these constituents in models into our NWIS time series database now that it's modernized? And that's the piece up here where I'm thinking about, does this fit here, or does this eventually fit in an archive, a code repository, where I derive them in a code and just leave them in a repository instead of in the cloud, which is part of our infrastructure of the modernized NWIS time series database. Do we have enough space in the cloud? All of those questions start to come into play. So I'll kind of walk through this workflow as I keep going with this talk. So I'm at Alameda Creek at Niles. I'm thinking, can I fit the sediment concentration with some derivatives of approved stream flow that people are already collecting? It's basically free data to me. What can I do with these data to model suspended sediment in near real time? So I start with 947 suspended sediment samples. I use the USGS data retrieval package and the stats package to pull those out of NWIS because it's interoperable. And then I hit a brick wall because there are some metadata in the data, in the sample data, that to me I understand because I have institutional knowledge. I've worked for USGS for 13 years, but I'm thinking of the perspective of a public data user when they encounter observer and A as part of a tag of a sample. What does that mean? So the answer is it's buried in a policy. And so again, having the institutional knowledge is key, but call us if you're using the data and you have a question like that. We do have mechanisms to answer questions from the public when they're scratching their head and wondering what's up with these metadata. So basically I had to work through this and split apart my data pre and post this policy and come up with a way to remove the opportunity for serial correlation in my model with samples that were too close together in the pre-2012 data. And then I could use this A, which means average of 5 bottles that were dipped in the stream at 5 different places. I split out those in my post-2012 data because those were the ones I was interested in using in my calibration data set. So I started with 640 samples after 2012, and I ended up with 204 once I removed samples that were individual dips in the middle or different places in a channel. So I ended up with 478 samples, but it also gave me my prediction data set, my calibration data set, but also my holdout samples, which is my validation data set, because all those individual dips could be used, or all those ones that were too close together could be used to validate the samples, or the model. So that's just kind of a story in one slide of some of the things you encounter when you're doing data science with this huge network of sites, especially legacy sites that have been around for 30, 100, 50 years, et cetera. So then I moved to R and I was still in R, and did the regression analysis to see if these index terms, which I've kind of glossed over until now, could help fit the most extreme flashy events that move the most stuff. The first one is a hysteresis term. It's at the top. And it's just basically taking today's daily mean flow relative to the previous n-day mean flow. So you subtract that number from today's daily mean, and it can fit a model when you have hysteresis effect in transport. The range Q term I came up with on my own because I was working in a different model, where mercury was the constituent of concern, and it was a flashy system where you could have a huge range in flow over a time frame shorter than a day. So I figured if you took that range and you divided by the daily mean and you got something close to or greater than 1, that could be a really good way to fit a model to those flashy events. And it turns out it is. So this is just me using a stepwise regression code in R. You don't need to read all that stuff, but it spits out all the different model options and what is the best one, and that helps you select the right one. So I came up with that model. There's just a one-to-one line. It's still in log space, but the model is looking pretty decent on that plot. The model's explaining about 83% of the sample variability and suspended sediment concentration. I did prove to myself that I can compute the explanatory variables in our modernized time series database, thereby making them potentially publicly available to all people that want to model anything at any of our sites. If I was following that workflow, my next step would be to assess the validation samples. Do they fit with the model? Produce a model archive summary and have that peer reviewed. And then I would have to assign metadata to those indices to describe what exactly they are, how did I compute them, and compute prediction intervals in the model, and put that out on another tool that I'll summarize in a second. And that's it. NRTWQ, that stands for National Real-Time Water Quality. So this is just an example of a model in Oregon computing suspended sediment concentrations in real time, and the visualization tool. The gray here is an uncertainty band. It's a 90% prediction interval. The red are samples that statistically 10% of them will fall out of that uncertainty band. So you see one that did that right there. There's the hydrograph. It's shown on the right-hand y-axis. And there's our national coverage. It doesn't mean that's the only regression models we have. It just means those are the ones that we've posted on this website. Another thing I've heard people ask and talk about, probabilistic models. I didn't get a screenshot of it, but below, if you go on this website and you look at some of the models up there, and you scroll down below this graph, you will find a probability of exceedance. If there is a target of interest, like a regulatory target, and you're a decision maker, you can get you can add your own subjective sensitivity and pick out whether or not you want to take an action based on the probability of exceeding whatever the target is. And this is also a great tool because it has all the documentation. You can download data. You can look at the report that created the model or published the model of interest. So there's a lot of tools on this website. So last few questions before I end here. thinking about this national push that USGS is interested in, starting with the near real-time estimation of constituents of interest across our national network. We have a modernized time series database, and we have data collection and QA workflows and publications in place. They're available to all. We are underway with modernizing the QW data, or the new name is going to be NWIS samples. But with some of those challenges with the metadata, is there an opportunity there to clean up the metadata and make it more discernible to any member of the public or data science community that's reading out the metadata and scratching their head and hitting that brick wall like I described? With any modernization effort, it's really important. We didn't do it when we modernized the time series database. We didn't do it very well, but we want to keep up with policy updates that match the modernized capability of the database. And that hopefully we do a better job when we're modernizing the samples with that. And we want to make our field data entry tools compatible with that modernized database. So those are some organizational challenges. And again, I'm speaking from a perspective of a national network. And I've been really inspired by some of the conversation I've been a part of with the community here in California that's facing the open data mandate, thinking outside of the box and inspiring me to consider things like making our time series tagged with a digital object identifier and an ORC ID or ORCID or whatever you call that. That's a great way to track how many hits you're getting on your time series database, and we don't currently have that capability built into our modernization effort. So kind of missed the boat on that, but I'm trying to fix that internally. So a quick summary, the modernization efforts offer great potential to address challenges that you may face, but they also offer new opportunities like the modernized NWIS time series database to output these hydrologic indices, which happen to work quite well to fit a lot of constituent models. Stream flow, without it, you can't do much with much else in surface water world. So I'm really thankful to all the people that collect those data. Knowledge of our policy is needed to explain our long-term metadata, and this is a thing I think we should think about fixing as we migrate the samples to a new modernized database. And institutional support of workflows starting from the field through the QA and peer review, and then also R packages or Python packages and data and code repositories. Institutional support for those things is essential to support open science. That's all I've got. Do we have time for questions? Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is LaDonna Williams, and I'm with a small nonprofit in Vallejo. And you mentioned that it has the ability to work with all constituents. So I was just wondering, what suggestions or advice would you give frontline environmental justice communities engaging in the science using this product to benefit our communities?
I would offer R. I'm fluent in R, the coding language that I use for this example, and we have a public GitHub. Somebody else mentioned GitHub earlier, so you can obtain all of our R packages that interface with NWIS. They have documentation and examples of how to use the code, so you can kind of like copy the code exactly and then replace it with your site of interest and your date range of interest, and then start getting the same data out of NWIS that you're interested in and plotting it and doing whatever else.
Is that a training or a workshop or some sort of engagement you can offer to the community and come and work with us to understand the process?
We have a lot of tools online, I would be interested in working with anybody to access that. I think the National Park Service, as far as a training, has made an open source R training that's available online. But that would be the only free one that I can think of off the top of my head. But that's a good idea.
Will data from the modernized NWIS be more comparable with data from the modernized version of CDN that's going to be coming out?
So, will you repeat that? Sorry.
So you're talking about NWIS data being modernized, or NWIS samples is going to be the new name. Are you guys touching base with people involved with the CDN modernization network?
Yes, I'm interested in doing that too. And coming up with I'm interested in coming up with a code also that could translate our NWIS data into CDN, however it needs to get translated to have the same bins of metadata or whatever the challenge might be. Yep, interested in that. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I will say to both those things, first to the question in the back, there is a National Water Quality Monitoring Council that has a specific work group for volunteer and citizen monitoring, as well as the California Water Quality Monitoring Council has a citizen or a community water science representative, and one of those events is happening tomorrow. There's a whole workshop on kind of the basics, but we're trying to kind of build a survey. There's a survey out there as well that you can take that kind of helps us answer those questions, like what are the needs and how can we help address those. And then for the CDN modernization, all the NWIS data is available on the National Water Quality Portal, which CDN actually feeds into. So that's kind of the central location where we're kind of building those tools to make sure that those are integrating and federating properly. So next up, we have Joel Kramer and Gene O from Weston Solutions.
Morning, everybody. My name is Joel Kramer. I'm from Weston Solutions. We're located in San Diego. And today we're going to be talking about something that a lot of people have been inferring, but how do you get the information, the scientific information, really readily available to members of the public so that it's useful to them? And so this is a data visualization tool you may be familiar with. It's called an Esri story map. And we put one together based on the needs of a municipality in Oceanside, California, for some water quality impacts. But just a little bit about our background. I've worked with nonprofits, doing a lot of community engagement around water quality monitoring and habitat restoration.
And I'm Gino, and I've done a lot of work with phycology, mainly with harmful algal blooms and other transient systems. So I'm very familiar with how these interact with public health and how you can sort of relate toxicity data to the general public.
So just a little bit about a story map. There's a lot of different ways of communicating data, but we chose a story map because we wanted something that would be really easy to take in and interactive, so that people aren't just looking at the data, but they're actually absorbing it and seeing how it relates to their lives. And story maps have that capability. They're also really easy to use, put together, and look at. And lastly, they're very accessible. So we designed one with a format that's easily scrollable on your cell phone. So anybody can really take a look at it. It doesn't take a lot of time or the right equipment to look at. So just a little bit of orientation. Again, this is done in partnership with the city of Oceanside. And the location is the Loma Alta Slough. It's one of many coastal estuaries on the San Diego coastline. And it's highly urbanized. So there's a lot of water quality impacts upstream that affect the slough, which is right at the mouth of the ocean. So some of those impacts that you can see here, and this is one example of a map that a community member, while looking at this presentation, wouldn't just look at it. They'd be able to zoom in, see which areas they like to visit, where they might live, and where they are in relation to this place. So some of the impacts that that they might be contributing to that affect the slough are bacterial levels coming from upstream or nutrient levels that affect algal blooms. And also by the fact that it's heavily urbanized, there's a lot of habitat loss there. And so all these things contribute to water quality impacts in the slough itself. In response to this, the City of Oceanside has taken many initiatives, some of which we'll be talking about in detail in terms of the scientific studies, and the bulk of which are monitoring nutrients and flow in the tributaries leading into the slough, as well as algal monitoring during the growth period and in summertime, bacteria monitoring, and tracking using genetic markers to see which species the bacteria might be coming from and which tributaries they might be coming from, and also a habitat restoration plan with funding from the State Coastal Conservancy. And all of these are in the effort to improve water quality throughout the watershed, but particularly at the slough.
So there are a variety of complex factors that go into inducing algal growth. So we've created this schematic to sort of present this, the different inputs and factors that go into inducing algal growth in the Low Malta Slough in a public-friendly and easy-to-follow format. So to begin with, there's 2 upstream tributaries that feed into it. During the wet season, which is from October to May in Southern California, the slough flows freely into the ocean. However, during the dry season, there's a sand berm that forms and closes off the slough, retaining the same parcel of water inside that area. And so with the berm closed, nutrient inputs from industrial, agricultural, and residential runoff collect inside the slough, and this is conducive to algal growth. Also, the summer months experience increased sunshine, which also it promotes algal growth, along with the increased sun warming the surface of the water and evaporating the surface, causing higher salinities, which is associated with different conditions that don't allow certain plants and aquatic species to thrive inside this body of water. So here, scientists at Western Solutions began to monitor for algal, the abundance of algae in the slough in 2016. Here we have a map of algal cover in 2016. Monitoring occurs twice a year during the summer growth periods from July to August. So we've created these maps to try in an interactive format so the concerned citizen can scroll around and see where algal concentrations might be the highest during the summer months. And so this next map here is from 2017. Scientists at Western Solutions measured the surface area of the slough covered by algae, along with the actual concentrations at certain various sampling points. And so this monitoring program is to help the City of Oceanside determine if conditions are improving in the slough. The next map shows 2018. This monitoring program is to continue until 2020. So while the study isn't done, we find it important in the spirit of transparency to present these results to the public as the data becomes available to keep them informed. And so the objective of these maps is to portray the results of the study and hope that the site visitor can see that algal cover is being reduced over time. We've also, a microbial source tracking study was done in the Low Malta Slough and the upstream tributaries, and they identified local genetic markers from humans, coastal birds such as cormorants and seagulls, and dogs. And the data, these maps are shown in a informative and friendly format, so they show the seasonal changes in bacteria concentrations and the various sources of fecal bacteria within this watershed. So the Low Malta watershed, the Low Malta Slough is located in the Low Malta watershed, which is one of the many coastal watersheds in northern San Diego County. So during the dry season, which again is from June to September, you can see that higher concentrations are found closer to the mouth of the slough and that there's lower concentrations in the upstream tributaries, which is correlated with the intensity and color. And here you can see that very few areas had significant levels of bacteria, with only one catchment shown as the red polygon there, having any detectable concentrations of fecal indicator bacteria. In this case, it was all from human sources. Now during the wet season, which is from October through May, bacteria concentrations increase throughout the watershed relative to the dry period. And so you can see here that moderate to high concentrations are found in the watershed, again corresponding with color, which could possibly be from runoff and flushing of areas adjacent to the stormwater conveyance system in the surrounding watershed. And here you can see that the areas highlighted are where bacteria from human, dog, and coastal birds were found. So there was genetic markers detected in all of these areas. And the next area here shows that this particular section, only the human marker was found. It's clear of both bird and dog fecal indicator bacteria. And here you can see that the sections closest in the mouth of the slough to the left only had genetic markers for human and coastal birds, whereas only humans and dogs were found in the upper eastern portion of the watershed. And so narrowing down how these, where the speciation of fecal indicator bacteria helps inform where bacteria may be coming from and how to reduce it. So, for example, these maps are in an interactive format, and so a concerned citizen can scroll around and see where the areas that they interact with and try to see where the potential sources of bacteria may be coming from. For example, if a concerned citizen views this website and sees that their neighborhood has a large indicator of dog fecal indicator bacteria, they can infer that there is an illicit discharge of pet waste somewhere in their neighborhood and take steps to mitigate that, either by increasing awareness and making sure to properly dispose of their pet waste. And so this is just one example of how upstream non-point sources can affect water quality downstream in the same watershed.
So knowing that non-point sources can overwhelm a water body and that they largely collect at the bottom, it becomes extremely important to ensure the health of that downstream ecosystem, and that's the slough. And so to address that, the City of Oceanside has applied for funds and received funds from the State Coastal Conservancy to design a habitat restoration plan for 4 acres of habitat there. And this is very exciting because not only does it provide more opportunities for the public to interact with the space through wildlife viewing and trail use, but it actually addresses the water quality issues that they're contributing to upstream. So the bacteria or the nutrients that are being currently flushed downstream or contributing to algal growth can be now absorbed by wetland vegetation downstream, in addition to increasing tidal flushing and circulation and residence time from removing the berm and connecting it to the ocean. So habitat restoration both improves the ecosystem, but by discussing it in an open way like this, it allows for opportunities to bring the public more and have a greater community impact through a project like this. And toward that end, the City of Oceanside is working with other organizations throughout the watershed. There's citizen groups and other municipalities that share the watershed. And so the city has an outreach program, they have a volunteer program, but beyond that, a tool like this allows them to share the tool with other partner organizations so that they can get their constituency involved too and create a broader network. So one example here is the Audubon Society, because coastal estuaries provide important bird habitat for migratory birds, and so someone who might not be involved with the city could still gain interest through their local organization. But in addition to monitoring algae and addressing bacteria issues and expanding habitat, the city has been taking other initiatives to improve water quality. A lot of that has to do with monitoring stormwater outfalls or industrial inspections. And in addition to that, it's also extremely important to conduct education and outreach. And so The city regularly holds events, whether volunteer events or outreach events, to teach people about how their lifestyle choices, such as maintaining their pet waste or the nutrients they put into the lagoon through fertilizers, can affect the slough that they like to enjoy. And so we thought it was important that for a tool like this, you try to not just empower people with information, but with things they can do. And so it's easy to link in opportunities of upcoming events and different ways that people can get involved. And since it's an online tool that can be viewed on your cell phone, it's easily linkable to ways for people to actually report pollution or littering or irrigation runoff, and is integratable in that way, whereas a scientific report just doesn't have the integration for that. And lastly, this is meant to be a bridge. As you can see, it's very basic information, but all of the results of the studies are public, and so we link through this tool to actual reports online, specifically through Project Clean Water. For those who are interested but would like to learn more, they now have a superficial education about the topic and maybe will be better equipped to deal with scientific jargon that is available online. And so, in summary, the story map is a way of equipping people, whether it's a government agency or just a community group, to actually make maps and data interactive and easily available in a way that doesn't just show people information, but allows them to take ownership of it. And it's easily updatable such that a citizen monitoring program would be able to continue to add information to it that would then be available on that story map. So we just want to keep encouraging the ready accessibility of information to the public. If anyone has any questions, we've got a little time.
Hi, Zach Bradford, League to Save Lake Tahoe. You mentioned citizen monitoring, but it sounds like you haven't gotten to the citizen science, citizens submitting data quite yet. Have you guys looked at protocols and started thinking about how to train volunteers and get them to enter data real time? Is that kind of part of the next steps?
That would be an effort by the city of Oceanside. So since we're the consultant, we're helping with the actual scientific studies, but we definitely would encourage that. Citizens can provide much more regular data than we might be able to.
Hi, are you aware of another way to do that aside from the Esri format? Is there another way to provide that interactive map and information with pictures aside from I guess it's an Esri, it's a portal, is that right? Or is it a story? What is the format, and is there other ways to do it?
Yeah, so Story Map is essentially just a website that is can easily be composed, and it is free and available through Esri, although some features are limited to actual subscribers to Esri products. You could do it in lots of other ways. There's, I could imagine making a Google map or a Google Earth map, but I don't think it would have the same interactiveness, or at least the appearance, and I don't know how easily it would appear on someone's phone or, yeah, so there's additional features here that, because Esri is a mapping organization, it works better for spatial information.
To add on to that, I know that you can integrate it with R or Python and create interactive maps, but it still requires you to have a ArcGIS license. But in this case of creating an Esri story map, like Joel had mentioned, it's generally free. There are some limitations if you end up using the free version of ArcGIS Online, but you can still create something similar with like an interactive map and scrolling presentation.
With that, we can break for lunch. In the programs, we provided a list of kind of local eateries and by type. There's a ton around here. I also encourage you again to if you didn't get a chance to talk to one of the vendors or the posters, please take the opportunity as well as networking amongst yourselves. And if you could please be back by 1:10, appreciate it. Have a good break. All right, thank you everybody for returning on time. I hope you guys had a great lunch. The following set of presentations will be the longest that we'll experience today. It's be 4 in a row, but they're on a really great topic all around harmful algal blooms and satellite imagery. So I hope you find them pretty entertaining. And then we're gonna have an extended break following those 4 presentations to allow you some more time to interact with the vendors and the posters out in the mezzanine area. So it's my pleasure to introduce Randy Turner from the San Francisco Estuary Institute in the Aquatic Sciences Lab. Thanks, Randy.
All right, thanks everybody. I want to talk to you today about cyanobacteria and how we can use satellite imagery to really help us understand the story of cyanobacteria and how that impacts public health. Used to the tool here. All right, so cyanobacteria are, it's an organism that's existed for a long, long time, without going into the details there. They're a natural part of our environment, and as much as we'd like to think of them as a problem, because they are, they produce a lot of, some of the species can produce cyanotoxins, which can really impact public health, but they are naturally part of our environment. One of the problems when we try to think about cyanobacteria is, how do we address it? How do we, stop these public health issues from cyanobacteria blooms and the toxins? The problem is, every water body, every lake is different. In some lakes, it might be driven by high phosphorus concentrations. In other lakes, it might be nitrogen. There's many different drivers of blooms, and so we can't just apply a one-size-fits-all solution to these. So it's definitely something that's tricky. But what we do know is that of the generally considered bloom drivers, these are going to be affected even more by climate change as we have higher water temperatures and probably increased nutrient loading and changes to hydrology of our systems. And then we have landscape change and how we use our land on top of that. So there's factors that we need to consider moving forward that are probably going to make cyanobacteria blooms even more difficult to deal with. So with that said, while we've had some pretty bad blooms in the past, they may get worse sooner than later. So in cooperation with the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program at the State Board, SFEI has been working with NOAA and a few other partners to look at imagery and the data from 2 particular satellites that can both tell us whether cyanobacteria is present or not, and it'll also tell us what concentration it's present. And so I'll refer to MERIS and OLCI. MERIS is an older satellite that died in about 2012, and then OLCI is a new one that came online in 2017. So the project really was to evaluate the data from these 2 satellites, develop the databases and the structure to process this data, and build the data visualization tool to see it all and have it not just be some internal report, but to have it be something that's facing the public. So there is a web-based data visualization tool that we've built, and that's something that really provides a lot of interesting imagery, but it's a great way to look at the data as well. I'm seeing this little bit different format here. Within that, we also have an email notification system that's built in. So as we initially detect blooms from the satellite imagery, we can send out these notifications to regional water quality control board staff, who then work with the local water providers or the lake managers to be aware of it and begin monitoring. So the satellite analysis tool that we have is under a new URL, but it's at fhab.sfei.org, and we have just now gotten it added to California's harmful algal bloom portal. So it's going to be linked there as well. So you see kind of a map of the state of California, and we're looking at over 250 lakes in and upstream of California. And what you do is basically just click on any one of those lakes, or in the upper, not much for a pointer here. You can search by water body as well, just by clicking on one of the buttons in the upper right. So when we look at the actual tool, once we select a lake, our eyes are generally drawn to that left-hand side where there's that beautiful map. And we use kind of a heat map approach. So warmer colors means higher concentrations, cooler means lower concentrations, and black is basically a background level, virtually a non-detect. So our eyes are kind of drawn to the side on the left there, but really the key piece to start with is kind of this multi-year time series data. And I've pointed out again, the MERIS is the older satellite data, OLCI is the new satellite data. That's where we always want to start when we want to navigate the tool. So in there, we display 90th percentile data, which has some more relevance to public health management, because if there's a certain area of the lake that has an intense bloom, well, that's important. It's not necessarily what the mean is, but where is it bad? So we display both mean and 90th percentile up top, and then on the far right-hand side, very difficult to see here, of course, on a projector. There's basically a movable window, so you can drag that across to wherever you want, and that will then change the data that you see within the spatial component on the map, and then kind of a smaller window to look at kind of what are the details within that window for the statistical data for the whole water body. So when you move it back and forth, you can see how everything changes off it. And there's also some animations built in to the legend on the map where you can just click it and it'll advance day by day and you can see a bloom progress. So it's a very visually powerful way to see where blooms are occurring, how fast they're growing when they move with the wind. There's just it's kind of fun to look around with it. Getting back to why we're even doing this, again, this satellite data is very valuable. While you guys were at lunch, OLCI flew overhead, and it collected data for California. And so NOAA will process that imagery tonight. SFEI will upload that data later after it's done, and then we do some additional processing. And then by 8:30 tomorrow morning, that data will be up on the tool. And then if there are any new blooms that have developed, those emails will go out automatically to let people know. Because what it's really, one of the key things it can do here is it's a screening tool. We don't want to, prescribe any sort of public health, notifications directly related to the satellite imagery. We really want to rely on people on the ground measuring it, seeing it, taking toxin analyses. So this has no regulatory, value, but it helps guide the folks who are monitoring to monitor more effectively. If you're gonna just go out to a spot that's black on the edge, that's probably an area where there's no cyanobacteria. So this helps guide them in space and time of where to sample. Looking at the, beyond just that near real-time value, there's a lot of information here where we can really see trends through space and time. And so there's just a tremendous data set here, again, for 250 lakes. We've got over 12 years of data to work with. So there's a lot of information that can really be helpful to understanding the blooms. Do they start at a certain time of the year? Do they last a certain length of time? We're not necessarily using this for forecasting, but we can definitely begin to see trends and understand things that we wouldn't, because often lakes don't have these regular monitoring programs to look at cyanobacteria or even nutrients for that matter. One of the things that the tool can do is you can look at water quality data that's in the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, or CEDN. So if there's HAB-related data in CEDN that's collected in one of these lakes, we can compare it. So something like chlorophyll, you can see in the bottom right, there is a kind of a slow trend in that gray faded gray. That's basically the water body-wide cyanobacteria bloom concentration. And then there's chlorophyll data that's superimposed on it. So you can see spatially where a particular sample was collected and the concentration. See the arrow going back and forth. And all you have to do is click on, hover over any one of those diamonds on the map or on the chart in the bottom right, and it will correlate everything. So that's definitely a way to look at that, and you can look at toxins, nutrients, chlorophyll A, and a few other parameters. But it's not just the data and the use in this tool. It's how we can use that data also outside of the tool. So there's a few different methods to download data that you can then use in ArcGIS or any other program that you have where you have your own data. So just because the data is not in Seedon doesn't mean you can't work with it. So we're really encouraging you to download the data if you can and put it to use because there's a lot of other environmental problems we can better understand by having access to this. So it's not perfect. There are some issues that we've seen with the satellite data. Originally, when we were working with NOAA on this, we were seeing some false positives, and they were occurring in high-altitude lakes in the middle of winter. We'd see cyanobacteria blooms, things that were just like, no, that's not right. And so it got us looking even deeper into this to really try to understand what the problem was. And it turns out NOAA has been able to use the information we've tried to put together. They've come back, they've done revisions to their algorithms that process the data. And so it's helped, it really has. But we're still seeing some errors that are occurring, or what we perceive as errors, based on kind of the common sense of where and when you'd expect to see cyanobacteria. And so it's a work in progress. The tricky part is their algorithms have to work for every lake across the country. It's not just a tweak for our particular lakes, say it, up in the Sierras. So it's got to be something that works for everywhere. So we've gone through this latest iteration of data correction and revision with them, and we're still seeing a few things. You can see on the left we have some higher values on the west and southern portions of Shaver Lake that are actually probably kind of, near the edge of the lake itself, and they may be anomalies because of snow or ice surrounding the lake. So these are things that the revisions cleaned it up some, but we don't know if the blooms that persist in the latest data are real or not. But for most of the lakes we're looking at, the revisions look great. We're seeing trends that we believe to be real based on historic data and the seasonality of when blooms would normally occur. So here's a multi-year set for Clear Lake. There's just some very minor changes to some of the data that are occurring here, but we know these blooms are happening through the summer and early fall, and so and when we compare it to other data, it does seem to validate it. There's some other high altitude lakes that do get blooms. Big Bear Lake had some of that same kind of edge pixels with higher concentrations. Again, this was in March, so if anyone's ever skied at Big Bear Lake, there's occasionally snow up there around the edge. So it did remove some of those errant pixels, but there still are some present. So whether those are real or not, we have some more work to do. But it's more believable. So again, kind of 3 of those high elevation lakes we see, even in the revised data for the older Maris satellite, we do see some blooms persisting that we don't see in the newer satellite data. But again, this was a satellite that was 15 years older. Technology has advanced. We know we have more confidence in the newer satellite imagery, and we need to go back to the older data, try to find existing data sets where they're available, and we may scrub this older data set even further based on what we find. So getting back to that seasonality, here's Shaver Lake again, kind of a higher elevation lake up near 6,000 feet. And when we take the 10 years of historic satellite data and take an average for each calendar day, we can see the January through December time period. We have this satellite data that's saying blooms are occurring, starting in the, in that kind of December-ish time period, and then, fading off through April. So it just doesn't quite make sense. So we're working with that. So that's the original data. And then when we apply the revisions to it, it cleans it up a bit. But we're still not necessarily confident in this data set. So we'll be continuing to work on trying to figure out whether this is valid data or not, or whether NOAA can do some additional revisions in their algorithms to correct it. When we look and do the same application for the newer satellite data from 2017 on, we see virtually no cyanobacteria. So this tends to hint that we've got more work to do to try to solve this high elevation issue. So with that said, if you are going to work with our data, we want you to please exercise some caution, especially with the older data sets. But what we've been able to accomplish with this last data set is NOAA has rescaled the data, and effectively they're able to have more confidence in the data collected at the higher range of the concentration. So before we would hit this pink magenta color, which is the max. It's about 3 million cells per milliliter. So still relatively concentrated. But when half the lake is at max, you can't really quantify that very well. The new rescaled data is up to 6 million cells per milliliter, so doubled. And now we can see there's not a single pixel that's at max concentration. So we can really quantify things a lot better this way. So with that said, field verification is definitely important here. We can guess at when the satellites are detecting cyanobacteria for real or not. I think that's something that is pretty easily, I think most of us in the room would know when we are supposed to see a bloom or not. But it's still tricky because the satellite's using a metric that is not really used in field measures, and we have the issue of scale. So every pixel that you would see on a map is bigger than the Oakland Coliseum. And so, try and take the average concentration of that cyanobacteria across that entire 300 meter by 300 meter pixel. And then we go out in the field and out in the middle of the lake in our boat and collect a couple small bottles. That scale is very different. And so, we need to make sure that we're, confident in those methods. So the state board was able to go out to 2 lakes in 2018 and collect some data. And they're still getting worked up. But we're hoping that we're at least, getting the methods down correctly to get the answers. So there's some new equipment that the state purchased this year. And so I'm hopeful that Keith and his crew can help find out the answers of whether this data is accurate or not, both when the bloom is real and when we think it's not real. So just to reiterate, with the tool now posted on California's harmful algal bloom portal, we're excited we've at least reached that step. We want to again say that data is provisional and please use it with caution. But we are definitely excited to have it be more public facing now. So that's all. Just want to say thanks to all our partners. Questions?
Aside from tweaking the algorithms you're using to process the satellite images, is there other environmental metadata that you have access to for the historical data that would enable you to correct for some of those anomalies that you're seeing? So including them in some sort of regression model or something?
I'm not sure. We want to pull in, additional data to make comparisons. I think, the biggest issues that we've seen so far were, from that interference, and it's coming from, potentially multiple things. Like there's an atmospheric correction to deal with the elevation. The snow and ice has to do with the color and the reflectivity off it. And so there's multiple things that are potentially occurring. I'm not sure of the ins and outs of what NOAA is doing with some of like NASA's new algorithm. But where there is environmental data available, we will try to use it. Unfortunately, often that's collected like at the shoreline, and then we'd have some interference with land, and so it gets a little trickier to compare to our satellite imagery. But if you have ideas of data to assess or approaches to take, we'd love to talk to you.
So you said that there's a lot of different reasons why the cyanobacterial blooms would be happening and why the satellites would be picking up on it. When we're using the data, the website, and say something does pop up, will it say what it is reading? Like there's warmer temperatures, or there's what is going on that's causing this pixel to be
No, it's not going to do that. It depends on the lake. I think at that point, if there is a concern that a particular lake is showing something that you either weren't aware of or weren't expecting, definitely talk to, any local agencies or entities about it. We definitely want to, as we move forward, that's really the best way to make comparisons, because you have to be out there in the middle of the water collecting that data to really best be able to compare it to the satellite imagery. For the field verification, we're trying to go out within a plus or minus 2 hour window of when the satellite flies over, because blooms can move around in space and time. Unfortunately, this doesn't capture temperature data within the tool itself, or continuous data to help show what might be one of those drivers. And so it's a matter of really pairing it with other data sets. If you have good temperature data or good nutrient data, get that into SEDEN so we can make those comparisons, because there is that ability to compare it to some water quality data that's available, but there's just not much. It's a matter of getting that data into that public database is really an important plug. All right. All right, well, thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Next up, Dr. Keith Booma-Gregson from the State Water Board.
Great, thanks, Nick. And hi, everybody. My name is Keith, and I help co-lead the Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom program here for the State Water Boards in Sacramento. And it's always thrilling to talk about things that could kill you. So hopefully this will help get you through that post-lunch slump. And I'll be talking about what we've learned about cyanobacteria in rivers the last few years. So a lot of entities and groups have contributed to the research and knowledge I'm going to share with you all today. And so I want to give a big shout out to these groups right off the bat, and thank you for their support and funding and interest in this topic. Great. So in California, in Mediterranean climates, we have a problem, and that is that our water demand is mismatched with the timing of our water delivery. And so what we get is these big storms rolling in off the Pacific Ocean in winter, raising our river levels. But then in the summer, the storms stop and we enter our seasonal drought. And so we build dams and other hydrological infrastructure to move around this wet winter water. But this is often at the expense of our aquatic ecosystems, which have evolved within this Mediterranean seasonality. And so we find that our aquatic food webs are also very seasonal. And in the summertime, the foundation of that food web is often algae. So as the rains stop and the flows decrease in our rivers, you get this really great environment for growing algae. These algae are then consumed by bugs and fish, which are then consumed by other organisms, and create this very vibrant food web that sustains many organisms through the dry summer. Now, not all algae are good for the food web, though. And so anthropogenic modifications to our water systems and our aquatic ecosystems have led to an increase in harmful algal blooms, or HABs. And in freshwater, these HABs are often formed by cyanobacteria, which is what Randy just gave you a brief overview of. And so these are photosynthetic bacteria that are present across the globe, but usually are present at low biomass in these aquatic environments. But under these certain environmental conditions, the biomass will increase and you'll get a bloom. And one of the reasons we care about these cyanobacteria are because they can produce these cyanotoxin molecules, which are harmful to humans and other animals. And there's dozens of different cyanotoxin molecules. And in this talk, I'm going to be focusing on two of them, the microcystins and the antitoxins. And so microcystins are a liver toxin. They cause your liver to bleed and hemorrhage. And there's many different variants of microcystins. And they all have a little bit of a structural variation around here that's coming off of this main central ring. And we use these two-letter abbreviations to describe each variant. Microcystins are one of the most globally common cyanotoxin and also the most well-researched, understood cyanotoxin. Another cyanotoxin is antitoxin, which is a neurotoxin. So it affects neuromuscular abilities in your body. If you get a big dose, it can cause seizures, paralysis, and possibly death. And there's four main variants to antitoxin. There's antitoxin A, dihydroanatoxin A, homoanatoxin, and dihydrohomoanatoxin. And what's particularly challenging with cyanobacterial blooms is not every cyanobacterial species or strain produces these toxins. And so each individual strain has to have the genes to synthesize these toxin molecules. There can be a lot of variation within a bloom. And you also can't understand if it's producing toxins by looking under the microscope. So if you have your sample here, you might look at it under the microscope and you might see that some strains can produce toxins and other strains cannot. And it's only through chemical testing of your sample that you can determine the toxin concentration. And so, the mystery. I titled this talk Mystery to Management. So here's the mystery. So in the early 2000s, there were several dogs dying of cyanotoxin poisonings in the Eel River, which is up here in Northern California. Here's San Francisco, and here's the Coast Range Mountains. Now, those other images I showed you of blooms a few slides back, those were all in lakes. A lot of them were in the Midwest, so they were surrounded by either lots of corn and soy agriculture or big cities. And here is the Eel River. It's a river, it's not a lake. This water is really clear, it's flowing. There's a low population density. The river flows through Mendocino and Humboldt counties. There's not a lot of people up there, and there's no big corn agriculture. So the question was, well, why are these dogs dying? This is not your textbook watershed where you would expect to have HABs being an issue. So we were wondering, well, does the water look like this sometimes, and just nobody was out there to see it? And so I kind of got into this field in 2012 when I started my PhD, and I was intrigued by these cyanobacteria that we knew were out there and had killed these dogs, but there was very little research and understanding about them. And so I'm going to share with you a little bit of what we've learned in the last few years about cyanobacteria in rivers. And some of this work is work I did, but also many other researchers at the state and other entities as well. So one of the first questions we had was, well, how common are these cyanotoxins? And so what we did is I created 10 different monitoring stations in the Eel River, and we went out frequently measuring the water and seeing if we got toxin detections. And so these are the results from that. And so each one of these maps is of the Eel River in a different month, and each of the dots is one of the monitoring locations, and the width of the dot is the amount of toxins we detected in that month. And if the dot's red, we got no toxins. And these maps are specifically showing anatoxin A detections. So you can see most of the dots are black and some of them are pretty wide. And so it was pretty clear that this was quite a widespread phenomenon. This anatoxin was not ephemeral, it was not fleeting, it was there pretty consistently. And we repeated this in the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. And these are just the 2014 data, but the pattern was pretty much true all those different summers. The other thing we found is that when we measured microcystins, we got much fewer microcystin detections, and they were about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude less than the anatoxins. So from this, we were excited because it corroborated some of the little bit of data that was present relating to some of the dog deaths, which had attributed the dog deaths to anatoxin poisonings. And so we gave, so sort of moving forward, we started to consider anatoxin A the more important public health concern in the river. And it turns out the Eel River is not alone in this. As harmful algal bloom researchers have turned more attention to rivers, they've found that flowing waters can be sources of cyanotoxins. And so these are some figures from some papers showing cyanotoxins in rivers in California, New Zealand, Spain, and the southeastern United States. And so increasingly, we need to pay attention not only to our lakes, but also to our rivers when considering harmful algal blooms. So now we kind of had a sense, okay, these toxins are out there, they seem to be pretty frequent. Well, who might be producing them? And one of the differences between rivers and lakes is that whereas in lakes, we get the cyanobacteria growing up in the water column, making that like pea soupy look. In the river, they grow as these mucilaginous mats along the bottom of the river. And so here's some photographs of some of the most conspicuous mat-forming cyanobacteria in the Eel River, species of Anabina and Microcoleus. And here's what they look like under the microscope, and here's some images of them under the river. And as you can see, like in this section here, these proliferations of the cyanobacteria can be really the dominant substrate within the river, so they can be quite expansive. So earlier, the toxin data on the maps that I showed you a couple slides back, those were just looking at toxins up in the water column. But we can also actually collect a sample from the mat and then see what toxins are in the mat itself. And so when we did that for both the microcoleus and the Anabaena mats, we found that both of them contain cyanotoxins. So here's anatoxin A data and microcystin data, and the gray is microcoleus and the white is Anabaena mats. So we had suspicion that, okay, this might be some of our sources. When we also collected additional samples in the water, we found that though the toxins were present, they were a much lower concentration. They rarely exceeded any regulatory thresholds, whereas in the mats, they could be quite potent and exceed some of the guidance levels. And so from there, we kind of started to conclude that it was more likely that the risk was by ingesting mat material or cyanobacterial cells was the greatest risk to public health, whereas just accidentally drinking some water was unlikely to pose a large public risk because the concentrations tended to be low. And some more recent research that just kind of come off, just been sort of ginned up and finalized this the last few months is we started collaborating with a couple scientists in New Zealand, Dr. Susie Wood here and Dr. Jonathan Puttick, and they've been pioneers in benthic cyanobacterial ecology and anatoxin chemistry for about the last decade. And so with this new partnership, it's given us increased analytical capabilities. And so now we're able to actually look in more detail to those different anatoxin variants, whereas before we could only measure anatoxin A. And so as we've done that with samples, we're finding that in most of our samples, we have both anatoxin as well as dihydroanatoxin. And so this figure here, each bar is a sample, and the color represents the anatoxin variant. And you can see that most samples are primarily composed of the yellow anatoxin or the purple dihydroanatoxin. And this figure, or this data comes from a table from another publication that also shows a lot more dihydroanatoxin than anatoxin. And this is important because some of our analytical methods wouldn't make these distinctions. And so if you're just measuring anatoxin A, you might be greatly underestimating the overall toxin concentration in the samples. And like I said, this is exciting data for me because it's really a result of this new collaboration with these folks in New Zealand. Also in our field excursions, we realized that this cyanobacteria is pretty mobile, and so it can easily get sloughed off the bottom of the river and then float to the surface. And once it floats, it starts to accumulate in swimming holes or along the sides of the river. And these are places where people usually access the river or go swimming. And so it once again increases the public health risk because now you have the cyanobacteria being dislodged and accumulating right where people are primarily using the water. And so everything I've shown you till now is pretty much at a larger watershed scale, but we know that a lot of the ecological and evolutionary action occurs when organisms have to respond to their environment. And the way that organisms respond to their environment, a lot of that is encoded in our DNA. And so by looking at the DNA and the genes that are present in these organisms, we can start to understand how they might be interacting with the river and other environmental conditions they may face. So I used a method called genome-resolved metagenomics, which involves collecting a sample of cyanobacteria, sequencing the DNA, and then using computer algorithms to take all that DNA and start to assemble it into a draft genome of the organism. And these draft genomes then contain millions of nucleotides of DNA and thousands of genes, and you can then understand what drives this cyanobacterial life. And so I targeted microcoleus mats and was able to sequence 22 samples up in the Eel River a few years ago. And what we found out was that there was actually at least 4 different species of microcoleus in the river forming these mats. And you can see that in this figure, where each one of these little squares is comparing 2 genomes. And the redder the square is, the more similar the genomes are. And when you cluster them together, you see these 4 different species come out, where all the genomes in each of these larger boxes are very similar to one another, but different than everything else. And so then, once we knew that we had more diversity than we expected, we could also look at the genes within each one of these genomes. And surprisingly, we found that only species 2 has the genes to produce anatoxin. And so even though these mats look pretty much identical when you're out in the river, it turns out there's actually 4 species responsible for making the mats, but only one of them has the genes to produce the toxin, to produce the anatoxin. So this kind of gets back to this challenge of both seeing the mats, but also needing to figure out, well, who's producing the toxins? And in the Anabaena mats, we just have some other new data here, where recently, as also part of the collaboration with the New Zealanders, we were able to sequence some of the toxin-producing genes in the Anabaena mats. And when we look at, down here shows the sequences, And these bottom two rows are the genes from the Anabaena mats and also the microcoleus genome. And they are identical. And so this is surprising because I expected that Anabaena would be producing toxins in an Anabaena mat. But instead, it appears that it might be microcoleus that's just at a much lower biomass and living within this Anabaena mat that might actually be the toxin producer. And so this creates an additional challenge to us because it means that these like cryptic species that we may not be able to see out in the environment, they might be the ones actually causing the public health threats, which could also help explain why sometimes we detect toxins in places where we don't really see conspicuous mats and we don't really see big proliferations of toxin producers. Okay, so that was a bit of a whirlwind of what has been going on in the world of benthic cyanobacteria over the last 5 to 6 years. And we have really unpacked a lot of the mystery and questions that we used to have. We know now that wadable streams can be an important source of cyanotoxins. We know that these cyanobacteria are growing as benthic mats. We see that anotoxins are more common in some watersheds, and so it's increasingly important to know which toxins are present in your particular water body of interest to make sure that you're applying the right analytical measurements and capabilities to that water body. And then we've also learned important things about how the dominant differences in the implications of the dominant biomass versus subdominant species, what the implications for public health might be. And so it's been a fun journey, and we still have many more questions to think about and answer. And so what are the implications of this for management? I'm going to use a little case study from the Russian River to talk about this. So in 2015, a dog died due to cyanotoxin poisoning on the Russian River. And this was right before Labor Day weekend, and it caused the public health department in the county to shut down the entire Russian River to recreation over Labor Day weekend, which was a major negative impact to businesses on the river who lost a lot of tourism revenue. And there was a big outcry from these businesses, and one of the reasons for the shutdown was because there wasn't a great plan in place for how to respond to a cyanobacterial event there. So this prompted many interagency conversations and collaborations to start to put into place a way to respond. And so right now, it's a really totally different landscape in that watershed. So now the regional board, Regional Board 1, there's a staff member there who has several monitoring sites, and he's out there monitoring the river in the early summer before we even expect blooms or cyanobacteria to become an issue. And he's collecting his own toxin sampling data. He's also acquired a tremendous amount of knowledge about cyanobacterial ecology. We've worked together closely over the years when I was a PhD student and beyond now, and he's out in the river every week, and so he's now one of the regional experts on cyanobacteria in that area. He's also able to use SON data that's provided by other agencies like USGS, and so he takes all this information and his understanding of cyanobacterial ecology, and he then advises the public health department on when they should begin monitoring and collecting samples for cyanotoxins. And then when he says to do that, they then go out and sample their 10 different public beaches where humans are using the river, and we'll test it for cyanotoxins. And so it's, to me, it's a really neat story of how things have changed there, where now you have like pretty much weekly dialogue between agencies. You have the public health agency has put up fiscal and financial resources where they're funding their own cyanotoxin monitoring, but the regional board is assisting them by helping to advise on when they should start sampling so that they're not spending money to collect samples that probably have no risk for cyanotoxins. And additionally, when cyanotoxins are detected, there's now a much more clear way to respond to that. And so the California Harmful Algal Bloom Network has developed a series of signs that are based off of cyanotoxin concentrations, and there's 3 different tiers of the signage. And there's also a decision tree for when to post and when to depost. And so these counties, they have a lot more guidance now on how to respond. And so this also highlights how things have changed in the last few years. And so that's a bit of the overview of cyanobacteria in rivers, but we know that they also are an issue in lakes. And so the water boards has a freshwater HABs incident map where we collect voluntary reports of harmful algal blooms in both rivers and lakes. And so these come from people in the public where they can submit an observation, but it also comes from a lot of partner agencies who are doing their own monitoring or collecting their own data. And then data on the map goes to the open data portal where it can be easily downloaded as a CSV file. And we also have the satellite tool that's just getting launched that Randy talked about. And so we're striving towards making harmful algal bloom data easily accessible and interpretable by the public. And so I kind of wanted to use this benthic cyanobacteria story case study. I think it's a good example of how we progress from mystery and scientific questions to going out and figuring out what the relevant data we need to collect is, taking that data, interpreting it, and turning it into understanding, and then taking that understanding and making management decisions that reflect our societal values. And so with that, I can take any questions, and thank you for your attention.
Hi, Keith. I was wondering how the hydrology, say, within year and between or among years hydrology, and then also the seasonal changes in colonization and then succession of macroinvertebrate would affect this mat formation and then also sloughing off as well.
That's a great question. Very ecologically minded. I love it. Yeah, so hydrology definitely matters. This is mainly a summertime phenomenon in the rivers, and I think the late season rains have a big effect. So we got those big rainstorms this last May, and talking with my friends in the field, like everything is really delayed. And this was also the case last year. We had a big April rain, and so those late rains can really have a big effect on the timing. The Anabina prefers slower flowing environments, but the Microcoleus tends to grow in riffles and faster flowing environments. But it needs that clear water and those stable flows to really establish. And so there's variation. So that's a lot of like the between year variation is what's happening in the spring will affect the timing of growth. Within the year, once we get those last storms, it's then really, just waiting for the recession to go. And you usually see the Anabina blooming later because it needs those slower flows. As far as the macroinvertebrates go, we don't know too much on how grazing affects these organisms. We know that a lot of organisms inhabit the mats, but we think they mainly use it as refuge, not so much to consume the mat. And so, that's a big data gap right now. And I'm kind of working with some other folks on designing some experiments to try and plug those holes. Mm-hmm.
Enclosure and exclosure studies, how the mat formation and macroinvertebrates ties into, and then also the growth of
Right.
the top-down effect, right?
Yeah. So Mary was my advisor, so I spent 7 years drinking that Kool-Aid. So we're really not sure. I mean, cyanobacteria are a little bit less edible, but I think it's more of they seem to be a later successional phenomenon, and so I'm not sure if there's as strong a link between the macroinvertebrates with the cyanobacteria as there is for some of the green algae that Mary's described in the eel, but would love to talk more about it too.
As someone that grew up on a river and just threw that green slime around all the time, with dog deaths, what human hazards are you finding with that?
Yeah, so dogs tend to be more susceptible because they're more likely to ingest the actual mat material. So if they're in the river, they might get on their fur, then lick it off their fur. Usually adults were less likely to eat a bunch of gross slime. So it'd be more like accidental ingestion. So we think of the highest threats to be kids who also might not be able to control the intake of material into their mouths, and then dogs. But there are also some of the toxins can affect your skin. So we do get reports of people coming back with like rashes. There can still be some effects, other effects as well. But within the rivers and the mats, it's mainly the ingestion of it. So, does that help?
What's SON data?
Oh, so those would be like instruments that you can put in the river and leave it and walk away from, and they'll just keep collecting data. And you either go back and download it, or it might have a report back through like a wireless sensor. So it's usually like dissolved oxygen, pH, temperature, and you're getting continuous data. So it might be measuring it like every 15 minutes.
I was wondering what your sense is. Is it becoming more common in rivers, the harmful algal blooms, or is we just getting a better appreciation for it?
I think a lot of it is a better appreciation for it. that the map from California was done, was led by Betty Fetcher, who is here back in the back. Shout out to Betty. That was a really cool study. So they were finding it up high in like Sierra streams and things we wouldn't think to be impacted. And we know kind of with knowing these cyanobacteria are globally distributed, it's not too surprising that they might be in some locations at like low biomass and we can still detect the toxins. But I do think it's likely that some of the hydrologic factors we've observed, so maybe like drought might exacerbate some of these growths in certain environments, and that also some of it, potentially nutrient loading might also have impacts too. So I think there's a little bit of both at play.
And then in this case, though, you mentioned there's not a lot of nutrient loading. Did you identify some other sources, or was there maybe some atmospheric sources, maybe for some nutrients that could be driving the house?
Yeah. So my a lot of the work I did was a little more focused on the patterns because the drivers can be quite challenging. The major land use, well, one of the major transformations to the Eel River watershed has been the cultivation of marijuana, and so that's kind of been a hypothesis of nutrient inputs from those sources, but there's not great data on that currently, but that's, and then additionally with that growth of marijuana in that region, the road network has gotten denser, more septic tanks, so you've just got, the human impact has grown. It's not quite as drastic as like corn agriculture in the Midwest, but that's been some thought as like if that might be affecting the water there.
I was just wondering, I'm sure you heard of the dog deaths at St. Lucie River in 2018 with the microcystins there.
In Florida,
and, yeah. But with those microcystis, they form those traditional floating mats where it's very easy to identify, if cyanobacteria is present or not. And with these benthic mats where it's much harder to just visually see, I guess I'm wondering what sort of management strategies you would suggest for, health advisories, because it's going to be, like you said, it's very expensive. You can't just continuously test the water.
Yeah. So that's great. So that same region one staffer, we've talked about this a lot. So yeah, with the benthic mats, people will sometimes use, if the water's clear and wadeable, you can see the bottom. People will use sometimes like a % cover estimate. So once you start to learn how to identify them, you can estimate % cover. That's what they do in New Zealand. They base their management decisions off of that. We've also thought about things of like presence of stranded mats on the water, on a recreational beach. So it is a little bit different, and it kind of usually requires like running transects or doing some visual assessment metric rather than just like collecting a water sample and having everything being based off of like a liter of water. But there are some ways to move forward.
So you mentioned that in the Midwest, there's like a lot of nutrient enrichment from agriculture, like from cornfields, but you didn't mention the agriculture in California and kind of like tomatoes and strawberries, and does that affect these rivers or lakes?
It likely will. So we do parts of the delta do get blooms. I'm a little less familiar with all the nutrient dynamics in that delta, but clearly they're collecting a lot of agricultural catchment, and so there it's a little more of the flows are so slow at that point, it's almost acting more like a lake, so it's more like a microcystis bloom will go up there. And so one of the things is in some of those catchments, well, let's see, the water can, I guess some of the rivers in the Central Valley are big enough where they're acting more like a lake and it's not a wadeable stream, so we're more likely to see like some of the planktonic blooms rather than these blooms along the bottom of the river. But it's definitely possible they could be having an effect, or agriculture's having an effect.
So I have two questions for you.
Sure.
One is, some policymakers have suggested that this is not that important a problem for California, given all of California's water problems.
Right.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being most serious, where would you put this harmful algal bloom problem? And then my second question is more positive, which is, it's been suggested perhaps that we could do some work with community science and citizen science around harmful algal blooms to connect that data and information with the data and information of utilities, and to perhaps overcome some of the distrust between those two communities. Is that a good idea do you think that's realistic? Could community science folks and utilities cooperate around a harmful algal bloom question? So is it important for the state, and could utilities and community science groups cooperate?
Okay, great. But yeah, yeah, I think it is important. Yeah, scale into, oh man, you're going to make me be a scientist and get quantitative. You know, I think I would put it in a framework of some watersheds, like a risk-based, where, you know, if this is like in the Russian River, so we've got these like 10 recreational beaches, knowing what's going on there, it's an important problem. That's a big tourism revenue. We want to make sure that people's dogs aren't dying, that businesses care about that. You know, for that watershed, you know, that and E. coli in the summer, that's probably like an 8 to 10 issue. There's going to be other spots in that watershed where nobody's going, and it could be, you know, I don't know. I mean, it could have a really major issue, but if in that risk and beneficial use framework, it's not deemed a big risk, then maybe it's not as much of a consequence. Same potential framework, some of those streams in the High Sierra that Betty Fetcher found toxins at. I don't know if we need to go backpacking up to the Sierra to remediate those streams. So I think there's a bit of a context dependence. Drinking water, certainly. Drinking water needs to be paying attention to this stuff. So the other thing that is surprising is that when we have these droughts, like this season, like it's not always a seasonal thing. Like we've got some lakes that will bloom year round, and so it's not, you know, not every lake does that, but there is considerations that need to happen outside of just like June, July, and August. So yeah, I guess I would frame it that within some water bodies, it probably is a very high, you know, 8 to 10 level. Yes. In terms of partnerships, I think HABs affect a lot of different beneficial uses and a lot of different users, and there is a lot of data collected by utilities, some of which is made public, some of which is not. I do think that citizen science can open up trust. I worked with a citizen science group through my PhD they helped me collect data, and I had a very positive experience with that and found that people are very curious about these, and the data collection is not so complicated that citizens can't make positive contributions. So, okay, great, thanks.
With that, I'd like to introduce Alex Forrest. Very cool presentation on environmental robotics.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Firstly, I just want to apologize that I'm not an ecologist. I'm an engineer by training, and I'm a professor over in civil engineering, so I work in fluid mechanics. And so a lot of what I do sort of crosses over into different fields, so it's very sort of complementary to the science. And so I'm starting today talking about environmental robotics. And I'm going to start with a quote from Walter Munk. And just a quick show of hands, does anybody know Walter Munk? Good to see a couple people do. So Walter Munk, well, he published for over 50 years and died just this year. I think he was 96 at the time, somewhere around there. He was at Scripps. And he said, advances in oceanography are dependent basically upon new kinds of instrumentation. The future of our science will be sterile unless we can continually find new things to observe and new ways to measure them. And so he coined this term, a century of undersampling. And I think this is also true in limnology. So limnology is sort of the poor stepchild to oceanography. Oceanography, we go out and we can fund large programs, large ocean programs, and limnology, it's very hard to adopt new technologies and new platforms, partly because of the cost. So that's part of one of the challenges. And then the other part is sort of the advantage of underwater robotics is that we can sample on an ongoing continuous basis, but you're also able to deploy them in hazardous conditions. So typically conditions when you wouldn't send people out on a ship with a water bottle to collect a sample. You can send a robot instead. So I'm going to start a bit as well by talking about the complexity of the problem we're facing. So here, cultural eutrophication. So this is the images we've been seeing at Lake Erie over the past decade. So addition of chemical nutrients lead to complex spatial variable algal blooms. These changes drive a reduction in oxygen in the underlying layers. So then it drives the overall ecosystem dynamics, changing the ecosystem dynamics. But in addition, one of the things we're starting to see now is something we're coined a couple of years ago, climatic eutrophication. So through climate change, the physics of these lakes are changing. So one of the things we're seeing, for example, in Lake Tahoe, where we do a lot of work, is that the actual warming season, the stratification season is lasting for longer. So that's driving a higher internal phosphorus loading. And so the turnover of the lake is being reduced. So the actual oxygen replenishment to that deep water now only happens, what happened this year for the first time in a decade, where it used to happen on a yearly basis. So the dynamics of the system is changing. And so is changing in Lake Tahoe? Could it be changing elsewhere? What are the implications for the dynamics of the system? And the changing ecosystem function also allows invasive species to come in. So you're getting changes in nutrient loading, producing long-term ecosystem change. And this ecosystem shifts also allows these invasive species. For example, this is Corbicula flumina, Asian clam, that's now well established in Tahoe. And so this has been driven because they can survive in a warmer water. And they can survive in the nearshore habitats. And so I saw somebody with a Keep Tahoe blue shirt on in the front here. So this is the past conditions. So this is a picture collected by Goldman sometime mid-'80s. And this is kind of the new reality, that frequently we're seeing periphyton and metaphyton growing around the lake that may or may not be linked to Asian clam. So you can kind of see one of the little dead clam shells there. The direct causality is not necessarily shown yet, but this is one of the things we're trying to understand, is how do we look at the dynamics? And then also, and it's great to see some of the stuff from Randy, earlier on Clear Lake. So this was a citizen science picture. This is somebody just sent us a picture of something they saw from their deck, basically. So this is 2016. So climate change is driving the frequency of these harmful algal bloom events. And so this points to a need to be able to use sensors, so developing new SON technologies and new platforms, to go out and do rapid environmental assessments. And this is where sort of I start tying in the engineering with the science. Because part of the problem are the scales of observation. And so Keith's sort of stuff is sort of right down, much smaller than what I'm talking about. But basically you're doing a trade-off between scale and resolution, where we have satellite imagery giving us the football stadiums, the 300 by 300 meter pixels. And then you start getting into drone work here, which we're starting to see more and more of. And certainly that's something that our group does work with a little. And then down to your boat sampling. So this is where you're going out and grabbing samples. And then autonomous underwater vehicles, where I spend a lot of time doing work on. So it's the trade-off of how much can you cover versus what's the resolution that you can cover. And then there's also a temporal effect to factor in. So can we put out long-term robotics? Can we put out long-term monitoring stations? How do they complement existing data sets? And how do we marry them all together? So autonomous underwater vehicles, to my students, I like to describe them as pickup trucks. That basically it's a propeller that carries around a torpedo, but then you can start equipping it with whatever sensors you can dream up. And so commonly there's a tight coupling between AUV manufacturers and instrument companies. And so some of the typical ones that we've seen are instruments that can measure physical properties. So you're looking at CTDs, sound velocity probes, Rockland turbulence probes to measure dissipation in the water, chemical properties such as DO, seabird pH, Satlantic nutrients, optical backscatter, measure chlorophyll, phycocyanin, CDOM, turbidity. These are commonly typically available from wet lab. These platforms have also been heavily used for imaging using sonars, so side scan sonars and multi-beam sonars. So you can configure it any way you want. So this is basically, we configure it, and then we turn around and deploy these. AUVs are generally the duration of several hours for a given battery, so your scale of resolution is relatively small. You can cover about, on a given battery pack, sort of between 20 and 80 kilometers, depending on your type of vehicle. Now, So we're going to jump out here. So another type of vehicle is called a glider. This is another type that you can put out for a longer term. And I'll just talk to this in the background. So gliders, instead of being a propeller that are driven around, basically have a fixed hull with an oil bladder inside. And you're changing the ballast inside, and so it's a buoyancy-driven engine. So instead of driving in a straight line, now it's driving a sort of a seesaw pattern or yo-yo pattern through the water column. And so you're able to now develop a much better appreciation of what's happening through the entire water column as you go. Back. So the advantage with this is that the vehicle will go along and periodically surface and transmit data back to wherever your host server is. So when we're running these, we can put them out for several weeks to a couple months at a time. And so we can operate from anywhere in the world. And we generally have rotations. Students will be rotating through, taking turns of who's on point running the vehicle, because it can surface anytime during the night. So when they're on call, it's a little bit stressful. But it goes much slower because it's all about how much range can it do. So they joke around about half a knot on half a watt. So being able to cover longer range is sort of the goal of this. So one of the early studies we did up in Lake Tahoe, this is with an AUV, not a glider. So here in 2009, we completed 105 kilometers of shoreline in 8 days. So the scale of synoptic study that you can complete with robotics is way beyond what you could do with divers on a transect. Now, we had to still use divers as a complementary validation of our imagery. So here's a typical image. So basically, this is dead shell matter. All these little white things are dead shell matter as the Asian clams come to the surface and flip open. And we're using this. We wrote basically a detection algorithm.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
I write pretty much all day, every day, and Grammarly makes my writing better.
As a student, I like that it's free. It actually is.
Sorry about that. Right there. Yep. So we wrote this algorithm that could basically scan through and count the number of dead shells. And basically what we then did is then ran diver transects to correlate live shell matter to dead shell matter. So doing these sort of complementary studies enables us to generate much larger synoptic views of what's happening in these systems. So here's a synoptic view of Lake Tahoe. So this basically, here's all the shoreline of Lake Tahoe. Blue was non-detects with the AUV. Red is where we knew we had Asian clam at the time. And then these oranges were actually where we thought we had new detects. Basically, these were all false positives after we went and did diver validation, except for this area where we actually picked up a native clam species. And then some here at the bottom that was actually more extensive than our original predictions of where these were using diver predictions. So being able to achieve synoptic views is one of the tools of using vehicles like this. The other thing, and we've seen this before already today, is validation of remote sensing. So here, like Randy was saying, is each of these pixels represents 300 by 300 meters. So how much variation is there actually within a pixel? So if you think about the AUV travels at about 2 meters per second, so about 4 knots. It samples at about 1 hertz, so you're roughly getting a sample about every 10 centimeters. So if you start thinking about that in terms of how representative is that one sample that you're getting when you're scooping it out of the water, using a tool like an AUV to be able to transect through gives you a much stronger validation of what that variability is. So now I'm going to jump continents over to a study that we running over in Lake Geneva last summer. So here, this is chlorophyll A detection from remote sensing. And what they're seeing is basically two large counter-rotating gyres. And these gyres have basically upwelling associated with them, so bringing nutrients up from the bottom. And they're seeing high areas of chlorophyll development in the center of these gyres. So what we ended up doing is trying to use a glider. So trying to understand not just what's happening at the surface, but what's happening at depth. So we set up a series of ADCP moorings, so acoustic Doppler current profiling, and basically across this gyre. And then we then spent a good portion of the summer running a glider through this area to try to understand dissipation and the amount of energy associated with it. So to get to dissipation, so one of the things we do, in addition to trying to develop new platforms and try to develop new applications for platforms, is use new sensors. So this is a dissipation probe. Basically, it measures the turbulent dissipation within the water column. So we're trying to understand the energetics of the system. Because one of the hypotheses was that it's the energetics of the system that's contributing to how well the chlorophyll or how well the phytoplankton is doing within the water column. So we then started running profiles. This was ballasting the vehicle, getting it ready to go. And then we went into the lake and started doing large amounts of profiles. And so one of the things we were doing here, so here's a little cartoon of where we were running back and forth in sort of a seesaw pattern and trying to couple this to moorings. And what we saw, and so here's the boundary zone. Basically here, for those of you that looked at dissipation before, this is log base 10. So red is 10 to the negative 7 dissipation, which is relatively high, which is sort of approaching ocean levels. And then 10 is basically quiet, so there's no real motion down there. But along this, the boundary zone of the lake, we're seeing a lot of enhanced dissipation rates. So trying to understand these enhanced dissipation rates and throughout the water column, trying to understand mixing patterns, these are all things that we can get to with multiple platforms. And this is some of the ongoing work that's currently happening in Tahoe as well. So now, so we know we hit enhanced dissipation along the benthic boundary layer, and this could potentially be resulting from internal wave migration. So it's the physics of the lake that are basically driving oscillations within the lake and can drive respiration along much deeper than we initially expected because of the large physics dynamics of these systems. So here we can take a glider and run through a system like this and try to understand the overall dynamics. That didn't quite work. And so the next step to avoid Walter Monk's century of undersampling. So the next step is really coordinated robotics. So we're coming into an age where we're moving away from single robot platforms when teams can actually develop the expertise to run multiple vehicles together. So how do we use multiple robots together in tandem with traditional sampling programs? How do we sort of incorporate them into our ongoing monitoring programs to then inform our decisions overall and feed that back to numerical models, validation of remote sensing, and all these other tools that we've been using for a bit longer. And so that's really the take-home is we're trying to get away from having these be unique standoff pieces of equipment and develop them as tools that we can all use. So to round this out, just to thank, well, first and foremost, all the students that make it possible, and then the partnerships that we have with industry. So a lot of this isn't possible without partnering between public universities and industries such as Teledyne and Rockland and different sensor developers who are usually quite good when you work with them closely to enable new technologies. So thank you very much.
The equipment you're using, those AUVs, how pricey are something in that range, say for the public?
Yes. So an AUV, a cheap one, runs about 200,000. A more common one is usually about 1 million. The gliders are cheap at about 300,000. Between, say, 250 to 350,000.
Do you have any for sale?
I don't have any for sale, but I'll happily collaborate.
Thanks, Alex. Sort of similar topic. With the increase in drone technologies, and it feels like some autonomous capacities in our society, prices have dropped tremendously. Are there kind of key barriers that need to get overcome with the autonomous underwater sector to sort of see a change in costs, or is it that the market is just so small and minimal that it's, and is there any sort of bleed over effect from these other areas where we see autonomous vehicles really expanding?
So one of the reasons why I feel drone technology has taken off, partly because people want to take GoPro videos of their house. No, I'm being glib, but that's a lot of what's driven down the cost. Underwater, we're limited because we can't get Wi-Fi and we can't get localization. So if anybody ever promises you GPS underwater, it doesn't exist yet. It's still acoustics. They're still using acoustics to get to it. So it's about, the cost really comes down to getting your position and knowing where you are underwater. And the technology just hasn't changed yet. Foreseeably, unless there's a major step change in that, it's not going to change in the next decade. So the cost comes down to that. You can build a low-cost AUV, and I've done it with my students where we've built an AUV that goes in a pool for $500 with a PVC pipe and a propeller and an Arduino. You can do it, you can put it in the pool, and you have no idea where you are. And they'll drive around in a circle and come to the surface, and you're like, success. They've learned something. But if you actually want to get reliable, defendable data, that's where the cost comes in. And that's where you sort of see these step changes in cost because of that. That's not going to change anytime soon.
So my old lab actually used one of the PAC-X gliders for long-term transport from San Francisco out to Australia.
Yeah.
And we ran into some issues with fouling and some sensor interference, especially with turbidity meters and bubble interference.
Yep.
But I mean, since it was such a long transect, I was wondering if had been any, this was back in 2013, so I was wondering if there's been any innovations sort of in terms of the placement of different sensors or sort of the capabilities of these gliders in terms of long-term monitoring.
So the short answer is I don't think the technology has changed. I mean, for moorings, you're looking at wiper technology to reduce biofouling, but wipers take a lot more power, so then it reduces the range of your vehicle. So when you're trying to do the long-range cross-ocean missions, they're just trying to turn everything off to get as far as they can. And so that hasn't been really changed much there. You do get massive amounts of biofouling in some places. In lakes, knock on wood, we really haven't seen that as a major issue yet. But that's partly because we haven't seen a lot of glider deployments in lakes. To date, there's been our group. There's a group in Minnesota that's been running out in Lake Superior. There's a group in Switzerland that's been playing with sort of small range AUVs. And then there's another consortium that's just got funding this year from NSF to buy 6 AUVs for the Great Lakes, or 6 gliders for the Great Lakes. But it's not something we really have a huge amount of information on yet. It is an issue for sure.
All right, and up next is Eleanor Banami from UC Davis.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eleanor Benami. I am currently a postdoctoral scholar at the University of California at Davis, and it's great to be here. There's been some really fantastic presentations so far. So today, I'd like to start out by mentioning that the Clean Water Act faces an inspection challenge. So the Clean Water Act is the preeminent water quality regulation in the United States, and within its jurisdiction, it has about 400,000 facilities. In any given year, the combination of state and federal bodies have indicated that they can inspect about 28,000 of these facilities annually, which is less than 10%. In addition, there's a continual threat of decreased budgets for inspections, as indicated by these 4 different headlines here from the past years. In recognition of this task, the EPA itself the federal EPA itself has published in its compliance monitoring strategy that they must address the competing challenges of water quality degradation and limited resources with innovative and efficient targeting on the most important environment and inspection challenges. And while there's a series of rules and guidelines and heuristics that govern which facilities are inspected and how frequently, increasing amounts of data available on these facilities allows the promise for machine learning to allow us to identify and distinguish between these different types of facilities that expose us to higher risk. And that's exactly what a few colleagues and I attempted to do in this past year, and I'm going to share some results from that work with you today. So what some of my colleagues and I ended up doing is we pulled down data on the Environmental Compliance and History Online database from 2012 to 2016 on all facilities that are regulated under the Clean Water Act across the United States. We used 36 variables and various configurations of those variables across 3 main categories, those including the facility's location and features associated with their geography, the industry, so both the NICS codes and the 6 codes and the crosswalks in between them, and then the inspection history, so what the outcomes of those different inspections were. We then filtered this down to all the facilities that had all covariate information, and so we ended up with a sample of about 316,000 different facilities across the states. So then what we ended up doing is we ended up predicting the risk. We trained a model on 80% of our data sample and tested this on a 20% holdout sample. So for those of you who are familiar with repeated cross-validation, this is what we were doing here. And so we did this 500 times, and I'm going to show you the results of what our outcomes were in this relationship in between our predicted risk score and the rate of inspection failure. So what you end up seeing is that as you move out to the right, so as you increase in your predicted risk score, your average rate of inspection failure or violations ends up increasing. So now I'm going to show you a series of graphics, and these are each called strip plots. So let's take all of the different facilities that we have in our sample. So that's in these black, in the very black, all of the black lines at the very top. So every single vertical line represents a facility, and where you see this mass and this concentration where it's darker, this just indicates you have a higher number of facilities. So the top line indicates, in black, indicates all of the facilities, whether they're inspected or uninspected. And now if you go down to the orange, again, this represents all of the facilities, but only the ones that were inspected in our baseline case. So now here's where the fun begins. So we've predicted out these risk scores, and now we're going to think about how we can reallocate our inspections using some of these risk scores. So in our first case, which is what we call this aggressive national case, we're going to take a rank order list of all our different facilities from the highest risk to the lowest risk, and we're going to assign our inspections from highest to lowest. So if you had, for example, 1,000 different facilities, you would take the highest down until your 1,000 facility inspection budget is exhausted. And here you can see there's this white space over to the left-hand side of your risk score distribution because we're not inspecting any facilities on that side. And you can see that the right-hand side matches pretty well, identically, what our all facilities strip plot looks like up in black. But we know that this is actually not necessarily a very realistic scenario because 95% of inspections are done by states. So here in our aggressive state approach, we take a very similar idea, which is you have a rank ordered list of facilities by highest risk to lowest risk, but then you have state level inspection budgets. So in this case, you see some of this clumping and clustering where you have some of these higher risk facilities, and you also see more inspections that are being directed towards the lower end of the risk distribution. Now, there's another question and issue that you might be concerned about, which is what if facilities learn about what their risk score is and engage in some sort of strategic behavior to then avoid the risk of being inspected themselves. So for this case, we introduced a 1% inspection probability, which is what we call this deterrence component, and we then apply this to our national aggressive scenario. So this should look, and it does look, very similar to the purple case, our aggressive national case, but then you see some more inspections on the left-hand side of the distribution where you have more of these lower risk score facilities. And then finally, in our most constrained case, we keep the state inspection budgets, we keep this deterrence component, and then we add in one more directive from the EPA, which is to inspect all major facilities every 2 years. And the way we operationalize this is that in any given state, we say that they have to inspect half of their major facilities in this given allocation. And the bottom line from all of these different allocations that you can see is as you add in more constraints, you have more rationale for moving down the risk distribution. So to estimate what the benefits are of these different types of reallocation, I'm going to introduce this concept called the reallocation benefit. And how this works is we're going to bin these different risk scores according to the left-hand graphic, which I showed you earlier, which shows you that as you increase in your risk scores, you increase in your average inspection failure rate. And then we're going to assign facilities with a given risk score into those bins. And so we're going to say, okay, if you have this risk score, this is what we expect your violation rate would be, given this is what we found over 500 different random splits of our data set. The bottom line, what we found here is that holding the number of inspections constant, you can use this type of reallocation approach, and we ended up predicting a detected amount of, we ended up predicting a number of violations that were 2 to 7 times the number of violations from your baseline. And that decreases as you increase the number of constraints that you have. So once we published this paper last year in Nature Sustainability, we got a number of different comments and questions from different organizations who were interested in using these types of techniques in their resource allocation protocols. So what I'm going to share with you now and in the next few slides is how we've been thinking about how you might translate this type of model into an actual on-the-ground field trial implementation, and also to solicit your advice and help in identifying a partner who would be interested in participating in a network of organizations trying to do the same thing. So the key question that we're trying to address in this type of approach is where can information about these risk scores actually enhance environmental quality the most? To whom would we provide this information? What are the environmental quality impacts that would ensue from this? And at what cost would these informational interventions come? And after sorting out a number of different types of interventions, our top 2 candidates include focusing in on inspectors and then focusing in on facilities. So in the inspector-based approach, the idea is that we would be providing this risk score information to inspectors among those who are inspecting facilities of similar types of risk scores, and you'd provide some of them information about the risk scores, and another set you would not be providing information about the risk scores. And there, we would be looking to evaluate how does this information influence their inspection decisions, then what is the risk of the facilities that they ultimately decide to inspect, and then what are the violation rates among those inspected facilities. In the information-based approach to the facilities, the idea is that we'd be targeting a set of high-risk facilities, and to a randomly selected subset of them, they would receive information, and the other set would receive a placebo message. And in this case, there's a number of different things that you can look at. In the medium term, we'd be interested in identifying if there is any stated rationale for changes that they are making on the basis of this information, also seeing what their violation rates are. And then you can also think that in the longer term, you could be looking at how long do these types of effects persist, so the durability of them, as well as what some of the spillover might be to other facilities that are high risk that do not participate in the intervention, as well as what some of the spillovers might be to other facilities that are on the lower end of the risk distribution. So if we're concerned about this strategic behavior before, we can actually look at and evaluate that in this case. So as we've been thinking about these two different options here, I'm providing a matrix that we've been using to systematically try and identify and evaluate what are the different learnings we would gain from these two different types of approaches. And this basically groups down into the costs on the left-hand side, and then the other categories represent the potential benefits. And while I have talked about these two different interventions in contrast to one another, in reality, you might actually think that they could be complementary interventions because providing information and then enhancing the credible threat of an inspection could work more effectively than either one in isolation. So at this point, we are very interested in learning more from other organizations about how they can use this type of approach in their field implementation and in their protocols. And basically what that boils down to is three main things. One is we're looking for partners who are willing and interested to explore how this can affect their resource allocation protocols. Second, who have access to facility inspection and violation history. So this need not be just Clean Water Act, it can be other types of inspection protocols as well. And that have some facility feature data that allow us to distinguish in between different types of facilities and their risk types. This would be an exchange of information among a series of different governing bodies who are interested in learning how machine-based predictions can inform their regulatory performance. And this is a network of individuals both at UC Davis as well as at Stanford, where I did my PhD. Great. So in summary, our model predicts 2 to 7 times the number of violations for the same number of inspections. But as we think about moving this from a model to a field trial, we are interested in finding out where does providing this risk information influence decisions, strategic behavior, and ultimately violations and environmental quality. So we're looking for partnerships for field trial. I know we're coming up on a break. If you are interested or know folks who would be interested, please come reach out and find me and talk to me. And in the meanwhile, thank you all very much for your time, and happy to take questions.
Hi, I'm Greg. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for the presentation. So have you looked at any of the California-specific data sets, and are there issues that you could say would be necessary to overcome before we even considered a project?
I think that's a great question. I think the three main criteria so I will take one step back and say when we were approaching this project originally, we were in several conversations with the federal EPA who had suggested that they had some questions about several different states having varying degrees of higher and lower data quality. But in some cases, that can actually be an advantage because you can then, if you're able to flag, these are places where we know we have higher quality and these are places where we know we have lower quality, you might actually be able to leverage what you're able to find from the places that have higher quality to those that are lower quality. So I think there's actually opportunities. It depends on the specific data sets, but there are actually some really neat opportunities that you can explore through having that type of variation. Yes, please do. Okay.
This is our opportunity for an extended break. So let's see, so we're a little ahead of schedule. How about we come back at 3:25, and then we can get into our much anticipated Internet of Water panel. But this is the opportunity to kind of network amongst yourselves, look at the vendors and the posters for a little bit more of an opportunity to talk with them. So thank you. Oh yeah, and check out the Datathon if you haven't already. Over at the Klamath Room, you can peek your head in and kind of see the work they've been doing there all day. Jared? Do you need me to send you the link to see the video, or are you just going to walk through your slides on your end? And just say next.
Yeah, I'll just say next slide.
Okay, great. Yeah, he's.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Take a seat. Okay, hi everyone. Go ahead and take a seat. Let's end those conversations. We're gonna get started here in the room. Hi. So my name is Greg Garrett. I'm the Deputy Director for Information Management Analysis at the Water Boards, and I've been involved in this project of having this symposium for all 4 years. So thank you for coming. First of all, thank you for being the biggest and most dynamic-looking, excited crowd we've had yet. So if that trend continues, I don't know where we're going to go next, but we're in a 350-room place that had some room issues in the very beginning. So anyway, thank you all for doing that and coming here and participating. This next item is really an opportunity to expand our discussion and expand our audience and maybe even expand our minds a little bit about what water data interoperability can achieve. And so I have the honor of being a moderator for a panel of Internet of Water folks. I will introduce them briefly, and they will each give a presentation. We'll have a little bit of time at the end of each one of their presentations for questions, and then we'll reserve a little bit more amount of time for overall panel questions and discussion. So to frame this, I will just quickly say it's been an honor to be part of the Internet of Water dialogue since the beginning. This started as a series of Aspen Institute dialogues around the country that were about how do we do better with water and technology originally, and then water and data. And they had a series of conversations. They convened some centralizing of all those conversations. They brainstormed, what do we do? And really the question about why they were pushing this question or this project was this imagine if kind of energy of if you just hit in Google and search for nitrate water, would you find reports and PDFs? Or is it possible that someday you could actually just get geo-specific nitrate information for where you're at and where you hit the search button, and the most recent and summaries of it, sort of like you do with other data sets when you hit search nowadays. It doesn't point you to a PDF or a resource, it gives you the data. So if you keep that in your head, it's kind of like the vision of why this Internet of Water project started. It might help you understand why it's got a long ways to go in some ways, but it's also a super exciting project. So with that, I'm going to first introduce Jared Bales. He's the Executive Director of the Consortium of Universities and for the Advancement of Hydrologic Science Incorporated. Thank you. And it's a really awkward thing to say that way, but Quasi is actually much easier to say. So he's with Quasi, and Quasi's mission is to do this kind of support work. They've been around doing this before the Aspen Institute started having dialogues. So in addition to that, Dr. Bales was prior water science, I think, lead for the USGS. So he's a really amazing person, and he was unable to be here in person, but we are piping him in through the magic of the Internet of not water. Go for it, Jared.
Oh, thanks, Greg, and thanks for letting me talk to you remotely. I've just been traveling too much, and so this is really good. Quasi's been a part of the Internet of Water discussion since the beginning also, and so we're really pleased to be here. Second slide. So really these quotes, I think, explain a lot of the rationale about why Quasi exists and what we hope to do. So the first quote is essentially that hydrology is interdisciplinary. So we involve a lot of different sciences, organizations, and water-related issues. I think there's 22 or so federal agencies, for example, involved in water. The second thing is that a lot of hydrologists these days are working on code. They spend their time debugging code instead of collecting field samples like maybe was done 30 years ago and analyzing those samples. So that's, that's a big job for us. But on the other hand, computational hydrology really isn't reproducible. So for example, could someone reproduce the QA that you did on your field data samples, or could someone reproduce the workflow that you used in your complex models? And so Quasi is trying to help the community solve these issues. So next slide. So I always our name is easily mispronounced, and so here's a phonetic spelling of our name so that hopefully you'll get it right and not call us Quashi or something like that. We're a nonprofit consortium of about 130 institutions. If you've heard of UCAR, the University Consortium for Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, then we're like them. Or if you deal with earthquakes, you might have heard of IRIS. So these are all academic consortia, funded initially by the National Science Foundation, but also with support from a variety of other institutions. And so our mission really is to advance water science through collaboration, through infrastructure. And the infrastructure is more soft infrastructure than, building gauges or observatories or so on. And then also promoting education. We have really two main aspects of what we do: community services and data services. And so I'm not going to talk too much about community services because we're more interested in this venue about data services. But I will say a few things. Next slide. So for community services, we offer a lot of grants for students. We have fairly smallish, about the size of your current meeting, but 300 or so people, community meetings on specific topics. For example, we're having a conference in Provo, Utah in July on hydroinformatics. We operate a summer institute at the National Water Center in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in which we've trained now over 5 years more than 150 graduate students on continental scale water prediction. We have a program with Homeland Security on postdocs, a monthly newsletter I hope you'll look up and sign up for. We also have some pretty interesting cyber seminars. Next slide. So our water data services support really kind of the FAIR principle: findable, accessible, interoperable, reproducible. So data discovery, publication, archival, and so on, as well as tools for online collaboration and for tracking workflows. So we're recognized by a number of different repositories as, acceptable data archival systems. I've listed some of those there. We're a member of the Earth Science Information Partners, which is a variety of groups, both federal and non-federal, who get together to talk about some of these issues. We have two main technologies that we operate. One is the Hydrologic Information System, HIS, which is focused on time series data. And then we have a second system, HydroShare, which is focused essentially on any kind of water data. Right now, about 2/3 or so of our users are from the academic community. About 1/3 of our users are from government or commercial sectors. But that part of our community is growing pretty rapidly. So HIS really, or the Hydro client is the interface, is a place to discover and publish time series data. So we have a metadata catalog of a variety, essentially 94, as you see down there in the chart. I'm sorry, next slide, by the way. It should be on slide 6, Hydro client. So we have a metadata catalog that has data from 94 distinct sources of data, and then users can search our catalog via a map interface and then request the data they want. And so if you search the catalog and you find data on, precipitation, well, there are a variety of organizations that provide precipitation data, and those data generally are provided in different formats. So when they come back, you have to reformat them and so on. But in our system, the data come back in a common format. So NASA satellite data and NOAA, rain gauge data all come back in the same format. You can also add your own metadata to the catalog using our templates, and you can publish your own time series data to the HIS and get a citable digital object identifier. So this is a nice system that's been in place now for close to 10 years. We're in the process of modernizing it and adding some pretty significant new services to that system. Next slide. So, hydrologists, but we're multidisciplinary, and we have a variety of kinds of data. So not only time series data, but, rasters and features and models and images and so on. And so how do we, archive that information in a way that's discoverable and reproducible? And so that's the purpose of HydroShare, which is growing quite rapidly in usage. There are instances of HydroShare now running behind, for example, the Corps of Engineers firewalls. There are instances running internationally, and as well as just the one that Quasi maintains and operates. Next slide. So if you think about the whole data process, you think about data creation or generation, then you prepare your data, QA it, and so on. You describe your data using metadata. You publish your data so that it's discoverable by others, or it meets some objective of your organization, and you do analysis on the data. And so HydroShare, in essence, handles all those processes in the data lifecycle. So there are different aspects of HydroShare that do this. Next slide. And so this is the interface to HydroShare, or the home page. And so you have your own data. You can discover the data of others. You can collaborate with your collaborators on data. So, for example, I can make my data available to you, but to no one else. And so you and I can work on the data together until we're ready to share it. We also have apps that operate on the data. And so these things all work within the HydroShare environment. So speaking of the apps, so these are some of the apps that work within HydroShare. So we have a GIS app. We have a SWOT model, the NRCS SWAT model. We have a Jupyter Notebooks that can run either in HydroShare or outside of HydroShare. We have an app that allows users to go in and view national water model forecasts on any stream segment in the country. And so these apps are kind of cool because you have the app within HydroShare. The app operates on data within HydroShare, and you can store your workflow and your results back within HydroShare. So it's a nice little way of having everything in the same place, and you can create your own apps and load them into HydroShare either for your own use or for the community's use. So it's a pretty powerful tool, and again, the apps are growing. This is just a small number of the ones that we have. And so, what's our value to the water data community? Well, you can find water data from others within the Quasi resources. You can publish your own data. Just make it accessible for others to find. As I mentioned, you can download data from multiple sources in a common format. These online collaboration tools. We are an Internet and Water Hub, and we're working closely with the Internet of Water project at Duke. Through our apps, you can run models in the cloud that we provide for you. Within HydroShare, we host a number of kind of use cases that the community may, for example, find useful. So we have a very comprehensive set of Harvey, Irma, and Maria hurricane data, and we're, so these data sets are useful to meteorologists and hydrologists and flood emergency response people and so on. And of course, we have our community services that I mentioned, and then all of our software is free and open source, so you can grab it, you can do with it whatever you want, but you can see it. We also collaborate with federal agencies, a variety of agencies, and so I've listed those here. But at this point, I think, I'll wrap it up, and Greg, if we have time for questions, I'll be happy to answer them. So thank you very much again for letting me speak to you from lovely New England.
Well, thank you very much, Jared. We have time for maybe one question for Jared now, but we all have time at the end, too, for questions. Anyone need to? Okay, seeing none, we're going to keep moving on. Make sure I know. So the next speaker is Sam Hermit from Texas. She's also an advisory board member on the Internet of Water. She, I feel like sometimes parallel world situation, because she's at Texas working at a board that's got a very similar mission, and her job is very similar to the stuff I'm trying to do within OEMA at the water boards. But she's from the Texas Water Development Board, and she's charged with overseeing some of the science and planning activities for the mission of the Texas Water Development Board, and she'll tell you more about that. So thanks.
Hello? Okay, that's better. Do you want to? Thanks. Okay, so I'm Sam Hermit. I'm the Assistant Deputy Executive Administrator of Water Science and Conservation and the Interim Director of Flood Science and Community Assistance, which I think means that I could win any sort of bureaucratic title championship that was out there. So all that's irrelevant. I'm here to talk about how we do water in Texas, and also how we're addressing some of our data challenges and what they are. And when Greg and I talked about this, we thought that it would be valuable to just give folks a sense of the lay of the land in Texas, because it's similar to California, but not identical. However, I think this statement could easily have been made about California. I mean, it could be made about a lot of places, but we're a huge oil and gas state, but really when you get down to it, water is at the heart of everything we do. There's also a good one that's water, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting in Texas, and it's the truth. So talking about the lay of the land in Texas, I want to start with groundwater. To start with groundwater, you've got to go back to 1904, a very important court case that established the rule of capture as the law of the land in Texas. So this solidified groundwater as a private property right. Sorry, my mic there. Which is essentially the law of the biggest pump. So you can pump as much as you can pump from your own land, even to the detriment of your neighbor, so long as you're ostensibly putting it to a beneficial use, literally not just dumping it out on the land, only to the point that you do not cause subsidence on your neighbor's property. And there's some really great language describing this decision. The movement of groundwater was considered so secret, occult, and concealed that any attempt to administer legal rules would involve hopeless uncertainty and therefore be practically impossible. And so that's the logic behind the rule of capture. We have, however, evolved beyond that somewhat. And in the 1940s, we established groundwater conservation districts for the first time in Texas. So groundwater is still a private property right. However, groundwater management districts are local entities, and they're the state's preferred mechanism for groundwater management. And so I know that you guys are now moving into the realm of groundwater management in Texas and have had sort of a similar past in terms of private property. And so I know that this model was part of the conversation. And although we don't cover, we cover a little more than half the state with our districts, we cover over 90% of the use. And so some of the different functions of groundwater conservation districts are listed there. But this is a good example of how Texas prefers to operate from a local control standpoint as much as possible. So there are some uniform authorities, but how each district manages those authorities is determined locally. Shifting now to surface water. Surface water is owned by the state, and we have a prior appropriation system, so first in time, first in right, and all of our water rights have been adjudicated. The riparian rights were incorporated into the prior appropriation system in the 1960s. And just because you have a water right does not necessarily mean that you have water. In times of scarcity, in times of drought, those with senior rights can make priority calls on those with junior rights. So we saw that in our recent drought in 2013. Dow Chemical, who happens to have a very old water right and be at the mouth of the Brazos River and one of the largest plastics and chemical production factories in the United States, they made a priority call, and a lot of users with junior rights upstream were cut off in order to fill their water right. So we follow prior appropriation in Texas. And in terms of surface water and groundwater, we treat them entirely separately. Groundwater, as I mentioned, is considered private property, and surface water is the property of the state, and they are not managed conjunctively. So that's how we treat, the major bodies of water, I guess you could say, at the state level. But in terms of how we manage them, we have 4 different agencies that are involved. The Texas Parks, a couple of them are just very minorly involved. The Parks and Wildlife Department manages water when it's in the channel, manages sedimentation, dredging permits. Then this is one of my favorites, the Texas Railroad Commission. Yes, you're thinking the Railroad Commission and water. Well, it gets even better than that. The Railroad Commission doesn't actually regulate railroads anymore, as of 2005, regulates oil and gas production. And so the Railroad Commission comes into play in the water world because they're in charge of making sure that groundwater is protected in the development of oil and gas, underground drinking water sources. And then also we have a phenomenal amount of produced water in Texas because we are extracting oil and gas at phenomenal rates. And whereas in the northeastern United States, there's better economies, folks have been pushed more towards reuse and recycling that produced water. It's real cheap in Texas, and we haven't gotten very far in that direction yet. So we also have a lot of produced water, and the Railroad Commission is in charge of regulating that. I'm going to skip my agency for a second because we'll get to that in the next slide. But then the big beast for us is the TCEQ, or Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And it makes me think a little bit about your chairman's remarks earlier today when he talked about an authority that now has been brought to his entity. So you have the entire cycle monitored and managed through one entity. That's essentially how it works in Texas. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, they manage or they regulate water quality in our rivers, lakes, estuaries. They regulate drinking water quality. They regulate stormwater, drainage. They also regulate wells installation, so the entire permitting process, and they handle surface water rights. So anything that is regulatory is handled through the TCEQ, and that makes it really awesome to not work at the TCEQ because nobody likes a regulator, especially in Texas. So I'm very glad that I actually get to work at the Texas Water Development Board. Oh, sorry, my A seems to have migrated there. So at my agency, we have 3 fundamental purposes. The agency was born in the 1950s out of the drought of record, which took place in Texas from about 1950 to 1957. And it really shook people up. It shook a lot of things up in the state. And so at that point, our legislature said, hey, we can't let this happen again and not be prepared. And so they developed a statewide water planning process to plan for a repeat of the drought of record, looking 50 years into the future. And that's done every 5 years. We're on a 5-year cycle. And that is done now by breaking the state into regions. So we have 16 regions. And my agency produces the science and data that underlie the planning, and that's the portion of the agency that I work in. So we assess groundwater availability, brackish groundwater availability, demands, what the future demands will be. We incorporate conservation, and we share all of that information with the regional water planning groups. and they identify strategies, water supply strategies, to meet the gap over the next 50 years in terms of what's identified as the need or what's identified as the demand and what we show as having availability. And so they aim to fill that gap through various strategies, including conservation. Conservation counts for about 30% of future supplies in Texas. And then we finance those strategies. We finance more than just those strategies, but we finance the strategies to meet the state's future needs in times of drought. So fundamentally, we're a bank, but we're a bank that's built on planning, that is built on science and data. And so what about data, right? That's why we're here. So in California, I was thinking about this earlier, and I was thinking that California is sort of more leans toward regulate or mandate, and Texas leads more toward percolate. And so whereas you guys have AB 1755 that is really pushing the conversation forward, and I think has led to a lot of exciting things in California, we're not there yet in Texas because we don't have an AB 1755. What we do have is our crises. And right now, crises, just like in the 1950s, that's what brought my agency to fruition. Crises are really what is driving the conversation in Texas, and that also leads to a lot of data-related needs. So behind door number one, the biggest crisis in recent history in Texas was Hurricane Harvey back in 2017, and this is just a little snapshot. We developed a flood viewer. We essentially got in the flood business after the significant floods in 2015 where there was loss of life. And we have a flood viewer where we display gauge data and some other pieces of critical information. And that website usually gets about 10,000 hits in a month. And in Hurricane Harvey, we had 92,000 hits in 2 days. So it shows how much attention there was and how intense the event was. And we just finished our first legislative session following Hurricane Harvey. And so now my agency, where I was just describing all that drought planning, well, now we've been tasked with doing the same thing for flood. So they threw a whole lot of money at us. They threw about 60 more people at us, and they said, you know that drought thing that you're doing? Go and do that for flood. And so there's going to be a phenomenal amount of data that comes along with that and data production. But what I'm most excited about is in this massive, I think it's $1.7 billion endeavor that we are now entering into, much of those dollars already dictated out for certain purposes. We squeezed in 2 FTEs and about $300,000 in contract funds to develop a data hub for Texas and a flood dashboard. And so for us, this little seed that's kind of in there is going to be where we really start doing some of the things that California is already doing in terms of trying to standardize the data. We're already aiming for FAIR, which Jared already described. But so now this will be the mechanism by which we're able to start developing a platform for services to make sure that they're findable, accessible, reusable, and everything else that we would like. It's going to take time, and it's only 2 people, but we're going to get started on the hub, and we're going to get started on trying to demonstrate the value of water data by integrating information for our flood first responders. One of the things that we learned during Hurricane Harvey, I was talking to a colleague in a county near the county that Austin is in, and he was talking about how during Hurricane Harvey, he had about 14 different windows up on his screen. He had, we have an Earth Observation Network, the Tex Mesonet, and so he's looking at precip on the Tex Mesonet. He's looking at the USGS flood gauges. He's looking at the USGS, at the gauges that the USGS doesn't display on their portal because they limit what they display on their portal. He's got the National Weather Service forecasts. He's got road closures because he's got to know where to station all the different supplies. And so he said, it's like one of those posters, if you remember, that have like lots of tiny images and you squint and then the wolf comes out. It's like looking at all these different things and then squinting and hoping that you can figure out where the overlay is of all of these different pieces of information to identify where your greatest risk and critical need is. And you're doing that during a hurricane when you're tired and hungry and under a phenomenal amount of pressure and you have 911 calls going off the hook. And so what we're going to try to do is actually take that squinting out of it by integrating some of those data sources to improve decision making for our first responders. So that's one of our use cases. We're striving for 3 in Texas. And so that's just kind of a look at some of the pieces that we're trying to put together. So this really outstanding slide is because the conversation, the percolation that I mentioned, we're percolating right now. And so I had to turn my slides in on Wednesday, and we actually got our advisory group together in Texas for the first time to identify our use cases. We had a smaller group, and we've had various efforts going along, but in the form that will really take this Internet of Water effort forward in Texas, we got together on Friday to talk about it. And so I didn't know what was behind door number 2 or door number 3 until Friday. So the 2 other use cases that we're going to look at moving forward are drought. Texas is the land of perpetual drought, punctuated by catastrophic flooding. And so drought, it's the other piece of the spectrum, but all those same pieces of data, almost all of them, are just as relevant to drought as they are to flood. So if we're building this effort for flood, you know, what it looks like is very different on the other end for drought because it's a slow-moving disaster, but we're going to do something similar for drought. And then behind door number 3 is that tough nut of groundwater, surface water interaction. You know, and what that looks like right now, Peter was asking me, but, you know, what exactly is that going to be used for? And I said, you know, well, the way that it tends to work for us in Texas is you just put together the data and the science and information, and then you put it out there, and you make sure some important people know that it's there and it's available, and then you just sort of let it sit with them for a while, and then the conversation moves forward. But we don't push that conversation. We just put the data and information out there. So that's what that's the landscape in Texas. That's what we're looking to do with data, and I appreciate the opportunity to be out here and chat with y'all. Yeah.
Oh. So I can go to door number 4. Go ahead and click it ahead. So our next speaker, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Adil Abdallah. He is from Utah and the Western States Water Council. He is, in his bio in the book, it says candidate PhD. He is now a PhD. He has received his doctorate, and he has also received a new job because his colleague, Sarah Larson, some of us worked with, has moved to another job. So Adil has a lot of new responsibilities and a new title, so updating on that. But he's also the unique holder of a degree in water cyber infrastructure. And I don't know if that's totally accurate, but I'm always blown away when I hear water data cyber infrastructure is a program and a degree you can get. And then I met one of his advisors in Adil, and you'll hear why it's such a big deal and important. So.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's been an exciting change. So I worked for the council for 2.5 years so far as an intern and then a hydroinformatics specialist. And today, officially, I'm like the program manager. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. So, how many of you have heard of the Western States Water Council? Just by raise of hands. Okay, that's a handful. So I'll start from here. So the Western States Water Council, as you see on the map, it represents 18 states from Texas up to North Dakota and westward, including Alaska. And it was established about 55 years ago by the Western Governors Association. And it's been on a mission to ensure that the West has adequate, secure, and sustainable supply of water that with suitable quality to meet its diverse economic and environmental needs now and the future. And so two of the key activities that the council does is first, it adopts positions on behalf of the Western states, and it's nonpartisan, so you would have all the Republican and Democratic states or governors signing on the same letter when it comes to water, say, for example, funding USGS stations that would support the states in their efforts for both flood and drought. The second activity has been about like 8 years ago, the Water Data Exchange Program, we call it here WADE, was established to support states' efforts to share data and try to look at regional data analysis and planning across state boundaries. Let's see, next. So why WADE? So there are simple questions like these here. How much water is there? What is its quality? And how is it currently being used? These are relatively simple questions, but they're really hard to answer. You might be able to answer them within the state if the state has a neat database that was published and put out there with a defined dictionary. It gets much harder to answer such a question across state boundary lines. For example, here, the Colorado River Basin, it spans 7 states. So you need to look at different methodologies and different vocabularies and terms that the states they use to stitch all these data together to be able to answer those questions. And I'd like to point out here that one of the principles of the council here is that state primacy is fundamental to sustainable water future. And so when it comes to administering water rights and measuring or reporting water use, that's a state issue. It's none of the federal government business, like generally. And so the WADE program here was established to formulate a platform for the states to share data between each other and the federal agencies and the public. Now, it's been 7 years since the WADE program has been established, and Sarah Larson, my former boss and colleague, has basically took this effort from scratch to build a database or schema for all the Western states here on the map to share these 4 data types: water rights, aggregated water budget estimates, how much, for example, in a county or a hydrologic unit or any custom region in the state, how much water is there, how much has been used, and so forth. And the third one is site-specific water use and withdrawals. USGS provides I think probably the order of thousands, I would say, I don't know, 5,000 to 10,000 gauge stations. These they're more for streams and rivers. But here we're providing data that is collected by the states themselves. An example could be what the municipality has used water, how much they used water, or a big farm, for example, an agriculture farm, like how much water they used. These are state-specific data collected by the states, and now we're streamlining them across all the states. The fourth one is regulatory overlays. What are the agencies that they come to play in say, a watershed, a small watershed of interest? So these are the data that are available, and you can see kind of the darker states. These are that we have data for so far. Montana and South and North Dakota, they're in the process. We're working with them. At the same time, this has been WADE phase number 1, which was established, as I said, like 7 years ago. It used identical databases that are hosted by each state. So California has the same identical database, WADE database like Texas, and they would map their local data into that common database. And then we have a catalog that would harvest all these, say, 20 databases and provide centralized access to them. Things has changed a lot since then, and we're moving now to WADE 2.0, where we would like to host a central database in the cloud, and we would map the connections between all the different agencies and states into that cloud database. And critically, we would like to support geospatial time series and water use data in a centralized system. That has been, it was easy when they're in the prototype, like there are 5 states are connected to the system, but now when we moved to having 20 states, it became difficult to change any update. When you have one update you want to change, you have to reflect it in 20 separate databases. So we have a prototype now of WADE 2.0 deployed in the cloud. And here are like 2 simple sample states, Utah and Colorado. We map each agency flat file system into the database. And one exciting thing about technology here, states have been, like 7 years ago, they did not have the technology to share their data files online like today. So it's been now easier for us to go grab what the Texas or California Water Board has published, and we just map their data into our system with much less effort on both of our teams. And all the schema and descriptions and databases or the data dictionary are now available on GitHub. You can go and check them out. The most exciting recent change has been that the USGS, they have a water use research program that they have by law to provide to Congress how much water has been used across the US. And so they go to each single state and ask for their data, stitch it together, and then roll out a report every 5 years, which sounds like a long time to look for a pattern. So USGS now has approved the WADE schema or data dictionary for describing water use data, and they're recommending the schema even for the eastern states to use. So I think that's my last slide here. Here are the questions we would like to answer, and maybe many of you, if you're interested in this area, to answer. And I kind of stole this snapshot of the Hydro client. It's not for us, but we would like to be able to have the user look at similar capability to search variables on different data types in space and time for these, and to answer these example questions. What are the appropriated water rights in an area, and what are the seniority of them, and what the beneficial use for them? And then what is the annual water budget in a watershed over time? So you would select a watershed in the Western US and you would look at a water budget over time, how water has been coming in or going out and where it's being used in that single watershed. And the third question here, how much water is being used for a location? That's a site specific. Like if you're looking at a municipality or a farm, an agriculture area, you could look at the time, how much they've been withdrawing water. And that's kind of a similar capability to USGS and Quasi, but this is more of a data that is specific to the states that now we're making it available. The final one, you would select the watershed and ask a question, what are the agencies or the regulatory frameworks in this area that if you're doing a research project, that you have to work with them and coordinate with them, you would be able to answer this question using our system. With that, I conclude, and I'd like to thank our partners and funding philanthropic groups, the Water Foundation, Mitchell Foundation, and Moore Foundation. They're funding my current job and for the next couple of years. And the EPA Exchange Network grant program, it funded WADE for the past pretty much like 6-7 years. And I'd like to conclude here that the WADE program fits under the umbrella of the Internet of Water by providing the missing piece. So Quasi provides more of the water supply, how much water is there in rivers and so forth. And now WADE comes in to provide how much water is being used and where. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adil. So our last speaker before we open up to some questions is Peter Colahan, who is the Executive Director for the Internet of Water, the newly formed organization after all these years of talk and dream. And he comes from us from NOAA, and I think that was his last position, but he's had a lot of experience doing a lot of wrangling of people over topics and technology and data. So with that, Peter. Sure.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. As Greg said, I'm Peter Colahan. I live in Washington, D.C., and I work at Duke University in North Carolina. Is where my team is. And Duke is the home, the project home of the Internet of Water, which is funded by 7 family foundations, and is essentially trying to throw a rope over all of these guys, as well as a lot of other places. And because it's late in the afternoon, I'm going to ask you to get your phone out and reiterate something that Greg said at the beginning of this panel. So get your phone. Everybody get your phone. Okay. Now I want everyone to look for a cat video, any cat video, and I want you to raise your hand the moment you've got one. Someone, come anybody's time. I'm timing you. Can it be my own cat video? It can be your own cat video. Just find me a cat video. Oh, boom. All right, in the back. How long did that take you? Yeah, 10 seconds is the average time. It's somewhere between 6 and 10 seconds is about how long it takes you to find a cat video. Okay, now this is a water data science symposium. Find a piece of water data. Go. Well, that was, you're cheating. Okay, 2. Raise your hand if you've got one. Okay, good. All right, about how long did that take? Longer. And you guys are actually data science people, water data science people. And the point is that, now, okay, sir in the back with the mustache, you were the first to raise your hand. So I suspect you know where you're going when you're looking for that data, are you not? And what did you find? Okay, very good. So USGS is going to always show me up for this as the EPA. So here's my larger point. Let me do the exercise again. I want you to find a piece of water data about a stream or body of water that you care about, specifically, a specific piece of water data, not just any water data. Try that again. Yeah, raise your hand. Okay, good. So again, this takes you a little while, but if you were to drill down at, what you would find is that there is only a certain amount of water data available to you, a very specific set about a very specific place. And everybody who's worked in this field knows that they spend a great deal of their time wrangling the water data. That's the main challenge. And the goal of the Internet of Water is to really try to address that somehow. Okay, so as Greg said, it came out of a dialogue that we had among us, a group of 27 experts at the Aspen Institute. We produced a report in 2017 called The Internet of Water. Our key findings from that dialogue was that what we have to do to be successful in this idea is that we have to identify the value of water data. We have to focus on public data, because that's sort of an easy, low-hanging fruit. And we have to create something which we call the Internet of Water. So what do we mean by identifying the value of water data? We have to move from data to information, to knowledge, to action, to impact. That's the value chain of information that all of you are accustomed to and familiar with. But each stage of that process involves a different set of actors, a different cast of characters, a different pile of money. All of this is highly segregated along the value chain, unless you're being given money or resources to do a single thing from soup to nuts. But as a whole, when we look at water data overall, these things are generally separated. And where we have a really big stumbling block is between, in the first part of the diagram here, data, information to knowledge. This realm of data and information at the very back side of the project here, this is where we are missing certain technologies in water data that are available to YouTube, but not necessarily available to us. Okay, so we are focusing on public data first, and why are we doing that? So we couldn't do what we do today with Google Maps if we did not have cadastral data. The underlying cadastral data set was collected by a public agency. That fundamental layer of public information, which is a fundamental mission of most public agencies, that is a layer of data that we the people, the taxpayer, have already paid for. And it's usually free, but it's usually hard to get. And so what does a company like Google do is they bring it together, they build analytics on it, and they produce Google Maps. But there's an underlying data set that they are using, and that data set is public. And so we want to do the same with water data. So we're going to create an Internet of Water, which is a network of producers, data hubs, and data users. And what we mean by a hub is any source of structured water data. Now, we're going to create an organizational notion of an Internet of Water hub, which are those folks who are formally associated with the Internet of Water. So Wade and Kawazi are sort of the first two hubs of the Internet of Water, along with, you could argue, EPA and USGS, who sponsor us. They're on our board. I should say they're on our board. They don't sponsor us. But they're the water quality portal and the water quality exchange of EPA. We'd like to characterize that eventually as a hub of the Internet of Water. The National Water Information System, we'd like to characterize that as a hub because it's a source of structured water data, which you easily found. And we want to eventually build these up around the country so that there are more and more available sources of open water data. So we have 6 goals to develop our organization that can support this over time, to build water data hubs and their capacity to provide open water data, to create partners and coalitions around this, to demonstrate our value, to demonstrate the value of the concept of open water and the Internet of Water, to establish a technical framework that we all agree on, and to communicate across sectors and geographies. So this is our team, the team we have at Duke and the board. So we have a team of 7, which is a really great group that I'm extremely pleased about. And we have a technical advisor. Ashley Wart is my colleague who does engagement and outreach for us. She's here in the back, so you can say hi to her later. And this team we just put together. I was hired in December. I hired all of these people by June, and now, so we've just gotten. I feel like I've been on an HR spree, and it's been a lot of fun. And I'm really ready now. I'm excited. The team is ready to point in the right direction to get us going. And then, of course, we have this fantastic board, which includes the unsinkable Greg Gearhart, as well as Sam Hermit, and some others that you see here listed here. And I'm hoping Adel will join our board because now that Sarah is gone, but we'll come back to that. These are our partner organizations, mainly the folks who fund us. The 7 foundations that fund us are represented here, as well as Quasi and the Western States Water Council. Also the Water Data Collaborative, which is a coalition, a citizen science coalition or community science coalition that has been formed by the Pisces Foundation with the support of the Pisces Foundation. And that's how we're going to try to integrate community science along with the public agency data. Okay, so what's the most important thing we're doing? Is trust. It's the cornerstone of all sort of successful human interaction. And it is particularly important in the water data community. It's particularly important, well, it's virtually important in every conversation, but in data, people are very serious about their data. If you think about the issues of, if we think about health data, where that data is very sensitive, and trust issues are very important when you are presenting and sharing health data. The same is true of water data, particularly because of the sensitive conclusions one can draw from it. So this is not as much of a technical problem as it is sort of a cultural challenge, where we partner with one another to share and exchange data. If I walk up to you and say, "Hi, I'm from the government and I would like your data," nobody wants to hear that, they really don't. And so if I walk up and I say, "Hi, I'm from the Internet of Water, a project at Duke, and I'm interested in helping you achieve your mission," you're much more likely to give me your data. And I'm not really after your data. I'm actually after helping you because you have a mission to accomplish, which you are accomplishing with data. But you trusting me and trusting the folks that I work with and trusting the folks that are in the coalition that are working together, that is actually the most important thing. And so it's a human exercise of collaboration. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna try to do 2 things at the common level. We're gonna create some common tools for the entire community to use. First of all, a water data glossary, for heaven's sakes. We all use different nouns and verbs to describe water data. It's super frustrating for all of us. So the Internet of Water is going to create a water data glossary, which you are free to use or discard or disparage at your will. The purpose is really to just provide something for the community to work with. Second thing, which is bigger lift, is a water data library, a federated metadata catalog of water data that will include stream gauge data, volunteer monitoring data. It'll be essentially, in theory, a catalog of all kinds of water data from all kinds of sources, and we'll build that up over time. And we'll have a catalog also of standards so that you can come and find what are the standards for that I'm looking to use. Then we want to create a set of community resources for the community, strategies and best practices for long-term management, O&M, operations and maintenance of cloud services. Everybody needs to use the cloud. The cloud is actually what makes the Internet of Water possible today. Because before, as someone said earlier in the conference, we were bringing our data to our desktop to run APIs on it. Now, we are bringing our APIs to data that is in the cloud. And that's a complete paradigm shift that we all have to make. And it's challenging because not everybody has access to cloud resources, and you feel worried about, surrendering your data over to Big Brother, but it's really the only way that we're going to kind of achieve the access that we're looking for. We're going to create tutorials and handbooks for building water data and water data catalogs. We're going to create conceptual approaches to common data models, the most important of which is probably water budgeting, where we're going to rely on the work that Wade has done along with the USGS to kind of expand out and promote a kind of a common framework for water budgeting. Also a common framework for water quality data. How should that work? Greg and I and Rafa at the control board here have been talking about that idea and how hard is that? How easy is that? So it's, and then finally strategies for common cataloging and connectivity. Finally, we're going to be doing a set of pilots here in California, in North Carolina, in New Mexico, and ideally in Texas as well. I'm talking to Sam this week about that. And so those pilots are going to demonstrate the value, and they're perhaps the most important part of what we're doing. It's all fine and good to talk about these cataloging architectures and eye-glazing topics like metadata, but when people see the value when they suddenly get a pie chart about their groundwater, that's kind of what we're after. And through the pilot process, we intend to do regional pilots that address near-term water management problems for key stakeholders through shared and integrated water data. And each of these pilots will have a design phase where we talk about what it is you're trying to accomplish, a data infrastructure phase where we build the data infrastructure that goes behind that, and then a demonstration of that value through visualization. So that's what we're up to. That's the Internet of Water. And I'm extremely honored and pleased to have such a distinguished board members overall and to have so many of them here today. So I'm very grateful for your support as board members. I'm deeply grateful to the Moore Foundation, the Bechtel Foundation, the Kingfisher Foundation, Mitchell Foundation, see if I can remember them all by heart. Moore, Mitchell. I think I named them all, the Walton Family Foundation, for their financial support. So thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes for questions from the audience. I encourage you to come up with your hardest hitting question you can at the end of the day, because that's when Peter's and the others are going to be the most lively. So, and if you don't have any, I have some questions. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, hello. LaDonna Williams again. And you're Greg, correct?
I'm Greg.
Okay, so my question is to you and actually the rest of the panel. Looking at all of the things that you're covering, and I'm really excited about the Internet of Water, hoping that it actually ends up being this collaborative effort. But how concerned are you, let me look first. How concerned are you about the makeup of the attendees when you look into the crowd? Do you see anything missing, with the exception of maybe 3 of us?
Absolutely. There are no people of color or the representation of the communities that benefit from the government services associated with water.
And particularly when we say color, as Black people, we no longer fit into that category, people of color, specifically Black. And the reason why I raise this issue, and I'm hoping everyone in this audience, that they stop and think about it. When we're hosting meetings and we see that there are those that are missing, we make it a point to reach out. And this is the Water Board. We're engaged with the Water Board. How much effort did you all do to reach out to our communities? We're frontline. We're devastated by gas and oil. In Vallejo, we just fought, and thank God won a victory against an out-of-country cement plant that we fought 7 years to keep out of our community. And 3 weeks ago, we won that battle and sent them packing. It would have been created along our water lines. We're already affected by refineries. I don't see none of that reflected here in all of the panels so far. I'm hoping tomorrow is better with community engagement. But as I sit here, I feel like I'm on another planet, not amongst the human race, because I don't really see a reflection of things that affect my community. So I just want to know, and sorry to take up all the time, but how concerned are you all that what you're presenting does not reflect and include those of us that are impacted the most?
So I appreciate you saying that. I hear you. I will take the first stab, but I welcome my colleagues to answer also. This is a systemic problem. I'll just say the word. This is a result of systemic racism of government services over the years. So we, the water boards, are actively trying to disrupt some of that. I'm involved in a government alliance on race and equity, and one of the initiatives associated with that is to do a better job of doing outreach, overcoming language access barriers. We probably didn't do a very good job with the symposium planning. We probably don't do a very good job with many of our workshops and staff engagement process. We also have a responsibility to communicate data better. We don't do a really good job of even engaging with citizens about their data. And if we do, we probably obscure a lot of the meaning because of the way that we talk, the way that we present it, the assumptions we make about what people know about it. So we have a massive amount of work to do to overcome that from my perspective. I really do appreciate your feedback, and actually the fact that you're here is wonderful, so thank you, and I hear you. So if my colleagues want to respond at all, I'll let them, and I'll also try to find you and chat about what we're trying to do at the Water Board.
I'll just say thanks very much for your comment, and I don't really have much to add to what Greg said except to echo what he said. And I think specifically in the broad national effort, I was once asked if I would, or shortly after I started doing this, if I could go to an international conference and talk about the Internet of Water in Africa. And I said, you know, we have problems in the United States, and that's what we have to focus on. And I personally am quite concerned about the diversity of our community and the absence thereof, and the lack of voices, finding voices to talk about data, talk about this subject with his heart. So we're very grateful that you came today. And you certainly have a commitment from me as the executive director of this project to try to find ways to improve that. The idea I have around that is in the realm of environmental justice, which is probably a community you've been in touch with. If we haven't, we should make that connection, connecting that more to the community science groups, because I think that's a natural fit where we can get directly with a community and see what it is they most are concerned about. And even something that Greg had me do when I first came here to California, I met with the head of drinking water, and he was talking about drinking water in communities and how people measure their taps, you know. So I think there's some really interesting ideas that we could look at and develop, but they need development, and they need, you know, the voice of the community in figuring out what it is we should be doing.
And I will just say, I had the pleasure of participating in a local hackathon in the city of Stockton that was organized by Restore the Delta. It was high school students. I think there was one junior high team all the way up to community college team. And the diversity, I mean, that was the community sitting in the room, spending a whole day on a Saturday hacking on water. And the partnership that developed out of that, I mean, first of all, it was just amazing to see that energy and the kind of questions and the connectivity, the eighth grader that said, you know, I like water because I watched that movie where the dam exploded, and what's the metal stuff that's in the dam? It was one of those earthquake movies. I can't remember what it was. And she was like, yeah, and my grandma, we live in the house, and across the street is a levee, and, you know, we're worried about that levee, you know, doing the same thing as a dam, and we have a second floor, and, you know, I'm trying to talk her into getting a boat. So, you know, it's like, so just the level of connectivity of this eighth grader and engagement and passion was inspiring. And one of the partnerships that developed was we're going to work with Restore the Delta through an EJ grant to develop a community water or community monitoring product for harmful algal blooms that is using community members to find and report algae and different things that they have questions about, but also feed back to them to give them information so they don't take their dog or go swim in the parts of their rivers and creeks that are more risky. So it was a great partnership, and we have a long way to go on that, but I'm I'm hopeful. So anyway, and I know that the burden's not on the people of color, the black women, the black people. I know it's not your burden to say something. So thank you for speaking up, because I know that's continually your job. So any other questions?
Hi, thank you. Great presentations. I think it's just, there's so much data out there to be collected, and we have the capacity to do that now and to aggregate it and really, discover things that are usable. The concern that comes up sometimes, especially when we have even more, community collection of data, is the standards. And it was really great to see in Peter's presentation that standards development was a component of Internet of Water, just to make sure that the lessons that we're learning and the things that we're building off of these data sets are accurate, right? And so are helpful. So I'm just really curious for any of the panelists to talk about kind of quality assurance and standards development for the data that can feed into these programs and projects. Thanks.
That's something that came up as part of our discussion when we were initially talking about the Internet of Water, and the thought of the group at that point, which I think holds at least in Texas, is that it's most important to get the data out there and have the quality be known, and then it's the user's choice to decide what to do with that data. So rather than making sure that we're only using the Cadillacs or the Maseratis of data, that we actually take it all out there. So maybe you've got, sorry, citizen science measurements that are coming in at irregular intervals, and then you've got USGS stream gauges that are recalibrated every 4 weeks. As long as you know the difference in what you're getting, then you can make the determination in terms of how you use it. So at least from where we sit and where I sit at my agency, I mean, we're putting out there data that are QA, QC'd through our process, but also not shunning data as long as we know the quality and the origin of the data.
I'll just build on that by saying that, and we intend to advance standards. I don't know that we'll actually develop new ones, but to try to get everyone to use a common set. And I think Adol and anybody who's done this, anytime you sat down to try to reconcile things across, there's a certain set of standards that people are known and reasonably well used, and we just want to try to promote those over and over again so that stuff shows up in the right format. And where it doesn't, we give you tools to help you move quickly to bring it into a common format. So the use and promotion of standards, including that's why we want to create a standards catalog, meaning you can go here to look for what is the standard for this so that my stuff works with your stuff. That's really important. But the development of standards actually can be quite challenging, getting the scientific community to really agree. So what we're not going to take that task on. Kawazi kind of does a certain amount of that in their academic construct. I won't speak for Jared because he's off the phone, but the bottom line is we completely understand and we can't build interoperability without standards. So we absolutely want to promote that.
Yeah, so I'll just add, Peter, I think there are really two kinds of standards that we're talking about in this space. And so one standard is a standard lab procedure or standard field procedure. But the other standard is how we share and report and describe our data. And so I think, for us, for Kawazi, and I think for the Internet of Water, it's that standard reporting so that even if you and I use different approaches for collecting our DO data, because we know the information about how the data were collected and the data are reported in the same way, the metadata are similar, then we can compare those data and we know what we have.
Thanks, Jared. Adol?
Just a quick note that yes, standards are needed, and as Peter said, they take a lot of time. And WADE, the future of WADE, it's a standard for sharing water use and water rights data, and it's been taken now 7 years, and we can't yet call it a standard until we have all 18 states, which kind of coming soon, and USGS saying, yes, this is how, we're satisfied with how you're describing the data and its metadata and how it's calculated and all that. So it's a time-consuming process, but I think it's coming.
I'll add from the Water Board's perspective, we have a data set in CEDN, California Environmental Data Exchange Network, that is being published and piped over to an open data platform on a regular basis. In that publishing step, we've started adding quality information. We took what the feedback was, we don't know how to make use of your 17 data quality fields in there. So we have a built algorithm that goes through a logic model and it bins the data into 5 different categories. And then it gives a score for it, a numeric score, and then it gives a reason why. And so we're iterating on that. We're actually trying to iterate more quickly to get feedback, improve the logic model, improve the value of that. But that's one way that we've found to try to provide that window into the data quality so that people can use all the different data depending on what their needs and interests are. So I think that's expandable. I mean, obviously it's expandable to other data set types too. So we'd love to partner with anyone who wants to try to keep expanding that out. I think we're out of time. So we can take one last question.
Thanks, Greg. With Kawasi and Wade and CEDN and the California Water Quality Monitoring Council and National Water Quality Monitoring Council and EPA's, all the databases, is there a hierarchy to all this? I mean, is it all coming together in one place as one federated thing? Is the Internet of Water going to be at the top of the pile? And that's kind of I'm asking that just to frame my real question, which is, what is the status of application programming interfaces? Are the APIs sufficient? Do we have a huge need for APIs that connect all these federated databases?
Well, I think, so I'll take a stab at it. I don't think there is a hierarchical nature other than the existing hierarchies of governing and data collection. So, obviously federal data sets are federating at that level because of the mandates that they have. We already have Water Quality Exchange, which is a federated water quality site that is enforcing standards and bringing USGS and US EPA data available in one open data sort of structure and standard. APIs is a little irrelevant in some ways because, APIs are workers. Like you go tell them to go do something and they can only do it if that go do something is a relatively easy thing to understand. So APIs are always going to be a part of this built out Internet of Water, so to speak. They're going to advance. We've learned in California that APIs are not equal, so we have 2 open data publishing platforms in California to try federating just state agency water data. So that gets a little to that hierarchy that, yeah, there's hierarchy, but the API standards of the CCAN and the DCAN environments are totally different. And so there's also competing, I think people would admit there's vendors out there that are designing new ways to build APIs and to do sort of the work that the worker bees of APIs can do. So there's a lot of moving pieces. There's new cloud architectures out there that provide options for open and closed data and structured and non-structured or semi-structured data all live together. So like API, the world is just changing rapidly. So Internet of Water, I think, has a role to play in refereeing that, but for topics that are of high priority.
What I would say is it's no one's mission to connect the dots. That's no one's mission. So that's what I consider our organization's or our project's mission. It's not one ring to rule them all. It's an old idea that you could put all the data into one master thing in a hierarchy. That's an old idea. It's not going to work. It's not really how the world is, and it's also not how the internet itself works. If you think about what is the internet, it's actually a list. It's really all it is. And then there's lots of stuff connected to that list. And so we're trying to make a list of water data sources, essentially. That's at the absolute core level of what we're trying to do. But more importantly, it's a network, a community, and the project, the Backbone project, is trying to encourage the connectivity of all of these things. And it hasn't, as I said, it hasn't been anyone's mission to just encourage the connectivity and to build the middleware that helps everybody do that when it's not anybody's specific mission to do that. We try to step in and do it. But, and the last thing I'll say is we really are trying to help at the beginning mostly public agencies. We're trying to help the public agencies achieve their mission. And Wade and Quasi are essentially already doing that, and the Internet of Water is like a way to expand and build on the work that Wade and Quasi have done in that space to help California, to help Texas, and so that to help the EPA, to help USGS, so that we can all take a further step.
And a real powerful piece of the Internet of Water that it isn't here today that you didn't necessarily see in the presentation is the relationship to private as a driver. And so we have two board members that really speak loudly for the need to not just be totally obsessed with our own government data world issues, but to sort of think about what the private industry can do to help, but also what they need. So it's a unique, it's a very carefully designed system that maybe can disrupt some of the intrinsic problems. So thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your questions. And we're going to move on to lightning round really quick.
All right, as the panelists vacate, can I get the lightning speakers to kind of line up or sit up here in a row? And just for the audience, so this next portion is going to be what we call lightning talks, or kind of quick, fast-paced presentations. Each of the 6 speakers gets about 5 minutes, so 3 to 4 minutes for their presentation and about a minute for Q&A. It's designed to kind of give you a quick run-through of the projects they're working on and hopefully spur you on to speak to them more about their projects in the networking after this is over. So with that, the first presenter is Aiden Sacchetti. How you doing? He's got the timer right here.
Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. So my name is Aiden Sacchetti. I'm a PhD candidate working with David Sedlak at UC Berkeley, and I'm studying nutrient removal in a new type of constructed wetland called the horizontal levee. So there are 3 major problems that are faced by urbanized estuaries like the San Francisco Bay Area. First is the release of contaminants from wastewater treatment plants. Second is the loss of historical wetland habitat. For example, San Francisco Bay has lost 95% of its wetlands in the last 2 centuries. And the third is that urbanized estuaries are at a heightened risk of the effects of climate change, such as sea level rise. So traditionally, flood control for coastal areas would be achieved using levees that are armored with riprap and have little to no habitat value. We've been studying a multi-benefit alternative called the horizontal levee. These systems are used to polish wastewater that's fed through their subsurface while restoring wetland habitat and also protecting levees. So to test the water quality aspects of these new systems, a field site was constructed at Oro Loma Sanitary District in San Lorenzo, and it receives nitrified effluent from the wastewater treatment plant that's pumped into the subsurface, and the wetlands divided into 12 wetland cells that allow us to test different design parameters, like soil type. So traditionally in engineering research, treatment systems would be studied by tracking influent and effluent contaminant concentrations, but this doesn't give you much information about what's happening internally. So we've tried to approach monitoring more holistically. And to do this, we've tried to characterize internal spatial variability. We've been sampling multiple compartments like plants and soils to try to understand removal mechanisms. And we've also tried to understand how other benefits like habitat quality and climate change resiliency relate to these. So what we found with this approach is that a large part of this internal variability in water quality is related directly to hydrology. We've characterized hydrology by tracking certain water chemistry parameters like conductivity to calculate evapotranspiration rates and nitrate concentrations, which we've used to calculate the relative internal flow rates like overland flow and subsurface flow. We found significant subsurface removal of contaminants using water sampling. And also we've shown that there's a strong link between contaminant removal and subsurface flow rates. Additionally, when we eliminate overland flow, as shown here, we observe greater than 92% removal of nitrogen species, pharmaceuticals, and also pathogen indicators, compared to 20 to 80% removal that we normally would see. So the key takeaway there is that hydrology is controlling contaminant removal. An example of the multi-compartment sampling we've been doing is how we've been tracking nitrogen isotopes to understand nitrogen cycling. And so nitrogen comes in as nitrate in the influent wastewater, but there's also a large reservoir of nitrogen in the soil. And these two sources of nitrogen have specific isotopic signatures that we can think of like fingerprints. And so soil nitrogen isotope signatures tend to dominate in subsurface systems, but as wastewater is introduced, that isotope signature gets incorporated as well. And plants can take up nitrogen from both these sources, and so the isotope signature of plants ends up reflecting the relative contribution of those two sources. Using this understanding, we've been tracking uptake of wastewater nitrogen by tracking plant isotope signatures. The chart to the right, which is horribly misshapen now, plots the nitrogen isotopic signatures of plants over time, and there are two boxes which in the past showed what the wastewater isotope signatures and soil isotope signatures were as well. And what this chart was supposed to show is that the signature of plants has slowly shifted to match what we see in the wastewater. And so when we pair this with the bulk biomass measurements, we've estimated that 30 to 50% of applied nitrogen was taken up into plants in 2017. But this leaves about 40 to 60% of removal unexplained. And that's likely due to a combination of various microbial processes in the subsurface, but we're going to use additional isotope tracer methods to quantify those. So the final part of our approach is this monitoring of additional benefits, such as habitat quality, and also climate change resiliency questions. And a lot of these questions relate directly to the amount and quality of biomass. And in our site, we've seen a significant growth of biomass, but we've had to partner with other people to do some of these measurements. For example, we partnered with Save the Bay, who did plant monitoring to reveal that less than 2% of the plants at the site are non-natives. And also we've been partnering with Planet, who actually is here, and the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District to calculate biomass growth rates, which we know control accretion rates and wave dissipation potential. And so our results have important implications not only because horizontal levees are being constructed around the San Francisco Bay Area to try to combat these issues, but also because we've shown that they can be effective in polishing wastewater, and we've developed some new systems for studying them more holistically. Thank you.
Oh, actually, we do have a minute for questions.
Oh,
I
okay.
forgot about that. Sorry.
Yeah, so, and I can answer questions.
Thanks, Ian. Next up, I have Wiley Jennings, and followed up by, it's not in exact order, so I'm gonna get you prepared. The next is gonna be Emmanuel Rodriguez or Sadie Gill, followed by Victoria McGruer and Wynn Calger, followed up finally by Matt Herberger. Thanks.
All right, thanks for hanging in there, everyone. My name is Wiley Jennings. I'm a PhD student at Stanford, and my research group generally studies fecal indicator organisms, microbial pollution at beaches. So I'm going to be talking about citizen science water quality monitoring project we've been running the last couple of years, looking at a couple of freshwater discharges at beaches in the area. So recreational waterborne illness remains a significant health problem actually in the United States. Rivers and creeks, especially in urban areas, are common sources of fecal indicator organisms to beaches. And because of this, some jurisdictions, such as San Mateo County, actually provide guidance to beachgoers, such as remain 300 feet from a flowing creek. However, the water quality monitoring that's typically conducted at beaches can't actually determine the spatial extent of pollution from these discharges. So the goal of this project was to try to take a couple of popular recreational beaches in the area, do some sampling, and see if we can try to estimate what safe distances from these discharges actually look like. So to do this, we used simple salinity measurements as a conservative tracer of freshwater flow from these discharges in the surf zone, just to try to put spatial bounds on the freshwater plume. We recruited 50 volunteers, and we had about 40 people actually collecting samples. And we asked them to go out once per week for 12 weeks, spanning the wet and dry seasons, each time making at least 5 measurements along the shoreline. So we ran this project in 2017 and 2019, but I'm going to be focusing on data from 2019. And the reason we want people to make at least 5 measurements each time they go out is because we want to estimate the distance along the shoreline at which fresh water is diluted by 90% in the marine water, because typically diluting the fecal indicator levels in these discharges by 90% would result in water considered safe for swimming. Our volunteers also dropped off samples for us so we could validate 20% of the measurements made. And these are the data collected by our volunteers. We had 1,452 measurements submitted, and using very strict quality control criteria, we were able to use 650 of these measurements to estimate our 90% dilution distances. On the left, I'm showing data from San Pedro Creek in Pacifica, and on the right, San Lorenzo River in Santa Cruz. So San Lorenzo River often has about 100 times the flow of San Pedro Creek. So the yellower data points are fresher water, the purpler are more saline water, and you can see that change varying from the mouth of those discharges. It's important to note here that these are the data aggregated. When we're actually estimating this dilution distance, we're treating each profile individually. Okay, so here are those 90% dilution distances. On the left, we have San Pedro Creek, sorry, it's labeled as Lindamar here, and on the right, we have San Lorenzo River. The basic takeaway here is that at San Pedro Creek, the median 90% dilution distance is about 125 meters here, which is not too much bigger than the 90 meters the current guidance provided by San Mateo County. At San Lorenzo, the distance is around 400 meters, although distances in the 600 to 700 meter range are not uncommon. Okay, so that's kind of the physical science aspect of this project, but I also want to get at volunteer participation in this project. So because encouraging sustained participation in a project like this is super crucial to their success, we wanted to explore what kinds of project management, project design parameters we could maybe tweak and see how that affected participation in the project. So in 2017, we ran this project basically with very low communication with our volunteers, aside from an initial training. And in 2019, we had a lot more communication with our volunteers. These are different groups of volunteers in each year. So in 2019, we also had twice monthly emails with our volunteers, sending them general project updates, ways to improve the data collection process. And what you can see overall is that we found no effect on sampling effort from having a much higher communication with our volunteers than having lower communication with our volunteers over the 3-month timeline of this project in each of those years. So in the 2019 iteration of this project, we wanted to take this question a step further because through surveys in the first iteration of this project, we found out that many people who participated were motivated to participate because they wanted to learn about environmental or scientific issues at their local beaches. So we wanted to know whether providing increased scientific feedback to some of our volunteers would increase sustained participation in the project over those 12 weeks. So we randomly divided our participants in half, and all participants received the same twice monthly general project updates, but half also received more intensive scientific feedback about the data that had been collected in the past couple weeks, as well as relevant fecal indicator levels and flow data from those discharges. And again, what we find is overall no detectable effect on sampling effort from people who are receiving increased scientific feedback. So the coloring here represents the number of these data reports that people were actually looking at. And you can see that people who were in the lighter colors on the right are actually the people who are looking at more reports are also sampling more frequently, so that makes sense. They're highly engaged with the project. But there's also a group of people who don't have access to this increased scientific feedback who are sampling frequently as well. So overall, there was no effect. I'd really love to talk to people more who are working with community monitoring about engagement in these projects, quality assurance measures, and water quality with communities in general. So thank funding, NSF, other students who have worked with me on these projects, local organizations, and most of all the volunteers who collected data for this project. Thank you very much.
Lots of questions today. Thank you. So the slide that you had that mapped out the number of reports viewed that had the coloration on it, and then you said that there wasn't an impact. I mean, can you help me? Because I'm seeing that, and it looks like the more you communicate with the volunteers, they actually read more reports. than the group that received less communication. So it looks like the opposite conclusion, unless, like I say, I'm interpreting that wrong. So
this plot is on the left. So we asked people essentially to go sample 12 times on 12 different days. And then half of those people got these data reports. So those are the people in the yes category, right? So overall, if you just compare the two columns, the yes and the no, if one of them were significantly shifted higher than the other, then you could say, look, it looks like there's an effect of receiving this treatment, but we don't see that. Overall, basically kind of the typical number of days that people are going and sampling is quite similar between the two treatments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just looks like they're engaging more with the feedback on the right side, and I think maybe I'm just misreading it somehow.
If you look at the bars in the middle, which is kind of the median, they're quite similar.
Okay.
So it went from 1,400 to 600?
Right. So some of these measurements were discarded for the analysis due to kind of typical quality assurance concerns like accuracy. Some of the kind of GPS coordinates were not valid. But some of them also, a good deal of them actually were discarded because they weren't useful for making this specific analysis. So it is possible, for example, if we wanted to estimate a distance along the beach at which fresh water was diluted by 50% instead of 90%, which perhaps is less health relevant or less intuitive, then we would be able to include actually a good deal more of those data points. So the way I frame this, and we could talk about this later, is I have a whole flow chart of quality assurance measures, and you can go through and kind of treat this almost as a sensitivity analysis and tweak each one and see how that affects your results. Yeah.
Sadie Gill or Emmanuel Rodriguez?
Hello, I'm Emmanuel Rodriguez. I am a data scientist at a consulting firm called Flow West. We're based out of Oakland, California. And today I'm going to just talk about how we use R to help us package data and make it more accessible. So we all know that R is really good for data wrangling, doing exploration visualizations. But what sometimes we don't know is that we can package our data into R using whatever binary formats we need. And if we ever embarked in like a wrangling task, we know that there's a ton of decision making that goes on when we get the raw data to when we deliver the data. So when we package this up in an R package, we're able to capture all the processing tasks that we want. And with this, we can build a lot of the testing suites that goes around with when we develop an R package. We can build on top of this if we want to source or host our source code on GitHub. So this way we can not only track like our input into the source code, but also track our collaborators and however we want to share the code. Second thing we want that we get from building packages, data packages with R is improving accessibility. So this is an example of a package we've developed at Flow West called CDEC Retrieve. We kind of wanted to emulate a lot of the work that USGS did with the data retrieval package, as well as what I think Berkeley Labs put together an R NOAA package for the NOAA APIs. So we did the same thing. We did the same thing with CDEC data. I don't know if everyone's used CDEC, but it's kind of like a California-only sort of USGS kind of thing. So being able to use all these three packages, we can build really quick. We can prototype these dashboards super quick. So in the bottom left or bottom right, you see one of our dashboards where we're just porting real-time data that uses our CDEC package as the backend. And sort of the last thing we want that packages enable to do is properly document all of your source code and your data as well. So in this case, this is actually a package that was put together by my colleague, Sadie Gill. This is package that was developed for the CVPIA SIT team, who uses a lot of calcium data input into their fish models. So what she did was do a lot of synthesis work on the calcium data, produce the new data, and document all of the work. Kind of the big thing to take away from this is that there's this package called package down from within R that enables you to take your formatted code, your formatted source documentation and make a super snappy website out of it So actually what you're seeing on the right over there is that's just a screenshot of the website, and she details every single thing that you need to know about the data. And that's it. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I'll introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Tori. I'm a PhD student at University of California, Riverside. I'm going to take things in a bit of a different direction and talk about toxicology and how we're using these larger data sets we're accumulating to understand patterns of toxicity and, in our case, how crude oil impacts fish and fish development. So since 1969, there have been over 40 major oil spills in the US. These range from Deepwater Horizon, the largest marine spill, to those in freshwater systems, such as the Kalamazoo River with a pipeline burst. And so with an oil spill or when we're planning for an oil spill, we're interested in kind of what are the ecosystem impacts and how are the resources we utilize impaired, right? And so we're fairly good at understanding acute exposure, so maybe what concentrations cause lethality in fish. But we're not quite there yet with modeling and predicting sublethal effects. So at what concentrations, sometimes parts per billion, do we see differences in embryonic development in fish, is what I'm going to focus on here. So one of the most sensitive organs in fish development with oil exposure is to the heart. We see abnormalities in heart development across many species with exposure to crude oil. And so with this, on the organism level, we see reductions in swimming performance later in life, even if they haven't been exposed to oil since those first few days or weeks of development. And so with this, we are concerned with population level impacts and reduced fitness over that whole population. But what we don't understand here is how oil, or phenanthrene, the key cardiotoxic component of oil, interacts with molecules in the larvae to produce this toxicity pathway we see, so what we call the molecular initiating event. And so to make predictions about what this mechanism might be, we turn to several recent transcriptomic studies. So these are studies which compare gene expression in either control or oil-exposed larvae. And what I want to highlight here is that again and again, across studies, across species, we see cholesterol synthesis as one of the top impacted pathways. So this is something we really wouldn't have focused on if we weren't looking kind of more broadly across these exposures in these studies. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about cholesterol in the heart. And what we think about when we think of cholesterol in the heart is not necessarily good, so high cholesterol, not good for your heart, right? But what we think is happening here is that crude oil or phenanthrene is actually reducing cholesterol in the heart of these larvae, or in these larvae, and that is impairing heart function through changes in cell structures. And so with this kind of a really quick overview of what we've been doing in the lab is, so on the left here we have our control larvae, and on the right we have our phenanthrene exposed larvae, so a proxy for crude oil. And then on the bottom two, we're staining for cholesterol, and we see that, so this arrow is pointing at the heart, and there's a reduction in staining in that area, whereas we have specific staining for cholesterol in the heart of our control fish. And this is paired with a reduction in heart rate. So we have more work to follow up on kind of the connection of these two and whether this is really impacting heart function. But what I want to highlight is that understanding the molecular initiating event, or this mechanism, can help us make predictions in species we cannot test and species-specific sensitivity. Also, so kind of more broadly, omics technologies such as transcriptomics can help us recognize patterns across species when we're looking and trying to come up with hypotheses about what these mechanisms are, so help us derive to unbiased research questions. I had no idea I was going to study cholesterol in fish, but here we are. And transcriptomics and kind of looking at these broader data sets has helped us focus our research questions in this way. But there are challenges to this, so wading through kind of what is a general stress response versus what is specific to the question we're asking. So we have these larger data sets we're looking at, how do we focus in our questions and kind of wade through that as well? And that will come with kind of doing more of these studies. So I'd like to thank our funding sources and my lab and the team behind this, and I will take any questions.
Win Calgary. How you doing, Win?
Hi, I'm Win. I'm a PhD student at UC Riverside. I study trash, and I try to identify the sources of trash. We have a really cool datathon that happened today, all about trash data, so I'm a trash data geek. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about my motivation. These are the images that keep me up at night. This is what gives me my oomph. So here on the left, if you had to take a guess, where would you think that these images were taken? This isn't China, it's not India, this is Southern California. These are the streams in Southern California. No, these are in Corona, but pretty close. What's really bad about this amount of trash that's in the streams, and what's challenging about it, is that it doesn't stay in one place. So this video shows trash flowing down streams during the storms. It's really hard to manage things that are moving around. We can't just go and clean it all up. I sample trash moving through these streams to try to figure out how fast it's flowing through. And after a 2-minute sample with this net, I found all of this trash. It's like a handful of trash in 2 minutes and through this small net. So it's a really big deal. And this is really challenging and scary because we know that these plastic particles can cause harm to animals. Large trash can cause harm to infrastructure. And it is super expensive to manage trash. So I don't know if you knew this or not, but hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent every single year to manage trash in California. That's a huge number. And with that, we have a great opportunity to collect really detailed information to figure out what the best management strategies are, right? So my question is, where is the data? And also, the Ocean Protection Council doesn't know where the data is either. This is a recent report that basically says, like, we wish that we had some data on trash, but the best thing we have is some volunteers who have collected data on beach trash. I've looked on CDN and the California Open Data Portal. You will not find any trash data there either. So this is a big deal. We need some information, at least a little bit of data on CDN and the California Open Data Portal. And I'm super passionate in 2 years, we're gonna make that happen. We're gonna see it. And this is how we're gonna do it. So I'm involved with 2 different groups right now, and if you know of trash data, or if you have trash data, I wanna talk to you. I wanna work with you to figure out how we can get it out there. I wanna figure out what kind of visualizations would be useful for you, for your management strategies. We have 2 different teams that we're on right now. One's with the Ocean Protection Council, the other one's with the California Water Monitoring Council Trash Group to do this. We have a great team. And I'm so passionate about this. I've created a open access database so that if you are looking for trash data, you can find it. Just take a photo of this Google Drive. For some reason, you can't make bit.lys out of a Google Drive link. I don't know why, it just doesn't work. But take a photo of that or come see me after, and you can get some trash data. All the data that I've compiled so far is there. It's gonna be on California Open Data Portal in the next 2 years for sure. But it's not there yet. And to give you an idea of some of the cool things that we're doing with this data and what we were talking about at the Datathon, this is a little bit blurry, but basically this is a framework for, you have all these people that are collecting data on trash using different survey sheets. They have different names for everything. And so we've created a framework for merging all of those different names. And that's what that is. And we worked on that a little bit at the Datathon too. So we're getting better, and we're going to be able to make these data sets speak to each other really easily once we have them all in one place. So please reach out to me. My contact information is there on the screen too. Thank you.
Any questions for Wynn?
Are there trash TMDLs and dump the regional boards?
I would think so too. Isn't there data? There are trash TMDLs, and there should be data that is being created because of them. There are a few TMDL reports which have data. The biggest problem is that there is no there's no regulation for how you should report your data. There's no standardized framework for even collecting data. So, I mean, most of the TMDLs and the propositions that I'm seeing right now don't really have data.
Thanks, Wynn.
Thanks, Wayne.
If you were here.
Is there a mouse I can use?
There's not.
Oh, there's not?
No.
Can you drive?
Stand over here.
Okay. I'm going to give my presentation from over here. All right. Well, thanks everyone for sticking around. I'm Matt Heberger from the San Francisco Estuary Institute, and I'm standing over here because I don't have any slides. I just wanted to show you a little web app that we developed, I guess about a year ago. And this was, don't need PowerPoint. Let's see. The purpose was, so I manage the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, and the Delta RMP is, it's a program to measure a bunch of different water quality constituents, and one of them is pesticides. And it's a real stakeholder-driven program. We've got 50 different entities that pay into the program and fund us, our work, and keep close tabs on our work. And we're not so interested in producing yet another report, written report, but providing data out to the stakeholders so they can look at it themselves, kind of draw some of their own conclusions. And so we've got measurements of 100, it's 174 now. For the first couple of years, it was 152 different chemicals. And we were measuring them at 5 locations, which represented inflows into the delta. We've subsequently totally changed our monitoring design, and now we're doing a more of a random trial at all kinds of random locations. So measuring at these 5 locations, inflows into the delta, 152 chemicals. So if I told you that there were 2.3 nanograms per liter of atrazine in a water sample, like what would that mean to you? Next to nothing. I mean, just a concentration doesn't really tell you much. And one of the ways we try to turn this data into information is comparing it to ecotoxicological thresholds. So could that concentration cause harm to fish or to plants or to invertebrates or things like that? And so that's really, this is a really simple data visualization. I call it a visualization, not just an infographic, because the key is it's interactive. You can interact with it, you can change things, you can filter. So here are the different chemicals. You can look at different locations, and let me make this bigger. So this is the kind of the cool, oh boy, it's not working well today. You can only see one chart. There are other charts as well. Maybe if I try to reload. Is there a, let's try this one more time. Huh, okay, well, I didn't test it in this browser, obviously, before I came. But if you look at sort of some of the different chemicals to see how they're doing, you know, atrazine, azoxystrobin, try to look for one that has some more interesting data. So imidacloprid, if I'm pronouncing that right. There's currently a TMDL under development in the valley for this. And so these lines here represent aquatic life benchmark. So that's a concentration at which you might expect some kind of negative impact to fish or wildlife. And so you can see the number of exceedances where it exceeded the concentration, and you can turn some of these off, say, you don't care about fish, you're really only interested in invertebrates, you don't care about plants. And so you can just sort of see, looking at this line, like how they compare. And I guess in other browsers, you can see there's some different kinds of charts as well. And this was all made just in HTML, JavaScript. We didn't use any kind of fancy libraries. And I guess I kind of want to give a plug to using sort of free open source software because it's sort of sustainable software development. You can find a lot of developers that know JavaScript. It's a really common skill set. It's like a fundamental building block of the web. I don't think you can find as many developers that know some of the more specialized software that we like to use sort of in our domain. So that's it. It's just a really simple kind of data visualization with a really specific purpose to look at are pesticides potentially causing harm to fish and wildlife in the Delta. Thanks.
Any questions for Matt?
You can, if you scroll down, so you've got your options up here. You've got some graphical results, and if you go down here, there's a little data table that you can copy and paste them into a spreadsheet. That's a pretty simple, silly way to do it. All this data is also up in CEDN and NWIS and all the different online databases as well.
So it was really easy to wrangle all those different data sources and make them work together?
Well, this is this is just our program's data. So this is a really small, simple, I mean, I can see an area to expand this would be to get all of the pesticide data in all of CEDN and put it into here. Another way would be, there's additive toxicity is a thing. Instead of just looking at chemicals one at a time, having some kind of an index of toxicity in here. There's a lot of things we could do, but this was just meant to be like simple, quick, answer some really specific questions for a really specific audience.
There we go. Oh, well, it's broken now. I just want to say thanks to for you for sticking around, and thanks to all of the presenters. It was a great day, one of our best events that I've been involved with. Hopefully that you are all staying for tomorrow as well. There's another great group of talks tomorrow, as well as a community water science workshop focused on providing information to some of those smaller community organizations that are collecting data and providing them with some best practices and standards and information. So we'll be doing that in the Klamath room, but there's also a bunch of great talks that you'll see in the program for tomorrow. If by chance you aren't staying tomorrow and you have to leave, please return your plastic name badges. We're trying to reduce as much waste as we can by recycling these. So there's a box down by the security box where you checked in. Just toss them in there and we'll take care of it. I encourage you guys all that are staying to talk amongst yourselves. If you saw a good talk, pull them aside and give information. If you got trash data, talk to Win. There's tons of great restaurants we put in the program as well, and then we try to highlight a few events that would be kind of fun to do. The River Cats are playing in town. They're not very good, but they're cheap tickets, and they're right over there. There's the Bank, which is a kind of a cool new bar. It used to be an old bank. There's lots of different things in there. A good space to network. So I encourage you all to network, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow morning. But thanks again.
How's Michelle doing on the water quality schedule?
I asked her, and she said it was pretty much done. I think I need to touch base with her again. I got it. I basically created the slide with the picture on it. She said she was having trouble with the GIS team getting it.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, Dave.
Rich.
Hey, how's it going, Greg?
Hey,
how are you?
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Nick, Rich,
Yeah.
have you guys met?
I didn't know, and I saw his presentation on the CCR project.
Oh, right
Very
on.
cool.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that. I missed it.
Did you see part of it, or?
I was trying to liberate him, but he
I'll
got
read
pulled.
somebody said it was well documented, so I'll go read the GitHub.
Yeah, we posted some stuff on the GitHub, but not the actual what was generated. It's all sort of done locally, but should all be there. Yeah. So Meredith said that there's going to be some sort of a happy hour.
Yeah. Did they tell you
or
where?
something?
Okay, good, because I don't know where.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. I organized a thing yesterday. I'm like, I don't want to have the burden of having to come up with a social event tonight.
I know, right?
Somebody
Then
else
everyone's
do
going
it.
to ask you, right?
Yeah,
I'm
well-
already doing it. I'm like,
No, you're telling me it sounds
well,
like.
no, Meredith actually was like, I think Greg's the one who knows.
Allie Dunn was going to do something too.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Peter, how's it going?
Peter.
My name's Rich. Nice to meet you.
Ashley said Rich.